In the beginning of the story, our protagonist is sort of telling himself about the most remarkable soccer players in history and the number given to soccer geniuses. But he himself, he is nothing like those genius. He's not fast either. Nor do he possess exceptional physical abilities. His skills are mediocre and his mentality is weak. And he's definitely not a remarkable player too. However, he have to remain on the field. For those who support and watch over him. To be proud of himself. Because even today, he must be misunderstood as a soccer genius. One morning, a young team of professional club for players under 17 years old in AC Fiorentina was having their practice game. Our protagonist was one of these players, and he recently realized something. That lies are similar to snowballs, they grow larger as they roll. At first, it may have been a small lie, but trying to cover it up makes you tell bigger lies, so eventually, even a small and insignificant lie grows into something beyond your control. If he hadn't shown off to Jiwoo back then, none of this would have happened. A day ago, he was talking to a girl on the phone while he was also playing video games. He told her that he's considered a soccer genius here. The girl on the other line was impressed that he's adjusting well. He bragged that he even scored 3 goals today. The girl said that he's really doing great these days, but he disagrees to what she said because he's actually not doing well at all. Our protagonist's name is Lee Jien. He enrolled at Juventus, a prestigious institution in Italy, but he transferred to AC Fiorentina almost like running away due to difficulties adjusting there. He's still a substitute player here, but at least it's different from his time at Juventus, and should he be lucky that no one gives him trouble here? Well, not exactly. It's just that no one bothers him, but he don't seem to have the talent to aim for the starting lineup, so it's not much different. The girl asked him if he's still listening. He answered he's still listening. He also lost the game. The noisy girl on the phone is Kim Jiwoo, her childhood friend for 10 years and also his only friend. When he was still in Korea, she always acted like his older sister and took care of him. She's annoying, but she's a friend he have grown really attached to. Well, that's why she still contacts him even after he came to Italy. He really feels bad for lying to her, but he doesn't want Jiwoo to see him looking pathetic either. But he was shocked when Jiwoo told him that she's coming to Italy too. He asked her again if he heard her right that she's coming to Italy. Turns out, Jiwoo got into a culinary school as an exchange student, and she's going to Italy, Florence, to be exact. And she's looking forward on seeing Lee Jien in action playing soccer. She told him that she's leaving in 2 weeks, which startled Lee Jien that made him drop his phone. The situation just got bad for him. He doesn't know what to do now. He's just a substitute player who can't even play in matches. He's in total shock right now. He must find a way quick before Jiwoo finds out about the truth. One of his teammates told him to get ready for the minigame, and assigned his position as second forward, but the coach said he can just play however he likes. Second forward is a player who moves between midfield and the front line, supporting attacks and scoring simultaneously. Due to their shadow-like role, they are also called shadow striker. He's not surprised that it's the usual instruction, it's always just play however you want. He guessed they think someone like him, a substitute for the non-main squad, doesn't need clear instructions. Well, he can't help it but play the given position. Even if he barely managed to escape the non-main squad and get called up to the 20-man main squad. Among them, only 11 players make it onto the field, the true starting lineup. The other 9 are on the bench, and usually, only 4 or 5 of them get a chance to be substituted in. In short, if you want to show Jiwoo that he's playing in a match, he needs to at least make it into the 18-man roster, excluding the goalkeeper. Normally, he didn't care much about being a starter because he thought he wasn't good enough, but now it's different. After coming here, he couldn't find a clear reason to work hard. But he really doesn't want to embarrass himself in front of Jiwoo. If he want to impress the coaches and make it into a game within the next 2 weeks, he have to get out of this non-main squad first. Well, for now, he'll just have to try something in the minigame. Who knows, maybe he'll perform beyond his abilities if he worked hard. His position is second forward. As a shadow forward, if he want to make an impression, he first need to aim for attacking points. The whistle blows and their practice match starts. The game has finally begun. First of all, he needs to avoid overly rough physical play. Since it's just a mini-game, the space is limited. The game's tempo naturally speeds up moving forward, so that means, even without the ball, he should always be thinking ahead. His teammate passed the ball to him, so now there's only one defender behind him. He decided to pretend to turn left, then fake right with a body feint. A feint is a technique that uses body balance to deceive the opponent. His feint was successful. He got past his opponent just like that. He sees the defense coming right back, but with so many defenders up front. But he still saw an opening for a pass. He decides to take it center forward. Center forward is a term referring to a specialized attacker aiming for goals in the front line. At this moment, the defender's eyes instinctively followed the ball. And during that moment, he was already thinking ahead. His teammate tells him to take it. He became invisible and ran so fast to get the ball. The other defender got pissed that he lost sight of him because his focus was on the central forward. He forgot to set up the offside trap. Offside trap is a strategy to deliberately create an offside situation to block an attacking player's advance. Using the blind spot of the defense to shadow the center forward, his role is to infiltrate the opponent's formation, and that's exactly what shadow strikers do. He struck the ball, and amazingly he scored a goal. Well, that's one goal secured for now though. The opposing team couldn't believe what just happened. The coach just smirked a little, but his teammates were celebrating for his goal. Jian runs back to his position. Well, he thought that was just a lucky shot that even the defenders moved just the way he wanted. Still, scoring that goal, he felt like he have gained some confidence, maybe just a bit more. He thinks that maybe he should give it a shot again. But then the referee blows the whistle. Second quarter is now over. Official matches are divided into first and second halves, but minigames are divided into 4 quarters. The score is 6-4. He have already scored 2 goals and their team is in the lead. He'll just keep this up in the third and fourth quarters too, but then somebody called him. It was their coach, Coach Luca. He told Jian to take off his vest. They're making a team switch for him. Of course Jian just followed what the coach told him. He's kind of disappointed a little, cause things were really looking good for their team. He was lucky to have good teamwork and score a goal, but can he really perform well on the opposing team? He was about to return to the field, but the coach asked him where the heck is he going. He answered he's going to the opposing team, of course. But the coach told him to just come out of the field. He couldn't believe what was happening. It's something he didn't expect at all. Turns out, he was kicked out of the game. Well, if it's the coach's orders, there's nothing he can do about it. Well, today's been full of surprises. And nothing is happening the way he expected. Suddenly, he's now in the starting lineup. When Coach Luca called him out with that terrifying expression, he thought it was all over for him. But this is so sudden, he feels so nervous now that it's like his heart is about to jump out. Another coach called him again. He told Jian to relax himself and stop being so nervous. It was Coach Tony. Coach Tony apologized for calling him out all of a sudden. Jian answered it was nothing. Then he asked Jian if he can take the second forward position in the team without the vest. Of course Jian said yes, but he can't believe that he's being subbed in right away. Coach Tony told him to warm up a bit. It's still visible that Jian is still nervous right now because of the way he's walking, which worries Coach Tony. But he thinks the kid's going to be fine. Earlier, Coach Luca told Coach Tony that Jian seemed somewhat different during today's training. He wonders what sparked the kid, but he was pushing himself really hard. He thinks that maybe he could finally be opening up his heart. Coach Tony said it would be great if that's the reason. But still, they shouldn't go overboard, and he told Coach Luca to just keep doing what he's been doing. Coach Luca answered of course, and he'll just watch without showing much interest. 3 years ago, the boy whose talent which rank clubs were so desperate. Ultimately, Jian was taken by Torino's Gioventu, but the contract was terminated due to difficulties adapting locally. As soon as they got the news, they contacted Jian, but even one word of motivation intended to boost Jian's confidence brought him severe stress and burden. At its worst, he was in a state where he couldn't even play in matches. Even so, Coach Tony decided to take Jian with him, and he decided to just watch over him until he opened his heart. Though Jian was stuck for 2 years, he never doubted his talent, not even once. The soccer genius who doesn't know his own talent, now, it's his turn to open the door and show it. And show the world the true extent of his talent. The game continued, and the second forward, whose name is Gino, seems to be having a rough game. Since they said it's the second forward position for the team without the vests, Jien will probably be swapped with that guy. The coach subbing him in, it's probably not because he believes in his skills, considering the circumstances, it's probably because one of the player on the field is having stamina problems. In short, it means Gino, who plays the same position as him, is having a tough time. He still wonders when will they substitute him in, and he already finished warming up. He tried to look at Coach Tony, but he looked away immediately when he realized he's also looking at him. Well, just being subbed in is already more than enough, so he shouldn't worry about the timing, and he should stop overthinking and figure out what he'll do once he's on the field. Suddenly, he felt something within him, as if he can see what's gonna happen in the game. He felt such relentless pressure that even when he doesn't have the ball, a marker sticks to him. And as soon as the ball comes, two players instantly stick to it. Because of this, the attackers are stuck in turnovers and isolated. So, he tries to put himself in the situation. From what he remember, Gino is a player with a similar style as his, so if he plays the same way as him, he's sure he'll be isolated too. For now, he should use the field more widely. If he can draw the dedicated marker and lure them to the side or back midfield, there will surely be cracks in the defense, creating opportunities for his team. However, even Gino, who's a better version of him, is struggling, so he wonders if he can really pull it off. Now he starts to doubt himself, and questions himself, can he really do it well? Suddenly, he remembered something from his childhood where his mother told him that he needs to do better. She told Jien to understand that mistakes won't be tolerated, that he must succeed, no matter what. Suddenly, he felt like he's going to throw up and questions himself, why is he suddenly thinking about training? Coach Tony also felt that he still feels an intense sense of burden. Rumor has it that Jien's burden is related to his mother's overbearing nature. So what he can offer as a coach to Jien is to trust him and patiently wait, allowing him to make his own plays. He suddenly held Jien's shoulder. He told him that if his goal is to give Gino some rest, there's no need to feel overly burdened. Then he told him that he can do whatever he wants in the field. Coach Tony thinks that this should ease the pressure a bit for him. It's about gradually opening Jien's heart. He answered that he gets it. Coach Tony thinks it's actually working. But he thought differently, that maybe they brought him in to balance the team's stamina after all. But at least, he feels that the pressure is gone now. Then Coach Tony made a familiar hand signal. He called Gino. He subbed Gino out to let Jien in. He thought about Jiwoo coming here next week, so it's not just a match, it's a main team match. Right now, he needs to focus on what he can do. He have to make the most of this opportunity and play in the U17 league match. That is if he don't want to embarrass himself in front of Jiwoo. The game now resumes. A frustrating series of passes continues, and there's no room for a forward pass. If this situation continues even after he gets subbed in, nothing good will come of it. Just keeping possession of the ball is hard enough. He entered the field with a plan in mind, but he doesn't know if it would really work. Now he realized that it's harder than he thought. There's no guarantee the marker will move as he expect. Suddenly, his opponent said to him that he thought they'd pull out some incredible joker card instead of Gino. Then this blonde guy insulted him and said someone without even a number, a ball boy level, suddenly joined. He imagined the worst case scenario after hearing him say that. He imagined Jiwoo calling him ball boy and she asked him if this is the soccer genius he talked about. He can't afford that thing to happen. He told himself not to think weak thoughts. He needs to stay focused and execute the plan. He then runs really fast. The guy guarding him asked if he's giving up the attack to retreat into the defensive zone. Coach Tony was also curious about what he's doing, leaving the forwards area and dropping into the midfield. Maybe the kid is aiming to disrupt the defense line. Looks like his plan is working. He managed to draw one away, creating a gap in the defense. Now someone has to exploit that space. His teammate saw the space he created. His other teammate took the chance and make a run for it. Well, he expected nothing less from the main squad. Coach Tony was really impressed on what Jien just did, but he's really trying really hard not to show it. It was the empty space that was created by his movement. To block the opponent heading for that open space, because someone else will move. And the newly created gap is filled by one of his teammates. And if this chain of movement continues, sooner, a gap will inevitably form as he prepares to strike again. The coach thought about the phrase that says, Blessings come to those who wait. A move that seems to see right through the field. He believes that this kid really has the talent. But who would believe that a player who hasn't progressed for 2 years could play like that? The stagnant game is flowing again, with GN as the catalyst. The ability to read the flow of the game, decide how to move and understand how to play, in order to win. He thought about passing it directly now. But this is his perfect chance to strike again. GN reached a different level of soccer intelligence. Coach Tony thought that if GN's talent awakens, it's not just Fiorentina's future that's at stake here. He believes that he'll grow into a player who can devour the world. Meanwhile, at the airport in South Korea, Jiwoo is about to depart to Italy. She was already eager to see GN perform in the field. She's just too excited to see him again. Her soccer genius friend. In the next morning, Jiwoo was trying to wake him up and told him that this is not the time to be sleeping because they need to plan their date course. That woke him up. He realized it's already morning. He can't believe that even in his dreams, Jiwoo showed up to make a racket. It's another day of practice again. He told his dad that he's heading out now. The practice was over and he's totally drained. He thought that playing with the main squad is definitely on another level. But somehow he got to manage to assist. Now he's starting to think positively. That maybe he's going to be in the starting lineup for this week's game, but he's not sure yet. The next morning came and he's back at their training ground. GN already thinks that he failed to become a starter for the game. Well, he's not even sure if he'll even make it to the roster, let alone the starting lineup. Now he's panicking all of a sudden. Expecting to make the roster just because he played a bit in a practice match was greedy. Because there's one more roster announcement before Jiwoo arrives, so if he'll work hard, he'll definitely make next week's game. So as the week passes, they started announcing the starter, and first was Gino Calvani, second was Andrea Mondi, and finally, GN is the third starter, but that was just his imagination. Coach Luca thinks he's really good. Both the role of carrying the ball to the final third and finishing as the tactical point. GN is on par with position rivals Gino and Andrea. Coach Luca also said that leaving him off the roster this time might have been a unique advantage, which Coach Tony agreed. Right now, they need to help GN build his confidence step by step without feeling pressured. It's like trying to befriend a stray cat. The coaches laugh about the analogy, but Coach Tony thinks that suits him perfectly. Because of their accurate prediction for GN, he decides to smile a little, which is not looking good for his face. After their training, the coaches told everyone to gather up. GN's knees were still shaking. Well, he's really anxious right now. Their final training session before the game is over, but the roster for this week's game isn't out yet, and Jiwoo is already coming tomorrow. Coach Tony said that they've done good work. He announced that the weekend game roster will be notified individually, so they should keep that in mind. He seems bothered about the individual notification. Well, he did everything he could, and Jiwoo will be here tomorrow. And whether he get to play this weekend is entirely up to the coach's decision. He runs fast back to his house. He almost wanted to cry now. He's really hoping that the coaches will pick him. It's finally Friday and his phone rang. He picks it up. It already has a storm of messages flooding in from Jiwoo. She finally arrived and is now in a taxi. She tells GN that they'll be meeting in an hour. He's still clueless what to do now. He immediately runs back to his room. But everything in his closet is just sportswear. He regrets not buying some clothes beforehand. He thinks that maybe it's fine if he'll just wear a jersey because it's not like this is a date, so maybe it doesn't matter if it's a sportswear that he'll wear. It's just having a meal with his childhood friend, so it's just casual meeting just like the old days. He then asked his dad. He told his dad that he's heading out to meet a girl. He immediately stopped GN from exiting the door after he saw what he's wearing. Good thing his dad was there. Now he's all set up. His dad told him to do well, but he answered that it's not what he think it is. He's still clueless what his dad meant by do well, and he used perfume seriously over the top. He waits for Jiwoo at their rendezvous. He thought that maybe he came too early. He still got some time to kill. He thought that Jiwoo maybe still looked like a tomboy now. Then somebody calls him by his name. It was a girl and she apologized. She apologized for being a bit late. Then she tells GN that his Nuna is here. He was so shocked to see her wearing a white skirt. GN was so nervous and told her if she's happy to see him. Jiwoo answered what kind of greeting is he doing and asked if he's not happy to see her. She slapped him slightly and asked where the heck is he looking. Jian smelled the cream scent in her hand. She told him to pull himself together now. He asked what's with her outfit. Jiwoo also asked if he likes it. He told her that he haven't seen her wear a skirt like ever. Jiwoo said that she's abroad now, so she got to dress up a bit too. She held his face all of a sudden. Jiwoo asked him if he's starting to see his Nuna as a woman. Jian's face blushed after hearing her. He shaked his head so she'll let go. Finally, they're on their way to eat, but he keeps on avoiding Jiwoo's eyes. Seeing Jiwoo teasing him and having fun, he thought that she's definitely the Jiwoo he knows. He asked himself if has Jiwoo always been this pretty? They arrived at the restaurant. The waiter finally finished serving their food. Jiwoo was so amazed after seeing the Italian food at the table. She complimented Jian that he's really become a grown man ordering all this by himself like an adult. He told her to stop saying unnecessary things and they should now eat. Jiwoo liked the Italian food so much. Well, he's just happy to see her again at last, but he just won't show it. He's also waiting when the roster announcement is coming out. He's so nervous that he could die. Then out of nowhere, Jiwoo asked him how many goals is he going to score. Jiwoo said that for a friend he's seeing for the first time in 3 years, he should promise at least a goal. Well, he told her that he's a soccer genius, but of course Jiwoo doesn't know his real situation yet. She also saw on TV how players score goals and celebrate and asked Jian if he does those things. Now he's really worried because he still don't even know if he'll get to play, so he really can't promise her anything. She asked again if he can promise a goal, but he can't answer her straight. She asked if that's a no. She guessed that maybe scoring goals isn't something he can just do at will. He's now worried because the mood is turning weird. Jian thought that he needs to come up with some kind of an excuse real quick. Then he heard something. He looked at his phone. He saw Coach Tony's message finally arrived. The thing that he waited the most is finally here. After they ate, they stroll around the city of Italy. Jiwoo asked him if he can get home by himself, which surprised him since he's the one who's been living here. She offered to walk him home, but Jian says she's just making fun of him again, just like their old days. She told him that he have really grown up, going home by himself. Jian told her to stop it already. Jiwoo waves goodbye and tells him to be careful on his way, and in Sunday they'll see each other again on the game. She felt that he's acting really strange these days. He's even giving her the cold shoulder after their date. As he was walking, he can't wait to see if he's in the roster. He took his phone out. Well, it was an announcement that they should assemble at the training ground by 12 p.m. on Sunday. He felt relieved after reading it. At least he made the roster. Even if he won't get to play, he can come up with some excuse. But then he remembered that he bragged to Jiwoo about how many goals she wanted that he'll grant it. He almost forgot about it. Now he's really screwed. He doesn't even know if he'll get to play or not. He really wasn't thinking about it and now he doesn't know what to do. But he thought of something, that maybe it would be better if he doesn't play at all. It might be less embarrassing to stay on the bench than to mess up out there in the field. But his lies are just piling up now. Still, even if he can't score a goal, he knows that Jiwoo will be there to cheer for him. He suddenly got fired up and said that he wants to play. The morning of the match day came. He woke up early before the alarm even went off. He's wondering if his body is just reacting because it's match day for the first time in a while. The weather and the place are the same as any other morning though. But he really feels that today is different. There's no guarantee that he'll play, and even if he can play, it could be the day his lies gets exposed. But it's clear today isn't just another ordinary day, and thought that this feeling isn't bad at all. He wished that the day would start already while she's dreaming about Jiwoo waving and smiling at him. He then stands up and wonders why is she popping into his head all of a sudden. He should just stop overthinking and move already to prepare for today. His dad was kind of surprised to see him wake up early. He told Jian that he made a sandwich and that he should grab it on his way. He was also surprised that his dad cooked. He stares at it. Well, it's still a sandwich though, and maybe it can't be that bad. When he tasted it, it was mint chocolate jam and mackerel. It was the most diabolical combo a person could ever make. His dad asked if it's not good. He answered it's delicious and said he'll eat it on the way. He decides to head out early and ate a banana on the way. He left the house and his dad told him to come back safe. He can't wait for the game to start already. His dad saw that Jian just left the sandwich there. Well, it was really bad and he should not cook like ever. He's now inside the locker room. Looks like all his energy has been drained all of a sudden. One of his teammates called him. He checks Jian if he's okay. He looks at him and asked why. Looks like he's having a panic attack. His teammate said it was nothing. He can't believe that the confidence he felt when he left the house is gone and he's so nervous now. Maybe it's just normal, because the last time he played a game was last year. Plus, since coming to Fiorentina, he haven't played in a single match, so it's only natural to be nervous a little. He tried to laugh it off because being nervous before a match is not anything that's new, so he decides to check his phone. He remembered that ever since people started calling him talented, it's like the ghosts of the past still lingers on him. The expectations others had for him were always so high, and he always had to deliver, making every match feel like a burden. He sees the photo that his dad took a year ago. Even now it still feels the same. His heart racing might partly be because it's been so long since his last match. But it's mostly because of the thought that he have to succeed. However, he feels that today is slightly different. Because back then, the burden he felt was very suffocating. He continues to check his phone. He saw Jiwoo's message. She's there already, and she reminded him about his promise to score a goal, that he should find her if he score a goal. He smiled after reading it. Today really feels a little different. It's like a redemption or something. Coach Luca finally said it's time for them to head out now. His teammates were also fired up and they're really eager to win. Someone also came to cheer for him today. He thinks that it's still some sort of a burden as he puts his phone on his locker. He closed his eyes to concentrate. He just really needs to do well today. But not just that, he wants to do well, and he really wants to do well for himself. The audience were already cheering even if the game hasn't started yet. He almost forgot how it feels to play in an actual game with audience watching. But he still doesn't know if he'll actually get to play. Some people noticed him that there's another player in the team, and saw that he's walking really weird. Meanwhile, Jiwoo was just there cheering for Jian. She wants him to know that his Nuna is here watching him with full support. The game started and it's already 15 minutes into the first half. And suddenly something happened. Gino almost scored the first goal for their team. For some reason, Jian got pissed that Gino was playing so insanely well today of all days. Now he starts to overthink again if he'll even get to play today. Earlier when the game was just starting, it was an intense battle from the start. Gino made a run and tells his teammate to pass to him. His teammate passed the ball to Gino. Then a defender immediately runs toward him shouting that he's gonna mark Gino. But Gino unleashed his inner blue lock. He figured out that they're planning to break through to the right. Gino sees the shoulder trapping attempt. He then switched his move to trick the defender. He made a move to the left. The defender was totally got caught by his reverse movement. He told everyone to push forward like this. This time they're sure to score a goal. Meanwhile, Jian's hope of playing is totally gone now because their team is doing great. Turns out their opponent is a bit weaker, but there's still a noticeable difference in strength. Then they made a 1-2 pass. The opposing team is in the lower group. He knew their team was in the upper group, but actually seeing it in real match is kind of different. Jian realized how good his teammates are, that he even questioned how did he even make it into the roster in the first place. The one who stands out the most among them is Gino, of course. With the opponent's wide defensive spacing, the second forward's area becomes incredibly free. Gino striked the ball, but it didn't went in unfortunately. That was really close. His teammate encouraged him to keep shooting. That also made Jian shiver because it's already 4 shots so far. He's still not sure if he'll get to play today. But despite that, he should always be prepared because he'll never know if opportunity would just come all of a sudden. As the game continues, Gino was hit by the opponent's elbow. Coach Luca complained to the referee because he didn't give a yellow card. Well, the referee gave the opposing team a yellow card for the foul, but Gino's okay and said it just grazed him a little. Because of this, Jian's hope of playing came alive. Maybe he might actually get to play today. Jiwoo on the other hand wasn't feeling the game. She's not sure if what's happening is fun or not. The score is still 0-0, but people are already cheering like crazy. She still wonders why football is really this fun. She remembered what Jian told her, that since their opponent is weak, he might not even get to play because he's the ace. Now she's kind of pissed that the team is seriously leaving Jien on the bench. Then something happened. Fiorentina scored the first goal, and it was Gino who did it. Jiwoo's curious if it was Jien's team who scored the goal. She thinks that it's really looking bad. The opposing team is already a weak one, and now they've scored. She freaked out of the idea that Jien will even less likely to play now, while Jien was celebrating that his team scored a goal. It was a quick opening goal, and it's the best scenario he imagined. No matter how he thinks about it, the only scenario where he gets to play is if their team secures an early lead. He thanked Gino for it. He whispered to his team to score one more goal. His teammate told him with a voice like that, he can barely hear him even being next to him. He apologized for it. Coach Tony noticed Jien's strange behavior on the bench. He's thinking of letting Jien play today. The first half is over and the score is 0-3 in favor of Fiorentina. Back to the locker room, the whole team was celebrating because they're leading the score. He thinks that his team did a flawless performance. Suddenly, Coach Tony called for their attention. He told the players that they must keep it up in the second half. Jien's anticipation also keeps growing. Then he suddenly asked Coach Tony about something. He asked him if it isn't time to put him in because the game doesn't seem like it'll be a loss. And most importantly, Gino is the ace of the team, so maybe they should let him rest because he seems really worn out right now. But that was just his imagination. Coach Tony asked him if he's feeling unwell, but he said he's all right. Then he asked if he can go to the restroom for a bit. Coach Tony got worried about his sudden actions in the middle of the game. He told Jien to go ahead. He turned on the faucet. He's thinking that he really came all the way to the restroom for no reason. He faced the mirror and told himself that he's really doing all sorts of things. Normally, this would have been a face-palm moment, but right now, it doesn't matter. It's finally time for the second half. The truth is, he really wanted to play soccer no matter what. Jiwoo also cheered for him at the back. And he's not sure if it's because of that anymore. Especially now that his expectations have become reality. Any minute now the second half will start. Coach Tony checked his watch. He called Andrea and Fabian all of a sudden. And finally, he also called Jien. He told them to start warming up. Jien got fired up thinking this is his chance to play. He really did his warm-up beside their coach. That's just really awful dude, and he's even happy that he tied his shoelaces really well. Coach Tony told him to do his warm-up on the side with the others. He's really doing all sorts of things to get noticed, but he honestly thinks that the situation isn't that great right now. Andrea, who is warming up alongside him, is Gino's successor and will soon move up to the starting lineup. He heard that he's a player who handles the ball exceptionally well too. He thought that their perception of him, who was practically neglected by the team, must be completely different. But then again, he have been a deadweight collecting wages for the past few months. He thought that maybe they're at least gonna send him in once just to make the most of it. Either way, he's ready to shine. 15 minutes have passed. He noticed that Coach Luca is signaling for a substitution. He sees that Coach Luca is coming to his way. Coach Luca announced for a player substitution. He anticipates who could it be. He thought that maybe it could be Andrea, or maybe Fabian, or a defender to secure the game. He anticipates Coach Luca's announcement. The audience also noticed that there's a substitution happening. The other guy said that maybe they'll swap out Gino because they're leading by 3 goals. So maybe Andrea is coming in, but then they noticed another guy who's wearing the number 20 jersey. Jiwoo smiled because she can finally see Jien in action. Her childhood friend, the self-proclaimed soccer genius, is finally gonna play his first match. Jien still can't believe that it's finally happening. But then he asked himself what's going on right now. Coach Luca shouted at him. He asked Jien if he heard him. He answered yes. He just really can't believe that he's being subbed in right now. Coach Luca advised him to play as he like without any pressure. He feels really nervous right now. The player substitution commence. He should be trembling like crazy right now, but he just wants to get out there and play. He really wants to keep the promise he made with Jiwoo to score a goal. Of course, keeping it would also expose his bluff. The match has resumed. Meanwhile, Jiwoo wants his teammates to pass the ball to him. She then shouts that they should pass to Jien because they've all had their chances to kick. She touched her chest. It's like her heart feels like it's going to burst. She felt a little boring earlier, but it has totally changed the moment Jien got on the field. She's not even the one playing, but she feels really nervous right now. Finally, they passed the ball to Jian. From the outside, he doesn't feel it, but on the field, it's really wild, he said. Simple passes back and forth feels like ticking bombs, and the opponents seems like predators. Unless he's a true genius, even a moment's distraction will get him devoured, so he needs to be careful. He needs to stay focused. The field may be wild, but here, he too is also starving. Jiwoo was amazed on what Jian was displaying right now. Jian runs and a defender follows him. He was confused that Domenico is moving into the same space, because that overlaps their routes. The other team's player said that two players with man markers heading into the same area. He thought that maybe they're slacking off just because they're leading. Jian's team made a pass. The other team was tricked and was shocked that they made a pass like that. They were shocked to see a pass in this situation. They tried guessing if they'll pass on to number 19 or number 5. Jian looked at his teammate. Turns out, number 5 was a decoy. They followed Jian quickly. But their defensive formation is now overlapping. Jian prepares for a play. The defenders were surprised on what he did. He's channeling his inner blue lock again. He then runs toward the enemy's goal area. Jiwoo was shocked to see how fast Jian can run. It was a pre-arranged play designed to confuse the markers. Coach Luca thought that the opponent, who normally left gaps between their defense and midfield, suddenly erased everything up to the back of the midfield. He wants Jian to show them what he's capable of. This is now his time. He sees that the space looks so huge. At this timing, if he subtly slow down the tempo, and scatter his gaze as if he's looking for passing options to the sides, they'll think he's looking for a passing lane. And maybe they'll take a step back and preemptively block the passing route. The goalkeeper noticed it and immediately shouted to his teammate to do something. Jian's there now in front of the penalty arc, but before the defender knew it, it was already too late. Coach Luca just smiled while watching Jian do his thing. And then, here it comes. Jian's very first strike in an actual game. The defender attempted to tackle him. But it was too late for him as Jian already kicked the ball. He knows this is gonna be it. Everyone was also witnessing something only a genius can execute, while Jiwoo kept saying that if he won't stop it, he'll die. The goalkeeper did his very best to block the shot, but just like they say, good defense but better offense. The simulation that Jian has been running in his head for 80 minutes has become reality. In the end, he kept his promise to Jiwoo. His teammates was also super amazed on what he did. They praised Jian for the milestone that he have achieved. He thought that it was a fantastic example. Or maybe it's because he's Korean that their praise is way too extravagant, and they're also saying that he's different. Coach Luca was also very glad and excited. He told Coach Tony that he was right all along about Jian's talent. Coach Tony told him to calm down already. That he should act properly because kids are watching. Coach Tony thought that Luca has every reason to be excited. He also thought that it was premature. But it was Coach Luca who insisted on putting Jian in. It was the first time he had seen Luca argue so strongly too, that they should trust Jian. He knows that Luca is probably the person who understands Jian's situation best. He praised Luca for what he have done for the team. Jian almost forgot one thing after his goal. He remembered that Jiwoo told him to find her first if he scores a goal. Now he starts to search for her on the crowd. He heard a girl shouting his name. It would be impossible for him to miss her like that. He decides to do something for Jiwoo. He stared at her while pointing his 2 fingers on his head, like a salute or a gesture. She was so shocked and flattered on what Jian just did. But he thinks it was a weird sign. It seems like he have created another cringe-worthy memory with Jiwoo. Later that day after the game was finished, Jian and Jiwoo are strolling again in the city of Italy. Jiwoo still believed that what Jian told her wasn't a lie. Jian asked what she means. She thought he was just trying to look good in front of her when he called himself a soccer genius or something. He answered, why would he lie just to look good in front of her? That's another lie. Jiwoo just laugh about it. Now he's bothered why she think it's funny. Then Jiwoo asked if he'll be playing in the next match from the start, which startled him. Because she knows that their next match is against a strong team. She remembered that he said today's opponent was weak. That's why he said he might not play, and now he regretted bringing that up. Jiwoo thinks that he'll be playing from the start in the next match since it's against a strong team. He thought that he just escaped one crisis, and now he's in another one again. Their next opponent is Napoli, and they're really a strong team. They're known for pushing up their defensive line to apply pressure across the entire field. As the third-ranked team in the group, this is a must-win game for them to secure a spot in the tournament, which is limited to the top two. And that team from Torino, it's an important match that they absolutely must win to compete for the top spot with Juventus, the first-place team in the group. In such an important match, he asked himself if someone like him who only played 10 minutes in a lower group game can even play, and again Jiwoo asked how many goals is he going to score. He answered he doesn't know if that's possible. Because he thinks he might not even make it to the bench, Jiwoo asked why it's impossible for him to score a goal. She told him that maybe he's not confident on himself. He just stared at her badly. He then brags again and said that she'll see it on game day. Jiwoo made fun of him and said that maybe this is what genius-level confidence looks like, but it's just empty bravado. He thought things would settle if he could just get through today, but it's spiraling out of control now. Jiwoo touched his head with 2 fingers and said she'll be looking forward to it. Then she imitated Jien's celebration when he first scored a goal. She laughed and kicked him. Jien got pissed and said he's leaving. Jiwoo apologized because she's just really having fun teasing him and asked if he's that upset, which Jien answered no. But he knows that this week is going to be really tough. And worrying won't change anything, so for now, he needs to focus on training. This week, he's positive that he'll definitely make it to the starting lineup. Monday came and their recovery training is now in progress. He only played for 15 minutes and now he's doing recovery training, which he thinks is embarrassing. Then someone called for all of their attention. It was Gino. He said that he just wanted to say hi to them before he leaves. Gino is leaving for another school. The other players wished him to do well out there, but Jien seems clueless about it and he's curious why everyone's giving some sort of a farewell greetings to him. He thought that maybe he's joining the U19 team, but he heard someone said that they'll gonna see him again soon, so he doesn't need to say goodbye, and they're sure that by the time he arrives there, he'll be on the starting lineup. He sees another player hug Gino. Looks like everyone seems to have grown really attached to him. He asked himself if he needs to say goodbye too, because he never even had a proper conversation with him. But then Gino called him, which startled him. He told him that it's a pity they couldn't get to know each other better. But he thanked Jien that because of him, Gino got promoted earlier, which confused Jien. He put his hand on Jien's shoulder all of a sudden. Then he told him that they should meet again. Jien asked himself what he meant by meeting again someday. And about thanking him that he got promoted early, he's still curious about all of it. But he doesn't care about that anymore, and Gino getting promoted is definitely a great news for everyone. If he can just surpass Andrea, he'll have a chance to be in the starting lineup next game. But looks like the heavens are helping him, so if that's the case, he just have to commit. And he's ready to give everything he's got in this week's training. The coach announced that everyone should gather around. He thought that he and Andrea should face each other head-on now. Andrea kicked the ball really hard to the goalpost, which startled the goalkeeper. One of his teammates thought that's some crazy power even for an inside kick. Jien's confidence started to drain again after seeing it. Meanwhile, Coach Tony and Coach Luca was talking about something really important at the office. Coach Luca said that he just dropped off Gino safely and Coach Tony applauded him for that. He thought that Gino was a skilled, well-behaved kid, so it feels bittersweet. Coach Tony asked if he's worried about it, because after all, Gino is more talented than the kids 2 to 3 years older than him. And based on skill alone, he should have been promoted a long time ago, which Coach Luca also agrees. It would have been nice to keep him in a bit longer, but the situation has changed now. Coach Tony said that it's time to focus on him. Coach Luca asked if he's talking about Lee Jien. Coach Tony answered who else could it be, and he also admits that Gino is undoubtedly a good player. But if they compare their potential, they have no choice but to side with Jien. Gino will advance to a higher class and learn there, while Jien will start building practical experience now. Coach Tony knows that it's the best choice for both of them. Coach Luca said yes, and the last match really confirmed it for him that Lee Jien has a higher potential than Gino. But he's a bit worried too. Coach Tony asked what it is. Because this time, the opponent is Napoli, so he's worried that Jien might lose his confidence. Coach Tony said that even so, selecting Jien for the starting lineup is an inevitable choice. and there's certainly some risk, but at the same time, there's no opportunity quite like this. Coach Luca asked what he meant by opportunity. Coach Tony answered that no matter how tough the opponent is, they're still at the U17 level, and he believes that GN's talent exceeds that level. So if he brings out his full capabilities and overcomes a strong team like Napoli, it will give GN the confidence he's been missing, all at once. And that shocked Coach Luca, so Coach Tony told him that they all need to pay attention to GN's performance. Since GN hasn't had a chance to actually play in matches, the club might feel there's a lack of solid evidence. Coach Luca asked what he meant by that. Coach Tony asked him back if he already have forgotten. He said that there's only a little time left before Lee GN's contract renewal. There was a man who's sitting in a computer and is watching the replay of the team's last game. He checked Lee GN's highlights when he scored a goal in the second half. He asked himself if he should keep a sharp eye on him. Turns out this man is the director of the Florence youth team, Mr. Paolo Rossini. The next day at Lee GN's house, there seemed to be a celebration going on. It turned out Jiwoo came over to his house to cook for them, and now she was teaching GN how to make great pasta because it was what she was good at. GN wasn't interested and was about to head back to his room, but Jiwoo got angry and stopped him from leaving, even threatening to unalive him if he left her. Jiwoo hit him with her elbow and told him she was trying to feed him something delicious, so he should just stay put and stop acting like a child. He complained because he thought Jiwoo was just there to practice her skills, but she didn't care and continued what she was doing, proceeding to put in the noodles. Then he noticed something from behind. His dad approved of Jiwoo and gave him a thumbs up, but in his mind, he wondered what his father meant. After Jiwoo finished cooking, they ate. GN's dad thought what Jiwoo made was really good, and it was just right that she was studying culinary arts abroad. Jiwoo appreciated his dad's comment on her cooking. Then he told Jiwoo to come over and cook more often for them, to which she said yes. GN's dad thought he was really loving Jiwoo's cooking because he was eating a lot. But then Jiwoo suddenly told him that he should score a goal this time because his Nuna made him pasta. It startled GN, almost making him spit out his food. He asked if it was really okay to talk about work while eating. His dad also said that he wished he could come too, but he was just too busy with work, and he apologized to GN for it. GN said it was totally fine because he understood his father's work. Earlier today, he also got a message from the team. He was going to be starting in the next match, and he couldn't believe that he was starting in such an important game. He kept thinking about his dad always apologizing for not being able to watch him play in the stadium because of work. But he understood his dad's situation. His father had even given up everything in Korea and came here for him. One time, when he had trouble at Juventus, he saw his dad get angry for the first time. His dad had always been his unwavering support, believing in him no matter what. That's why he could never feel disappointed in him, even though he couldn't watch his games. If anything, he felt sorry for his dad, but he promised that someday, he would make lots of money through soccer and spoil his father, but he just had to wait a little longer. Jiwoo suddenly asked again how many goals he was going to make this time, but he told her he wasn't telling her. She asked why. Then Jiwoo told his dad about GN's celebration after scoring a goal in his last game, which really annoyed GN, making him tell her to stop. GN apologized to his dad, saying that Jiwoo just talked too much, but his dad liked the way she was, especially her cooking. Jiwoo smiled and thanked his dad. While listening to them talk, GN thought about something. It was finally match day, but this time, he was ready. But honestly, he didn't know where this confidence he was feeling came from. Their captain encouraged them to keep talking and doing their best. Then he shouted, "Let's go. Viola." The word, Viola, referred to the team's purple color. They shouted a battle cry as the match was about to commence. GN focused his mind. He really thought he could do this. The game had finally started. Their captain reminded them to remember what they had heard during training, that their opponent would press hard from the start. But one of them already felt the pressure of the enemy as he looked at them. Even though he knew this was coming, he didn't expect it to be this bad. He passed the ball and told the next person to drop the line and not push up. They needed to move fast as their enemy was coming from behind. Coach Tony thought they were barely holding on, which left Coach Luca wondering. They didn't expect the pressure to be this strong, and now they were struggling just to avoid losing the ball, let alone building up plays. If this continued, their only solution would be risky long passes, but since their attackers were losing in aerial duels, this would put them at a disadvantage. Coach Luca asked what they should do if building up didn't work and long passes were risky. Coach Tony asked him back, "What do you think we should do?" Suddenly, Jien called his teammate who had the ball. Coach Tony said that someone needed to come back to receive the ball as Jien started sprinting in a different direction. Because even if their pressure looked perfect, it was impossible to have zero gaps. After all, a deep pressing opponent could still leave space behind, and Jien read it carefully. Even though it was a position where a teammate's pass could barely reach, it was still a narrow gap, said Coach Tony. Jien saw it as clear as day. His focus was just really different from these guys. He knew that the counter to a pressing strategy was a quick transition. And there was no point in holding the ball in their half for too long. He passed it to Bruno. Their opponents were surprised by what Jien had just done as Bruno was about to catch his pass. Bruno, who was a left winger, caught it smoothly and was now about to attack the goal. But even though he had already passed it to the wing, Jien couldn't just stand still there. He decided to map out his movement while watching both the marker and Bruno. He guessed Bruno's move, maybe he was about to do a cross. But knowing Bruno's style, there was no way he'd cut inside and shoot. After reading the situation, Jien decided to do his role, to feint as if he was cutting into the box. Their opponent's captain immediately shouted that someone had to mark number 20 because he was about to infiltrate the box. Jien managed to draw one defender deep into the box, which opened up a wider angle for Bruno's shot. Bruno realized it instantly and thanked Jien for the angle he gave him. Without hesitation, Bruno then did his thing. He shot the ball toward the opponent's goalpost. Jien stared at the ball as it passed him. He thought it was a curling shot with a spin. They were hoping it would go straight into the net, but it didn't go in. Bruno apologized to Jien for the missed shot. One of their teammates thought it was really close. But that didn't change the fact that they did great. Jien gave him a thumbs up and thought, that was really close. Their captain told them to get back and find their positions fast. But it was during this time that their opponent turned on the jets and struck back instantly. They didn't allow them to settle into position easily. They felt their offensive pressure instantly as the ball was moving at such a fast pace. Their captain also lost his marker as their opponents moved easily past them, like there were no defenders at all. Jien noticed that something was wrong. Their team was full of skilled players, but he asked himself why they were making so many mistakes right now. Even if Napoli was a strong team, they shouldn't have been struggling this much against them, and now they were about to score first. Their opponent threw an aerial pass, and at this point, it was too late for the defender. Napoli used a header to score the first goal. Jien thought that under this constant pressure, they made the mistake of losing their marks. And it resulted in the opponent's first score. Now that they had scored first, they could only expect the pressing to be as tight as ever, and changing the flow wouldn't be easy. And yet, there was a thought that kept coming to his mind. That he was going to carry this team on his back. He really thought he could do it. The score is now 0-1 in favor of Napoli. The game is just starting to get more intense. After conceding the first goal, their match became even more difficult. Jien thinks they're losing in the press, so they can't build up at all this time. Napoli, now in the lead, is running the game even tighter, making it even harder to pass. But somehow, they need the ball to move forward to make something happen. They can't continue like this. Because if this continues, they'll just be stuck in this frustrating situation over and over until the game ends. But then, they made a trapping error. He needs to think fast as time is running out. Suddenly, their captain made a move. It resulted in an out-of-bounds play, and they retained possession. He told everyone to get it together and that they must do something to make the game more interesting. The captain did his role in encouraging his players to play their game until the chances would come. This was not the time for them to lose heart. Coach Tony was impressed that he used hustle play to motivate his teammates at this critical moment. He smiled, seeing the leadership of his team's captain, and it surely motivated them. Jien also thinks that now's not the time to get distracted as he focuses more on the game. He knows that his chance will eventually come. They have finally broken through the enemy's press, and now they have to pass it forward. Number 8 called GN to receive the ball. But he noticed that the defensive spacing in the back is tight. So in that case, this time, he won't drive it himself. He proceeds to use his teammates for the ball to move forward. Now they have completely broken through the press. All they have to do now is move past the midfield line with passing plays, and he smiles. But then he suddenly notices something. He doesn't know what's going on. He sees that the teammates who should be nearby aren't there yet. Coach Tony immediately understands his situation. GN doesn't realize it yet, but there's a class difference even within the same team. It turns out the other player's movements can't keep up with GN's expectations, meaning he just reads the play too fast. He's thinking that if he waits for them here, the timing will be too late. Coach Tony just observes what he's going to do in this situation. But for GN, he's thinking about something and thought he must have completely lost it, but he doesn't care. He then sprints and moves forward, surprising their opponent's defense. He attacks forward and faces the defense head-on. One of them thought that GN would wait for his teammates again and switch to passing plays like before. He warned his teammates to stay wide and secure the space first. But GN had other plans. He made it past the first defender. They didn't think he was really going for a solo run. They immediately made a move to stop him. But he was just too focused right now. He knew it wasn't easy, but he realized this was his best choice at the moment. He finally made it through. Napoli's captain really misjudged it because GN wasn't waiting for passing plays. GN's plan was to keep breaking through their press until he got a clear shot. They did everything to stop him. They closed in so he wouldn't get near the box. The door to the goal was now closing as defenders formed a wall. He wasn't sure if he could still make it through. But it wasn't about whether he could or couldn't, because he was left with no options now. He had to break through no matter what, so he did his best. And even he was surprised that he was able to make it past them. Coach Luca couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. He thought GN was just turning insane right now, but Coach Tony told him to quiet down. And finally, they were almost there. The goalkeeper prepared himself as he saw GN approaching to attack the goal. It was a one-on-one situation now. He spread his arms to narrow down the shooting angle. But again, GN summoned his inner blue lock as he prepared to shoot. The goalkeeper dared him to shoot. He told GN that the near post angle was already closed off. But GN was now locked in on his target. Without hesitation, he struck. The player who pretended to be a soccer genius made his own play. All those defenders he had passed through, it would be a waste if he didn't do this. He poured his heart and soul into that kick, hoping it would go in. He did everything he could. He then stood back up. He wondered if it really went in. But now, he saw his teammates smiling and celebrating something. He wondered what was going on and why they were acting like that. He looked at the enemy's goal post. And the ball had ripped the net. It was an insane run for GN, and it ended really well. He couldn't believe that he actually did it. He scored their first goal. In the 40th minute of the first half, GN's super goal happened, and the score was now tied. Coach Luca couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. GN faced the opponent head-on, alone, and scored a goal. He called Coach Tony and asked if he had seen it, which was ridiculous because Tony was standing right beside him. Even Coach Tony was in awe of GN's goal. He asked how many meters GN had broken through alone. Coach Luca estimated it must have been at least 40 or 50 meters, which was truly astonishing. Coach Tony thought that what GN had just done was insane. After a quick 2-on-1 pass with a teammate, GN launched into a bold and swift solo run. When the goalkeeper narrowed the angle toward the near post, he shot straight into the far post for the goal. What GN did was a wonder goal, created by sprinting across half the field alone. Coach Tony then remarked that this goal was significant, leaving Coach Luca wondering why. He told him to look at the faces of their opponents. They were all shocked. It was clear that none of them had seen it coming. Coach Tony laughed as he pointed this out. Napoli's coaching staff were now baffled because they had no idea who number 20 on Fiorentina's team was. Coach Luca simply laughed at their reactions. He had expected GN to be nervous since it was his first time starting, but he was flying out there. Coach Tony said that such things were to be expected. GN was just playing the way he trained, but Napoli couldn't seem to handle him alone. Coach Luca believed GN must have instinctively realized it was more manageable than he had expected. Coach Tony suddenly smiled. He was just happy to have the chance to watch his players grow in real time. It was thrilling and electrifying. That, of course, was the magic of youth teams, he thought, as he smiled widely. The first half ended, and the players were in the locker room. They were arguing about the mistakes they had made in the first half and discussing how they needed to improve for the second half. Jien thought that, to outsiders, it might seem like they were fighting, but in reality, they were just passionately giving and taking feedback, something that came naturally in Italian conversations. An empty can of energy drink dropped to the floor, but the argument continued. Jien thought they were just a bit intense in how they expressed themselves, or maybe they really were fighting. Either way, he wasn't sure. Suddenly, he thought of something else. He realized he had been out of his mind when scoring that last goal. Even he couldn't believe he had done it all by himself. He wondered if the goalkeeper had simply given him a free kick or if he had just gotten really lucky. But it would have been a different story if the shot hadn't gone in. Still, the plays he had thought about and practiced had actually worked. He may have overdone it a bit, and his stamina was becoming a concern. He considered the goal a lucky shot, but mixed with his ability. Coach Luca then called everyone to gather around. He warned them to be careful of counterattacks during the build-up, but Jien was thinking that the opponent hadn't really seen what he did. Coach Luca encouraged them not to be scared out there. And so, the second half began. Jien thought that luck had played a role, but he was sure it wasn't just luck that got him that goal. He knew he could do it again in the second half. Suddenly, someone tapped his shoulder. It was Bruno. He told Jien that he had been amazing in the first half and encouraged him, saying they would make something happen together in the second half. Jien was shocked to hear those words from Bruno, but it seemed to boost his confidence, and he suddenly felt great. Then, he noticed someone in the audience who distracted him. It was Jiwoo. She was there, but she wasn't looking at Jien. Her expression seemed strangely sad. Suddenly, he remembered something really important. He had forgotten about the celebration he had planned to do whenever he scored a goal, which was inspired by Jiwoo's pose the other day. He had promised to look for her when he scored and do that celebration with her. Now, he started to panic in the middle of the game. If the match ended like this, he knew Jiwoo's endless nagging would be intense. Not to mention the lies he had told her about being a genius. Now he needed to score another goal, no matter what. He suddenly yelled out his feelings, then quickly said it had nothing to do with a celebration for Jiwoo or anything. Coach Tony heard him and suddenly called him over. He asked if Jien was all right. Jien had assumed Coach Tony wasn't watching him, so he asked what he meant. Coach Tony told him he looked really tired. He told Jien that if he felt like he couldn't keep going, he could raise his hand immediately for a substitution. Jien suddenly realized he was out of breath. When had this started? Maybe he was just overexerting himself since it had been a while since he started a match. Now that he noticed it, his body felt heavy, and he was struggling to breathe. Coach Tony reminded him again to raise his hand if needed. From a coach's perspective, preparing a substitution was natural, but if that was the case, Jien needed to focus even more now. If he got subbed off, he would have about 10 minutes left at best. So, in those 10 minutes, he needed to score another goal. The referee signaled the start of the second half. Both sides had scored one goal each. Then, a defender suddenly stuck to Jien. He wondered what kind of defense they were using. It seemed odd because the center back was almost in the same line as him. Coach Tony already knew what was happening. Napoli had pushed their already high defensive line even further. Coach Luca observed that they were determined to score another goal no matter what. Both coaches understood what Napoli's coach was aiming for, but they believed he was making a mistake. With the defensive line pushed up, the space behind was completely exposed. For Jien, this kind of situation was an opportunity, said Coach Tony. Jien thought ahead and noticed that the opponent's attacking pattern was focused on the left side. Because of that, the opposite side was left wide open. If their defense could intercept the ball even once, the perfect spot for a counterattack would be in the space on the left side of the opponent's field. Then, he activated his instincts. They successfully intercepted the ball, and Jien immediately called for it. They passed it to him. The opponent immediately moved to mark him, not allowing him to turn around. As the defender anticipated Jien's movement, he was unprepared for what was about to happen. Jien passed the ball at an impossible angle, a pass to the left wing, headed for Bruno once again. Coach Tony smiled. He had expected nothing less from Jian. He knew the opponent would keep targeting the left side, so he had already planned to use the opposite space for the counterattack. The defender marking Jian thought there was no need to panic. He assumed they were just using the same counterattack pattern from the first half. He shouted to his teammates to mark number 20. They had already marked number 11, Bruno, but now number 20 was also cutting into the box. But Bruno was just a macro striker who only cut inside to shoot. Then Jian suddenly moved to the side. It turned out they had only been faking it. Jian ran past all of them. By the time they realized it, Bruno was already about to pass the ball to Jian. The defenders attacked Bruno, expecting him to shoot. But to their surprise, he didn't. It was a pass all along. Jian had the ball now. He took a shot from an almost impossible angle. As the ball flew, he anxiously wondered, will it go in? As the ball spun through the air, Jian watched it intently, thinking that he might have kicked it too far. However, he was wrong all along. The goalkeeper attempted to block it, but the result was clear. He had scored another goal. He stared at the ball ripping through the net, determined to remember this goal, unlike the last one. Immediately, he searched for the person who was the reason he had to score this goal in the first place. He spotted Jiwoo celebrating, screaming something, but he couldn't hear her due to the overwhelming noise. With his heart pounding, he prepared to do the celebration. He didn't even know why he was doing the celebration that Jiwoo had mocked him for, but strangely, he remembered the time he walked home with her, and that thought filled him with excitement. He looked at her as he performed the celebration, pointing 2 fingers at his temple. The match finally ended, and both coaches shook hands. Napoli's coach asked Coach Tony if he was going to continue playing dumb before inquiring about the player wearing the number 20 jersey. Coach Tony simply stated that he was Gino's replacement, but Napoli's coach laughed. Coach Tony recalled that Napoli's coach had also participated in the program that discovered Jian's talent 3 years ago. Napoli's coach remarked that it was obvious Coach Tony had been nurturing the kid and demanded to know where he really came from. Coach Tony explained that they had brought him from Juventus, but the opposing coach hadn't heard of the kid's name there and asked if he was a rookie. Coach Tony clarified that Jian was not a rookie and had been there for 3 years, though he hadn't been able to play for some reason. Napoli's coach found the explanation unbelievable and argued that with Jian's skill, he should be the ace of a team. Coach Tony simply responded that he was working on it. Napoli's coach still couldn't believe that Fiorentina had managed to snatch such a talented player from Juventus. He congratulated Coach Tony on the victory and remarked that his Korean player performed well today. This comment irritated Coach Tony, who immediately asked what he meant by that. It turned out that Napoli's coach had also been eyeing another Korean player, but that player was no longer a youth athlete, he was a monstrous defender. Coach Tony asked what he was planning, but Napoli's coach only responded that they should prepare for their next match, as the outcome would be different next time. Coach Tony told him to get lost. Before leaving, Napoli's coach asked if Jian had already signed a professional contract. Coach Tony didn't answer and instead told him to scram. As the opposing coach finally left, Coach Tony thought to himself that the man needed to learn his place. However, he also knew that after today's performance, Jian would be drawing interest from many others. Jian's performance had been nothing short of genius. He truly shone in the midst of challenges. In the locker room, the team celebrated their hard-fought victory over Napoli. They praised Jian for his outstanding performance, and he could hardly believe that he was now the centerpiece of their team. After all, he was literally the reason they won. Both of his goals had been spectacular, and to top it off, they came against Napoli, a team with one of the best defensive records in the league. However, Jian suddenly announced that he needed to leave. His teammates protested, telling him to stay since he was the star of the match and they were still celebrating. But they couldn't stop him, he had to catch up with Jiwoo. In the end, they let him go, though they wondered why he was always in such a rush. Maybe he was just really busy. Jian didn't leave immediately. Instead, he lingered outside the locker room, contemplating. Winning a tough match against a formidable opponent made him consider staying and celebrating longer. However, his body felt as if he were carrying a ton of bricks. He lacked the energy to revel in the victory with his team. Besides, someone was waiting for him outside. Jiwoo called out to him. She was the other reason he had to leave quickly. Greeting him with a bright smile, she teased him about how hard he had worked to win the game for the team. She even offered to carry his bag, but Jien declined, saying she was too small to carry it. She reminded him that she had been taller than him until elementary school. Jien playfully asked when that had been. He then took her bag instead and suggested they go, admitting he was exhausted from the game. Jiwoo, however, noticed that despite his exhaustion, he seemed to be in a good mood. He suddenly stared at her, realizing that he had almost forgotten the lies he had told her. He mentioned that the manager and the coach had complimented him after the game. Jiwoo asked what kind of compliments, and Jien responded that while he often received praise, today was different, it was more than usual. Jiwoo asked why that mattered to him. Jien admitted that even back when he was still in Korea, he had never been praised like this before. There had always been criticism before any praise. In the past, even when he did something amazing, no one would acknowledge it, yet he still felt good about it. Jiwoo asked why he was so moved by this, then assured him that from now on, she would give him all the compliments he needed until he got bored of them. At that moment, Jien realized something. There was one person who had always had his back, always given him confidence whenever he felt down. That person was Jiwoo. No matter the situation, she had always been there, cheering him up even when the odds weren't in his favor. It dawned on him why he had lied to her and why he had done everything just to impress her. She was the only one who believed in him, and he wanted to live up to that belief. He had lied because he didn't want to shatter it. And now, he wanted to keep doing everything in his power to turn her belief into reality. He just hoped he wouldn't get caught lying in the process. After all, his goal was to become the real soccer genius she believed him to be. Suddenly, he called out to Jiwoo and offered to buy her a gelato. Now that he was earning money from soccer, he could afford it. Jiwoo was impressed and told him that he had really grown a lot. The next day at practice, Jien approached Coach Tony, saying he had something to discuss. However, Coach Tony told him to do some runs first, which made Coach Luca wonder what was going on. He advised Jien to take it easy. Coach Luca then asked Coach Tony if something was wrong. Coach Tony replied that it was nothing. Jien had simply asked if he could use the training ground after team practice for personal training. Coach Luca was surprised that Jien had made such a request. Even Coach Tony found it hard to believe. Coach Luca teased him, saying he must have been moved when Jien asked that. Coach Tony then told Jien that Coach Luca would assist him after the practice match was over. Of course, they couldn't just leave him alone. Helping him was part of their job, and they were getting paid for it. Coach Luca agreed, but this time, there would be no early leave for him. Jien hoped he hadn't just delayed the coach's departure for no reason. He realized he needed to work on his stamina after this match. Not only that, but he also had to improve his dribbling, shooting, and every other aspect of his game. He needed to become a complete player. He had wasted too much time over the past 3 years, and now, he had to catch up through training. The next day, at the office, Coach Luca informed Coach Tony that Paulo was coming to watch their next game. Coach Tony asked if Luca had sent the video to him. Coach Luca confirmed that he had, but Paulo said he wouldn't believe anything until he saw Jien in person. Given his age, Paulo was an old-fashioned guy. Coach Tony suspected that Paulo was trying to lowball the contract. He told Coach Luca that they needed to prepare even more carefully for the next game. This was not just any match, it was one that could change the future of Fiorentina and, more importantly, the future of Jien. Jien was confused about why his other teammates were congratulating someone. They were congratulating Bruno for securing a professional contract for their team, and he thanked everyone as well. He wondered what all the noise was about, and it turned out it was for Bruno. Bruno promised everyone that he would treat them all this Friday. Everyone was jealous of Bruno, but they were also happy for him since he had finally secured a professional contract. Someone asked how much he was earning now, so Bruno told them how much he was making per week. He was doubtful at first about whether he should disclose it, but then he proceeded to say that he was earning 10 times his previous salary, around €2,000 per week. Everyone was shocked when they heard him, especially Jien. That was equivalent to all of their salaries combined. Jien couldn't believe how it was possible. Bruno explained that a player's weekly wage jumps 10 times when he signs a professional contract, and now he was thinking about buying the latest soccer cleats. Jian calculated his salary, which was around 200,000 won per week. Multiplying it by 10, it would become 2 million won. He imagined that if something like that happened to him, he wouldn't even know what to do first. Maybe he would pay for rent, groceries, and fix their washing machine. He would also buy his dad a car and treat Jiwoo to something delicious. When he thought about it, Bruno actually deserved it for being a good player. He then approached Bruno and congratulated him as well. Bruno thanked him and invited him to join the celebration on Friday if he was free. Jian said he would try to make time for it. Coach Luca then called for their attention to gather around because their training was about to start. Jian admitted he was a little jealous of Bruno's professional contract. Now he hoped to get good results in his next contract as well. He wanted it so badly. But knowing that he had practically been a salary thief for the past few months, he felt guilty about it and thought it was kind of wrong for him to expect anything like that. After the team training, Jian proceeded with his personal training with Coach Luca. He gave it his all during the session, inspired by his new goal of securing a professional contract like Bruno. Coach Luca challenged him to try to get past him. Jian used everything in his skill set, upper body feints and foot feints, but Coach Luca just laughed and told him that none of those moves were going to work against him. Jian quickly realized that facing an opponent at a much higher level in soccer was a completely different experience. Those moves had worked earlier, but now they weren't getting him anywhere. Coach Luca told him that those tricks wouldn't work twice against him. Jian now had to think of a new strategy because simply running wouldn't work against Coach Luca. He needed something that would throw off his timing. Jian finally came up with a new approach. He attacked Coach Luca, who anticipated a move to the left. However, it turned out to be a feint, and Jian went to the right. He thought he had finally gotten past him, but Coach Luca had already read that move. But then Jian executed another move, a step over, which caught Coach Luca by surprise. He thought Jian was going left again, but that rightward motion had been another feint, throwing Coach Luca off balance. This was Jian's chance to get past him, and he finally did so successfully. Coach Luca complimented Jian's skills, admitting that he had been completely fooled by that move. However, Jian thought Coach Luca was just overreacting and had let him through on purpose. Coach Luca said that Jian's flow was already good and asked if he wanted to go another round. Jian gladly accepted and vowed to do his best. He was grateful that his coach was helping him with personal training after team practice. Coach Luca advised him to incorporate more psychological feints into his game. Even though Coach Luca stayed with him to ensure there was no risk of injury and to control his training load, it felt like Jian had his own personal trainer. Not only was he getting specialized training, but Coach Luca also encouraged him to attempt more difficult techniques, which Jian eagerly accepted. Strength training, however, felt like pure punishment. At first, Jian felt more burdened than grateful, but since Coach Luca trained him so enthusiastically and without showing any annoyance, Jian was able to focus solely on improving. Jian was so grateful that he wanted to repay Coach Luca for all the help he had given him. But the intense strength training was exhausting. At some point, he didn't even have time to think about gratitude. He found himself swearing in Korean because the training was beyond tiring. After the session, Coach Luca handed Jian a bottle of water to replenish himself. Suddenly, Coach Luca smiled while Jian was drinking, which left him confused. Coach Luca asked if he was already tired, but Jian couldn't answer right away. Coach Luca proceeded to explain that strength training was exhausting but also the most rewarding in the end. There was a sense of accomplishment in it, and if Jian kept pushing himself, he was confident that his future self would be better than he was today. He knew that if he repeated this training dozens, or maybe hundreds, of times, he could truly become a real soccer genius, especially in the eyes of someone important to him. Jian suddenly called out to Coach Luca and thanked him for helping him that day. Coach Luca, however, asked what exactly he was thanking him for. Jian said it was for training him so hard every day. Coach Luca told him that training players was his job, and if they worked hard, he would be the one feeling grateful. Jian then murmured that he would surely repay Coach Luca one day. Coach Luca asked if he was serious about repaying him, then laughed, which made Jian feel embarrassed. But Coach Luca told him that if he really wanted to repay him, all he needed to do was perform well in this week's game. Jian immediately agreed. Jian then asked why this week's game was so important. Coach Luca explained that it was a crucial match, but he wasn't trying to pressure him. He just wanted to tell him that Jian would receive fair compensation for his efforts if he performed well. Because he had been a player once himself, Coach Luca knew that there were no coincidences on the field. He suddenly mentioned a deflected goal, which confused Jian. He clarified that there were no coincidences in soccer, everything was calculated. To take one lucky shot, a player must have taken hundreds of shots during training. He told Jian that nothing happens by chance and then tapped his shoulder. Coach Luca advised him to believe in himself more, and in doing so, others would recognize his true value. He explained that the world's best striker doesn't need anyone but himself. Jian smiled and said he understood now. All he needed to do was believe in himself more and keep those words in his heart. He had already prepared for the match with the mindset of pushing himself to the limit. But on the day of the match, something unexpected happened. Jian couldn't believe what he had just heard. Coach Tony asked him if he was listening to what he was saying. Jian said he understood, but he thought it was too sudden. Coach Tony declared that in today's match, the team would match everything to Jian's tempo. Jian would be responsible for initiating the team's attacks. Jian suddenly felt immense pressure upon hearing Coach Tony's words. In short, he would be leading everything in today's match. Coach Luca apologized to Jian because he hadn't known about this decision in advance. Jian couldn't help but panic because of the sudden escalation of his role. Finally, the game was about to start in the soccer stadium of Montebo. A man was yelling about something on his tablet, talking about holes here and there. It turned out that the man was Mr. Paolo Rossini, the director of the Florence youth team, and he was complaining about the money that was leaking out. He was accompanied by another man who looked like an executive from Jian's soccer team. The executive mentioned that the U17 team was unusually large this year. Mr. Rossini couldn't agree more because the funds coming in were limited, and managing it all was a real challenge. The man with glasses commented that handling all these players at once took a huge chunk of money from the organization. Rossini responded, saying that was exactly his point. As he checked the list of players, he came across Jian's profile, a 16-year-old player from South Korea. The man with glasses pointed at Jian, who was wearing number 20, and mentioned that he was the kid they brought in from Gioventu. However, Rossini dismissed him as a salary thief. The man with glasses asked what he meant, to which Rossini replied that a professional team wasn't a charity organization for players like Jian. Rossini continued, saying that they had brought Jian all the way from Gioventu, yet he hadn't played a single game. Not only that, but according to Rossini, Jian hadn't shown any improvement either. Jian's team was now wearing their away jerseys, and it looked somewhat awkward on him. The man with glasses countered that Jian had recently played in a match and performed well. It was against Napoli, a strong team. However, Rossini remained unimpressed, stating that it was only 2 games. Yet, in his mind, he was, of course, impressed with the 2 goals Jian had scored against such a strong team. The man with glasses argued that if Jian was as good as Coach Tony claimed, there was no reason to delay his contract. If they messed this up, he would surely be snatched up by other teams. Rossini admitted that was precisely why he had come, to see if the kid was truly worthy of a professional contract. The man with glasses remained firm, saying that regardless of what Rossini thought, he trusted Coach Tony's judgment. Rossini then asked what was so special about number 20 as he widened his eyes to observe how Jian would perform. Meanwhile, Jian suddenly began feeling uneasy. The pressure from the past few days resurfaced due to the change in his role. Even though their opponent today was a weaker team and he had done his part in the last game, he still couldn't believe he had been given such a significant role, thanks to Coach Tony. It was a lot of pressure. But there was no backing out now. He had to prove that he was a soccer genius. The joy he once felt when he overcame his limits, he wanted to experience that again. He had felt it enough while training with Coach Luca. Looking over at him, Jian raised his fist as a signal. Coach Luca responded with a fist signal of his own. Just as Coach Luca had said, all Jian needed to do was trust himself a little more and play with confidence. Now, he was ready to lead the team in today's match. Their team was on defense, and Jian immediately sprinted toward the opponent. As per Coach Tony's instructions, the team followed Jian's tempo, pushing up together. Jian's approach was to be careful in attack and bold in defense and pressure. That was the basis of this game's operation. They aimed to maintain possession and deny the opponent any chance to make a play. As a result, the opposing team started looking nervous. All Jian needed to do was score a goal, and they proceeded to trap their opponents. The opposing team attempted a pass, which startled Jian slightly, but it was an irresponsible long pass. There was no way their striker could reach it, and their team intercepted the ball due to that careless play. Now, possession was theirs. First, they moved the ball around in their half to observe the opponent's reactions. Jian noticed that a forward, who had been positioned in their half, had dropped all the way back to his own half to tighten the defensive line. The opposing team was clearly preparing to pressure their attack, but Jian was no longer worried about that. The opponents were in full defensive mode with no intention of coming forward. In short, they weren't trying to take the ball aggressively. Jian knew that there were two ways to break through a defensive line that was waiting like that. One was to draw the defense to one side as if breaking through, then quickly switch to the other side and attack. He decided to go for a high, long pass before immediately running in the ball's direction. He also knew that another strategy involved creating a crack in the defense with a dribble breakthrough. However, he didn't need to overthink which method was better. If he succeeded with the second method first, the first method would become much easier. He called for his teammates to close the gap. One of the opponent's defenders became frustrated, realizing that Jian's team was simply passing the ball around. He was getting impatient, wondering how long they planned to continue doing this. Jian was simply waiting for the opponent's defense to loosen up as a result of their continuous, slow attack. Then, at the right moment, he switched gears, turning on the jets and dribbling straight into the opponent's defense. As he advanced, Jian felt his field of vision open up. He also felt the intense gaze of the defenders. They realized he wasn't going to pass but was instead aiming to break through them. The defenders quickly adjusted their formation to stop him, but Jian ignored everything except the single defender in front of him. He knew that if he got past just one defender, it would become much easier for his team to attack. Using the tactics he had practiced with Coach Luca, he executed upper body feints to disrupt the defender's balance, causing him to falter. The man with glasses pointed out to Rossini that the number 20 player, the one they had brought from Gioventu, was doing something incredible. But Rossini dismissed him again, calling him a salary thief. He insisted that he was only there to determine whether Jian was truly worthy of a professional contract and to confirm whether Coach Tony's assessment had been correct. Jian was determined to prove to Rossini that he deserved a professional contract. He was about to create a play for their first goal. He understood that each reaction from the opponents would leave an open space. After bypassing the initial defenders, he found himself in a one-on-one situation with the opponent's fullback. However, another defender was closing in from behind. He needed to act quickly before he lost his window of opportunity. He faked a back pass, baiting the defender, then immediately switched into a direct cross. The defender recovered just in time and attempted to block him, but Jian executed a return pass. The defender was furious. He hadn't expected a return pass to be possible in that position, and now he was running around, chasing Jian in frustration. Jian faced yet another defender, using a fake and a step over to get past him, just as he had practiced with Coach Luca. He was confident that these defenders weren't better at defending than Coach Luca himself. Finally, Jian reached the front of the box. He debated whether to take the shot immediately or attempt a cross first. But he summoned his inner ego and chose to trust himself. With all the hard work he had put in over the past few days, he knew he could do it. He took the shot. The ball ripped through the net. Jian had scored the first goal for his team. Coach Tony smiled in awe, having expected nothing less from the genius. Team Fiorentino had struck the first goal. Coach Tony knew that Mr. Rossini was somewhere in the stands. He wondered if the old man still doubted his judgment on his players, especially Li Jian. Meanwhile, Mr. Rossini sat in shock, having just witnessed Jian's performance in real time.
Their game continues. Opponents now prepare to defend their goal against Jian. All of them are now anticipating what Jian will do, and they're just doing all they can to stop him. They run towards him as their captain told them to make sure the ball doesn't get through. The goalkeeper even told them to stop Jian even if it means fouling him. Looks like they're being desperate right now. Jian is about to shoot the ball, but the goalkeeper thinks he can't shoot from that range. But Jian proceeds to shoot the ball from quite a distance. And again, he scores a goal. The goalkeeper couldn't do anything but watch the ball go right past him and into the net. Now all of them are asking, where in the world did such a genius come from? Rossini couldn't believe what he was witnessing. It was a masterclass from Jian, and now they're up 0-3 against Empoli. His teammates praised Jian for the brilliance he's showing and for leading the team toward an up-and-coming victory. The executive was impressed that after he solo dribbled the ball, he scored the first goal and assisted the second with his wide vision. And after seeing the third goal, which was a long-range shot, it just proves that Jian's play patterns are so diverse. Rossini told Roberto, the executive, that they have to do it. He told him to look up the salary negotiation details for Patricio Chiesa. Roberto was surprised because he knew that the player Rossini was asking about came from their own youth team. Roberto said that he's doing really well in Juventus now, and he asked Rossini why he brought it up, but Rossini told him he asks too many questions. Rossini looked it up himself and saw the kid's salary from 2015 to 2018. Rossini asked Roberto to call the club immediately, which surprised Roberto. Rossini smiled and told him they're going to need more funds for what they're about to do. Somehow, he admitted that Coach Tony was right about Gian as Roberto was calling the club, and he's sure he'll get the best deal today. After the match ended, they dropped off Gian in the city. Then he thanked them as he got off the bus. Suddenly, one of his teammates, who is their captain, gave him something. Well, it was just a local energy drink in the country. Gian was shocked as his captain told him that he looked really tired during today's game while handing the energy drink to him. He accepted the drink while still confused, and his captain told him not to worry about it. Then his captain told him, "Good job today, our striker." The bus then took off, leaving Gian still confused about what the captain said to him. He was still confused about what the captain said. He couldn't believe that the captain really recognized him as their striker. It's a feeling he had never experienced while in Juventus. Because after all, he had never really thought of his team or the city as special as that. Because for him, at best, it was just a job in a city he temporarily lived in, but it kind of feels different now. He now feels more attached to Florence. He thought that maybe it's because his bond has grown stronger since Jiwo arrived, and playing his role in the team has had an effect on it. He thought that maybe that is the reason, and the place that he sees every day on his way to their practice. He didn't really think there would come a time that it would feel so endearing, and he had only been away for a day. Now he decides to take a light jog or something. He felt that he had finally returned to his home. When he got home, he immediately opened the door and said, "I'm back." But he was surprised that his dad still hadn't come back yet from work. Then he went to his room and lay down on his bed. He still can't get over today's match. He couldn't believe he really played for 70 minutes, scored 2 goals, and had 1 assist. He starts to giggle as he was thinking that what he did wasn't bad at all because he only did his part. Then he said it was all thanks to the strength training that he was able to play 10 minutes longer than the last match, and he even scored 1 more goal. Especially since both goals he scored were in situations similar to those when he trained with Coach Luca, he thinks that it feels even more rewarding. Now he thinks that might be the reason why Coach Luca was so happy during the game. But suddenly he gets serious and thought that it wasn't really a satisfactory match, if he were to be completely honest. He definitely made an impact for sure, but the problem is that all of it was concentrated in the first 30 minutes of the game. He really just pushed himself a bit too much when Coach Tony told him to be confident. And that was the reason why he got exhausted after just 30 minutes, and he spent time just passing and making it feel like the game was at a standstill. Because naturally, since the coach entrusted him with the lead, if his tempo drops, then the whole team's tempo will inevitably drop too. Now he starts to worry about it and said he still has a long way to go. He kind of regrets that he hasn't played with a bit more responsibility and composure. And they just got lucky that their opponent was Empoli, because if it had been a stronger team, then they might have turned the tables because of him. Now he thinks that today's victory was due to pure luck and nothing more. But still, he couldn't believe he was able to do those moves like breakthroughs through dribbling, recording an assist, and scoring goals from mid-range shots. But it would be wrong if he just thought of those plays as simple luck. He believes that what happened during the game wasn't just simple coincidences, but rather things he accomplished with his own abilities. because no matter what it is, he felt better just believing in it. He faced the mirror and looked at his body and said, "I don't feel the same anxiousness that I used to." It would have been great if his dad saw him during the game, but he was late. He was kind of disappointed that Ji-woo and his dad couldn't watch today's match. Earlier that day, while his father was running on his way to the game, he suddenly received a call. His dad thought it was Jian who called him, but it wasn't. His dad's eyes looked shocked after knowing who was calling him. Now his dad is thinking that they seem to have a huge problem. He asked himself why the heck the front office of Florence suddenly called him right now.
The next day, Ji-woo cooked something special for Ji-yan. It was her specialty, the special bacon cream risotto. He saw that the apron he bought for her as a back-to-school gift already had some smears on it too. He ate the risotto anyway, and Ji-woo asked him how it tasted, even though he hadn't even put it in his mouth yet. He just replied, "It's alright," which angered Ji-woo a little, so he told her it was delicious. Ji-woo smiled after what he said. Of course it had to be good because of his taste buds. Now it's his dad's turn to taste Ji-woo's risotto. But they were both surprised to see the nonchalant expression on Ji-yeon's dad's face after tasting the food. His dad always praised Ji-woo's cooking, saying everything she made was delicious, but now he's confused about what's going on. Ji-woo said that even though this is her first time making risotto and it's already good, she's sure it's going to be amazing later on. Ji-yeon thinks that there's a battle going on between the two. What he really planned was to invite Ji-woo over for dinner after his dad got off from work. But when she heard that his dad was going to cook, Ji-woo hurriedly volunteered to do it instead because she had already tasted his dad's cooking before. But since he complimented Ji-woo's food, it seems like his dad, who takes pride in his cooking, is feeling a bit displeased. His dad even said that risotto isn't really a difficult dish to make, and that seemed to trigger Ji-woo. Ji-woo told Ji-yeon's dad that she learned the taste of an easy dish can vary greatly depending on who makes it. His dad replied to Ji-woo that Ji-yeon doesn't usually eat risotto at restaurants, but he always enjoys the one he makes with shrimp. Ji-woo faked her smile. Ji-woo told Ji-yeon that maybe he likes bacon more than shrimp, but his dad said he likes shrimp better, which puts Ji-yeon in a tight spot. Now the two become more competitive about what Ji-yeon really likes more. So he told them that he doesn't really care about it. Then he said that he just likes sandwiches more, but he told himself the last time his dad added some weird ingredients, it was horrible. Ji-woo was surprised when she heard what Ji-yeon said, while his dad laughed and said that his actual specialty is making sandwiches. He sees Ji-woo getting upset that he accidentally picked his dad over her about it. But then Ji-woo asked him if what he said was a lie, and Ji-yeon got confused about it. Ji-woo told him that he lied when he said he scored 2 goals today because she couldn't see it. Ji-yeon replied that he wouldn't lie about something like that, but Ji-woo still insisted that what he said was a lie. Ji-yeon couldn't understand what's happening to Ji-woo. He needs to learn a thing or two about girls, though. Now he finally understood that Ji-woo was sulking because he didn't back her up. Then he tells her that she can check it on the internet to confirm it. He almost forgot that his previous record was there too, so he stopped talking immediately, which got Ji-woo confused about why he stopped talking. Suddenly, his dad said that Ji-yeon wasn't lying because he actually received a call from the team. Ji-yeon was surprised and immediately asked his dad what the team said. His dad told him that they just praised him for doing really well today. And that all of Ji-yeon's hard work really paid off. Ji-yeon asked if that's all they had to say. He was kind of flattered too that his team really called his dad for something like that. His dad also said that the team wants to schedule a meeting with Ji-yeon. Ji-yeon asked what kind of meeting he was talking about. His dad answered that it's about his contract. And that the team wanted to sign him to a professional contract. Ji-yeon was shocked after hearing what his dad said. His dad said that the team contacted an agent and that they'll just inform him of the date soon. Then he congratulated Ji-yeon for the great milestone he achieved. Ji-yeon couldn't believe it. He was so jealous of Bruno just the other day, and now he's going to get that same professional contract. His dad also thanked Ji-woo for the delicious food. He told Ji-woo that he really wasn't lying. Ji-woo already knew because she had checked it on the internet already. But it turns out Ji-yeon wasn't sure himself that it was on the internet. Later that day, they went for a walk in the city. He asked Ji-woo what exactly she saw on the internet. That kind of annoyed Ji-woo because he was the one who told her to check it. Ji-woo told him that she saw the result of today's match when she searched U17 Friends vs Empoli. Ji-yeon couldn't believe that it was really there. Ji-woo asked him why, but he said it was nothing. But he thought Ji-woo looked through it in detail to see who scored the goals in the match. Suddenly, Ji-woo asked him if signing a professional contract is a big deal. She also said that this is her first time seeing Ji-yeon look so happy. So she thinks that maybe a professional contract is really that important to an athlete like him. Ji Yan answered that it's a very important thing for an athlete like him. She asked what will happen if he does sign that contract. He answered that for starters, he'll be making his pro debut, and of course, he will be starting to earn more money. Ji Woo asked how much he will earn. He answered he's not sure yet, and he's also curious about that too. But considering how he's been underpaid, he'll be grateful just to get a contract, of course. But still, even if it's not as much as Bruno's, at least it should be decent. Ji Woo congratulated him. He then suddenly realized that all the hard work he did was all thanks to Ji Woo. If Ji Woo hadn't come to Italy, he would probably still be lost. He really should thank her. Ji Yan thanked Ji Woo from the bottom of his heart. And that made Ji Woo kind of confused. Ji Yan blushed and said, "Thanks." Ji Woo got annoyed and asked him why he's suddenly acting weird. Ji Yan told her to just forget about it. He noticed that she's been in a grim mood since earlier. Maybe she's just tired, he thinks. But he realized something again. They finally reached Ji Woo's apartment. Ji Woo told him she's going in now. Ji Yan suddenly told her that the risotto she made today was really delicious, which surprised Ji Woo. And that it's definitely much better than what his dad makes. Ji Yan said his farewell and told her to sleep well. But Ji Woo called Ji Yan all of a sudden. She told him that she'll let him off just this once and that he should be careful on his way. But he already expected it. He was also sure that she was sulking earlier. Good thing she's in a good mood now. A few days later, back at their practice facility, Ji Yan, together with his dad, went to the office. Mr. Roseny told them that the contract is about gaining the upper hand, and he promised them that he will make sure it goes through under conditions favorable to them. Mr. Roseny told them to trust him once again. He'd do his best to negotiate with them as cold-bloodedly as possible, but Ji Yan's dad told him there's no need for such a thing. But Mr. Roseny insisted, because for him, a negotiation is about making the other party the fool, or he becomes one. And that's the law of fool conversation. Ji Yan's dad just said yes, and Ji Yan can't believe this is how confident Mr. Roseny is. Mr. Roseny, who looks like he wouldn't be touched by even the most powerful mafia, is the agent who helped him sign the contract with Gioventù in Torino 3 years ago and with the current team. He may not look like someone who would engage in legal activities, but he's surprisingly honest and competent. Since he resolved the last of his 2 contracts without any issues, Ji Yan can trust and leave it to him this time as well. Mr. Roseny told them to trust him because he claims to be the expert on these things. Meanwhile, Mr. Roseny's assistant, Roberto, seems to doubt his plans for Ji Yan. He asked Roberto what's bothering him because they already finished the contract well. Roberto speaks out about Ji Yan, that he's still a bit unsure if the amount they're giving him is right. Mr. Roseny was kind of surprised that he's questioning his judgment. Mr. Roseny thinks that maybe Roberto is thinking he's getting senile because of his age. Roberto denies it and says he's still too inexperienced to grasp the insights of his director boss. Mr. Roseny got disappointed in Roberto, if only his eyes were as good as his mouth. Roberto told him that he's really curious why he decided to treat a 16-year-old with no talent and with no youth academy background this way. He explains that, Marco, money is relative to that kid. He told Roberto that if a 16-year-old kid is getting €4,000 a week, of course for that kid, that's an enormous amount. Then he asked Roberto what he thinks if they spend €4,000 on a regular starting member. Roberto answered that it sounds really profitable for their business. But then he's still confused about what Mr. Roseny meant, which annoyed Mr. Roseny. He asked Roberto again if he already understood what he meant, but it seems like Roberto still doesn't realize what he's trying to do. So Roberto guessed that what Mr. Roseny was saying is that Lee Ji Yan will become a regular starting member before the next salary negotiation. Mr. Roseny was relieved that he finally understood what he said, but Roberto asked him what makes him so certain about Lee Ji Yan. Mr. Roseny told him that when he was the coach of the U19 team, he went to Spain for training, and that was already 15 years ago. Roberto said that was around 2008, to be exact, when Spain won the Euro League. Back then, Mr. Roseny took the players and toured Spain for practice matches. It's clear that the way they play there is different from them, especially those Borussia kids who did really well. They were the team that perfected tiki-taka, which ruled the world of soccer before. Tiki-taka is a playstyle in soccer characterized by short passing and movement. But the one who actually shocked him was a different kid. A pale, small boy from Real Sebastian. That little guy was toying with their players, who were all a head taller than him. Mr. Roseny was interested in whether that guy had a pro contract and almost got kicked out. Roberto asked what the kid's name was. At that time, he was just a 17-year-old boy. His name was Antoine Griezmann. Back then, he was certain that soon, that name would be widely known in the world of soccer. Then Roberto asked him if he feels a similar sensation from Li Ji-yan, just like what he felt for Antoine Griezmann before. Mr. Roseny said that the kid knows how to win matches. Then he asked Roberto if he knows what's the difference between Ji-yan and some other talented young athletes. Mr. Roseny said that Ji-yan was born with a talent that is hard to fail, which he called sense. Players with good physical conditions, speed, and skills are great, but such talents have many variables. Progress can stop, and sometimes it declines sharply too. But the intelligence and sense to understand soccer. That makes Ji-yan different from others. The only talent you can reliably trust at the uncertain youth level is a guy with a sense of urgency. And he can feel that the one who has that is Li Ji-yan. But Roberto still doubts his judgments. Even if Roberto doesn't trust his decision, he tells him that they should just trust the process with Li Ji-yan. And even if Roberto doesn't feel good about this, Mr. Roseny is having a good feeling about his decision with Ji-yan. They just have to see after a year if this contract was really excessive, and that he should keep his mouth shut about this. Roberto answers that he never said the contract was excessive and that he will keep his mouth shut. The day for finalizing Ji-yan's contract has arrived, and they held it in a restaurant. The team's representative told them that he really didn't do much at all, but Ji-yan's dad thanked him for handling all of it. He said that it seems like the team is accurately recognizing Ji-yan's value, and he knows that this is truly a good team for Ji-yan. Ji-yan couldn't believe Mr. Roseny pulled it off after saying he would negotiate with them as cold-bloodedly as possible. Someone who approached the meeting room with a solemn determination turns out to be completely different today. Now it's time for them to know the amount of salary Ji-yan will be receiving from his contract. When his dad looked at it, he couldn't believe his eyes. The representative showed Ji-yan his weekly wage he'll receive upon signing the contract, and also his annual salary. And Ji-yan was also amazed by the amount that is written in the contract. He didn't really think it would turn out to be this big. His weekly wage is a whopping 4,000 euros, that's about 6 million won. Since he's currently getting 200 euros a week, they're basically raising his salary 20 times. He knew that signing a professional contract would raise his weekly wage, but he couldn't believe they are really going to give him money that could be divided among 20 kids like him. He told Ji-yan's dad that with youth contracts, teams can pay compensation to take him away, but Ji-yan's dad already knew about that. That's why they're signing a professional contract, to avoid such situations, meaning the team wants to keep Ji-yan even if it means paying this much for his weekly wage. Ji-yan understood that even if he refuses the contract and negotiates with another team, there's no way to prevent it legally, so they want to secure him with this amount. Ji-yan understood what the team was doing. But still, even Bruno, who consistently played as a starter, got a tenfold increase, and here he is being given 20 times. Then the representative pats his shoulder and told him that the team recognizes his potential, which surprised Ji-yan. He couldn't believe that they took him in when he was almost released and have waited until now. And now they're even recognizing his potential, which he has no idea he ever had, but at least he's satisfied with his contract. The negotiation was finished quickly just like that. Now he is no longer a youth player but a professional player. Ji-yan's dad offered to pay for the food, but the team's representative refused it. Suddenly, Ji-yan pulls out his card to pay for the food like a boss, thinking this amount for a meal is nothing to him now. Thinking he's some sort of god now. But he takes back what he said, knowing he's going to attend school again for one more year to graduate. He now went to school a few hours later. He still would feel so tense whenever he comes to school that it's kind of driving him crazy. His hands are almost as sweaty as when he was in Napoli. Maybe that's just understandable since he doesn't have any good memories of school. Especially at the school he attended when he first studied abroad, he wasn't just lacking good memories, he only had bad ones. He was already timid, and with the language barrier, he couldn't get along well with his friends. He was also bullied by some mean kids before. Unfortunately for him, they were part of the team too. But at that time, his team didn't actively care for him. That was the sole reason why he didn't like coming to school during that time. But since he has to attend this year to get his compulsory education certification, he transferred to a school near his house, and he has no choice but to endure just one more year to graduate. And he also has kept all of this a secret from Jiwoo all these years. After all, it's a story he wouldn't want to reveal, same as his soccer skills. He finally reached his classroom. He's not sure if he'll be okay, but maybe he'll be fine for now. He just wished he could attend the class peacefully. But then he thought that he's now a man earning 4,000 euros a week, he's not that easygoing Ji-yan anymore. Now he enters the classroom and thinks no one can bully him anymore. When he entered the room, all of the students inside stared at him. And some of them even recognized him. He got confused upon hearing the girl react after seeing him. The girl immediately said that it's Lee Ji-yan from Fiorentina. All of a sudden, Lee Ji-yan instantly became some sort of celebrity inside the classroom. He didn't know he's now this famous. He had momentarily forgotten that he is in Italy, after all. It's a country that lives and dies for soccer. Now he starts to give them his autograph. Who would have thought he would have an impromptu signing event at school like this? His classmates lined up for his autograph. Well, there's really nothing to do here on the weekend. The most popular activity in this country is watching soccer games, but the first team matches are really expensive. He has heard that students who don't have much pocket money go watch youth games, and the kids who recognized him are exactly those kinds of kids. Given the situation, it's normal to have requests for signatures and for some random girl to ask to take a picture. One girl even said to Ji-yan that he's really cute and asked if he wants to be friends with her, which scared Ji-yan. The girl asked for his phone number and said she wanted to learn how to speak Korean. Ji-yan immediately refused those difficult requests like that. So he told the girl he doesn't have a phone, which the girl couldn't believe was true. Ji-yan told her he's sorry about it. He just wants to avoid some unnecessary issues, especially with girls. He doesn't even have time to meet up with Jiwoo right now. But anyways, he's getting the feeling that his school life will become much more difficult in a different way. Their teacher then arrives and told everyone to take their seats. After their class, Ji-yan realized something. He didn't know being a celebrity was kind of tiring after doing all those signings. He's not even a pro first-team player, and he wonders what these people see in him. This isn't even their break time, it's almost like a fan service time. He heads to their practice, and some of his classmates asked him where he's going. He told them he has to go early for training. They think he's really cool being an athlete, and they wished him good luck. Even if he really got tired from that sudden signing event, he thinks that this isn't so bad at all, and he thanked them for cheering him. Everyone treated him kindly and cheered him on. He was worried that someone might pick a fight with him when he went to school, but luckily for him, nothing happened. But then he forgot something. Today was also Jiwoo's first day of school too, so he immediately took his phone. And there he sees a lot of text messages from Jiwoo. He reads her messages. Jiwoo told him to contact her when he's done. He couldn't check his phone earlier because he would be caught lying. So he told her that he can't use his phone at school. He asked Jiwoo how the kids in her school are, and he also told her that the kids in his school went to find him because they want to get closer with Ji-yan. And Jiwoo immediately replied to him lightning fast. Jiwoo was kind of impressed that Ji-yan is some sort of a popular person now, and he was surprised by her reaction too. But at least he's not lying this time, though. He immediately went straight to their practice. A few days later, it's game day again, and the coaches told them to stay focused. Coach Tony said that today is no different, and they just have to do what they normally do. He asked Ji-yan if this is his first derby match, which Ji-yan answered yes. He advised him not to feel intimidated by the enemy, and it's his job to decide the team's movement today too. He encouraged him not to be scared and to show the opposing team what he's got. Ji-yan just said yes to him. Now they all do their ritual celebration and cheer before going out on the field. They're sporting the violet jersey, which represents the true color of their team. They also have their game face on. Their opponent today is a mid-tier team from ACF Bologna, but they're not one to be taken lightly, though. Above all, Bologna is a traditional rival of Florence, and their matches are called Derby dell'Appennino, showcasing their strong rivalry all throughout the years. This is Ji-yan's first derby match, so it doesn't hit him as hard as the others. He just knows there's such a thing because he has heard about it. But right now, all he can think about is that he needs to play well and win. And he will strive to live up to the trust the team has shown him. The atmosphere of the arena is tremendous as the deafening sound of the crowd erupts as the players get onto the field. He wasn't expecting this kind of atmosphere, really. Now he starts to feel nervous, and he asked himself if he's going to be okay with this. If he makes a mistake in a match like this, let alone living up to their trust, he's sure he'll completely become a traitor, which he's really scared of. He immediately thought of Jiwoo, who told him she would come watch his game today. She said she'll be near the entrance stairs, so he checks it. Because even if he'll make a mistake, Jiwoo will be the only one among these people who will take his side, and he immediately saw her. But then he was surprised to see Jiwoo's facial expression, which is not a good sign. Now he asked himself why she is making that kind of face. The match between Fiorentina and Bologna now starts. Jiwoo is still clueless about what's going on today because there are so many people watching. If she had come later, she wouldn't have been able to get a ticket. And besides that, she heard some girls talking about Ji-yan. Now she gets kind of jealous of these girls cheering for Ji-yan like they're really close to him. One girl even brags that she took a photo with Ji-yan, which seemed to annoy Jiwoo. She can't quite catch everything because they speak too fast, but she can hear and understand a few words. Words like Carino, which means cute, and bello, which means cool, and that these girls are really excited for one of Fiorentina's players. Above all, the fact that the word Ji Yan keeps popping up really annoys her. She suspects that Ji Yan must have done something at their school. And now she starts to get mad thinking about it. Well, she already knew that if someone is good at soccer here, fame will follow that person. Seeing her friend, who used to be a kid and has grown up receiving cheers in a faraway country, is something of a milestone, and she feels that she should congratulate Ji Yan about it. But she still couldn't understand why she keeps getting annoyed by it. Especially with those girls screaming Ji Yan's name. Suddenly, the ball got to Ji Yan and a defender gets close to him. Ji Woo, together with the others, cheered for him. Now Ji Yan prepares to solo break through the enemy's defense. And he was able to successfully break through the opponent. Now he prepares to score a goal. Another defender approached him and told him this is as far as he can go. But all of a sudden, Ji Yan passed the ball. He passed it to Bruno. But Bruno also passed it using a heel pass technique. And they realize the space the ball is heading towards. It's going back to number 20 again. They immediately fall back to catch up quickly. After Ji Yan narrowed the angle to the side like that. He now aims forward with a quick touch. Then he utilizes the forward striker, Enzo. The opponent's goalkeeper yells at his teammates to watch out for the headers. Then he told the assigned defender to jump. The timing was perfect, and they made a great defense. He's sure that there's no angle for a header now. But then something came up. What they did wasn't a shot, it was a return pass, which surprised them. The owner of the falling ball turns out to be Ji Yan again. It was his plan all along. He immediately struck the ball as soon as he got his opening, and Fiorentina scored their first goal. The girls celebrated Ji Yan's goal like they're really going crazy about it, while Ji Woo continues to get annoyed by it. His teammates praised Ji Yan for what he did. He thought that his luck today isn't so bad either. Now he wonders where Ji Woo is. He scans the seats and saw her there. He was relieved when he saw her in the stands among the crowd. He thought of doing the celebration even if it's embarrassing since there's a lot of strangers around. But he still decides to do it. He points his finger in Ji Woo's direction like the badass that he is, which made Ji Woo so happy. And the girls beside her assumed that Ji Yan did the celebration for them, but she just kept quiet. Because she knows that Ji Yan did that for her and her alone, and it looks like she's about to pass out because of the feeling. She's still annoyed by the reactions that these girls are making. They really thought Ji Yan did it for them, and the girl with the yellow hair wants the people to think that she's Ji Yan's girlfriend. Again, Ji Woo tells herself that the celebration was for her. Ji Yan starts to get annoyed by the expression Ji Woo is making this time. He's lost for words now. But he's glad that they got an opening goal early on. At first, he was worried about making mistakes because it was a match in front of so many spectators. But once the game started, it wasn't as burdensome as he thought, and he thought the celebration from earlier was far more embarrassing. His fingers started twitching when he remembered it. Maybe his continuous training with Coach Luca really helped without getting overly excited about signing a professional contract, and he remembers the training that they had. He also thinks that he's seeing some familiar faces from his school too. He thought that they really weren't lying when they said they would cheer for him. To think that they would actually come all the way to the stadium to watch him play. He thinks that he really seemed to have changed a lot now. And thinking about being cheered on, he felt really energized by it. Now that they have the momentum, he needs to focus on intercepting the ball. Suddenly, an opponent crashed into him out of nowhere. And he falls to the ground. The ruling was touch out and it's now Fiorentina's ball. His opponent, who looks really ugly, gave Ji Yan a side eye. He wonders what his opponent just did to him, or maybe he really did that on purpose. Maybe it was just his imagination, so they pass the ball to Ji Yan. For now, they just need to move the ball around to change the flow of the game. Suddenly, in an instant, the guy who tripped him earlier gets close to him again from behind. Then another whistle was blown. That guy really kicked Ji Yan out of nowhere, even if he's not carrying the ball. It was clear to him now that it wasn't his imagination. The referee warned the guy for doing that, but he just smiled and looked down on Ji Yan. Ji Yan realized that this guy is really doing it on purpose. Coach Luca told Coach Tony it has already begun. It was Ji Yan's opening goal that ignited the derby match between the rival teams. And the atmosphere on the field has suddenly changed. The game is going to get rougher from here on out. Coach Tony is kind of excited about what Ji Yan will do next, or how he's going to react to this. Because the real derby match will start now. As the match continues, Ji Yan's captain told them to stand their ground and not be scared as they have the lead, 1-0. Then suddenly, one of his teammates got hit with an elbow from the opposing team. It was a direct and clear hit, no doubt it was intentional. But the referee ruled no foul on the play. One of the players complained about it, but to no avail. Coach Luca also complained about it and thought that maybe the referee is blind, but Coach Tony already knew that this would happen. He asked Coach Tony about the referee being so lenient about the game, but Coach Tony told him to just zip his mouth and watch the game. The opponent's team has already figured out the referee's tendencies and has begun playing aggressively. The referee's tendencies are also part of the game, so there's no choice but to quickly adjust to the game. Ji-Yan hears the opposing team saying they just need to keep pressing on them and get the equalizer quickly. He's now certain that the atmosphere of the game has really changed from earlier. Their opponent has pushed their lineup and is pressing hard from the front. They are engaging using their physique to prevent them from turning forward. But the problem is, it's gradually working, and now they're starting to miss their target. Out of fear of their pressure, unnecessary back passes are increasing. One of them yells to the others to stop passing back when there's no pressure. As a result, their goalkeeper is also having to catch the ball more often. Ultimately, it means they are being pushed back by the opponent's pressing. But their captain told them to stay calm and not be scared. Ji-Yan starts to think of a solution for this problem, and he needs to act fast. Given their current situation, it might be okay for them to retaliate with some aggressive plays too. But with his physique, there's no way they can match their strength, and even if he had the physical ability, that strategy doesn't suit him well. But if he gets discouraged and keeps getting pushed back, it will only lead to more problems, so he needs to think of a solution now. He asked himself what he should do in this type of situation. And the fact that the opponent's team keeps pressing so aggressively. It means they are most afraid of them turning around and attacking quickly. That's why they're pressing them so tight, to ensure they'll never turn around. But luckily, that thing that the opponent fears the most, Ji-Yan thinks he can do it, as he speeds up his running and turns on the jets and told his teammate to pass the ball to him. He's going down below the half line to receive the ball along the half space. But his teammate is hesitating because he has a mark behind him, but Ji-Yan insisted and told him to just give the ball to him. He gave it to Ji-Yan. He can feel the momentum of the opponent that's chasing him from behind. If he'll simply receive the ball like this, he knows he'll get slammed. So what he did was step forward to receive the ball without waiting, just to fool the enemy. He timed it perfectly to dodge the emotionally charged defender who's charging him without stopping. And for him, it wasn't that difficult to do. So Ji-Yan made his move and was able to execute it, looking really cool like a true genius. And for him to keep taking advantage of this opportunity. He figured out that the organic movement of his teammates is his key. Now he passes the ball to Bruno. The opposing team were surprised seeing the left wing move into the center. Ji-Yan just passed the ball to Bruno, who had stepped into his vacant spot. When they saw Ji-Yan running, they already knew he's the one that's making the play for the team. And along the left touchline, he runs. When his speed reaches its peak, he can count on Bruno to make the pass. And so, he becomes the target of Bruno's pass, which he's already locked on Ji-Yan. It's a through pass into the open space. The opponents immediately fall back to stop Ji-Yan. It was a race to seize the ball from the opponent's fullback as Ji-Yan starts to turn on the jets. Even though he's not particularly explosive over long distance runs compared to the others, he thinks that the guy who's following him isn't that fast either. But he knows that in this race, it's not just about speed that's important. Because it's also a shoulder fight. He's thinking that his opponent right now seems to be stronger than him. The guy is distancing himself from his view, and he can't afford to fail like this. He can't just give up now, and he needs to run faster. Ji-Yan concentrates and pulls himself together. Because he can't just stumble and fall like this in front of this many people. His opponent was surprised upon seeing Ji-Yan's speed getting faster and faster. Then he was about to hit Ji-Yan with an elbow, but Ji-Yan already knew these guys would use dirty tactics to win, and he was prepared for it. He was able to dodge the opponent's elbow with ease. Now he continues to run forward for their attack. He complimented Bruno for the pass that he made for him. And now there's only just one more step left for Ji-Yan. Turns out he was aiming to pass the ball a long distance. He sees the optimal space between the goalkeeper and the defender. And there he saw Enzo preparing for his pass. Then he immediately passed the ball to Enzo, which Enzo immediately shoots. It was exactly what he had planned on executing, and they were able to score another goal again, so now it's 2-0. It was their collaboration, forged through training, that paid off. These are the moments where Ji-Yan thinks that the cheering fans and the players give each other strength. For him, this will always be memorable forever. And so, the crowd celebrates the second goal of Ji-Yan's team. Suddenly, a mysterious guy with dark sunglasses and a cap was observing Ji-Yan the whole time, and this guy looks happy that he saw what Ji-Yan did. Then a man approached him and told him that they need to move now before the people notice that he's here. The guy's name was Mr. Dusan. He's a player from AC Firenze, a starting prima punta whose name is Dusan Vlahovic. The next day, his dad hands him his ATM card for his bank account. He told Ji Yan that since he earned quite a bit now, he needs to be in charge of his own money, but Ji Yan said he's fine with his dad managing his money. But his dad wants him to learn how to manage his own money since he'll be earning a large sum of it from here on out. Honestly, for Ji Yan, if he hadn't performed well in the last match against Bologna, he wouldn't have been able to accept his dad's proposal. His dad just wants him to be more independent as he grows. But he really did well, and so maybe he can do whatever he wants today. And he remembers what the coaches told him after the match. They told Ji Yan to reward himself after a match like that because he so deserves it. He couldn't believe that was what the coach and the director said to him. He looked at his dad, who's still planning what to prepare for their meal today. Looks like his dad is still checking on what's left of their ingredients. But then Ji Yan told his dad that they should eat out today, which surprised his dad. Because he wants to eat something delicious today. It kind of offended his dad a little, but he told him there's some misunderstanding here and he didn't mean to hurt his feelings. And he didn't mean to say that his dad's cooking is bad, although the mackerel and mint sandwich wasn't easy to make and that was really terrible. But of course, his dad was just joking and thinks his son has really grown up now. His dad starts to think of a place where they can eat. He also suggests they should call Jiwoo, which surprised Ji Yan. After they ate, they just strolled around the city for a while. Jiwoo said she's really full from all that food. Ji Yan asked how was the food, and Jiwoo admits that it was really delicious, but he really ordered way too much food. Well, he was the one paying anyway, but then he realized that he really ordered way too much food. Suddenly, Jiwoo told him that he was apparently very popular at the match yesterday. Like it was quite a commotion every time he got the ball, the girls beside her would go crazy, and now Jiwoo is making that face again, the jealous face. She told him that those girls said he was cute like an idol, and their eyes were filled with hearts, which Ji Yan couldn't believe either. But now it's clear to him that Jiwoo is not happy about it, especially seeing her facial expression right now. She yells at him that he must be dying from joy and accuses him that maybe that was the reason why he pretended to be cool with that hand gesture he made. Ji Yan immediately told her they weren't the reason for the hand gesture, and he told Jiwoo that he didn't pretend to be cool because he did that gesture just for her. Jiwoo was kind of shocked after hearing Ji Yan say that. But then she starts to get grumpy again and asked him what the heck is he saying. Ji Yan told her that if she likes it, she can just smile and she should also stop making faces like a clown. Then Jiwoo punched him in the face. Jiwoo was just playing and toying with him though, because she's just really happy after hearing what Ji Yan said. Ji Yan thinks she's still as rough as ever too. Jiwoo blushed after hearing that. She told Ji Yan he's being annoying while hitting him, but Ji Yan's dad is the one who's annoyed by them acting like lovebirds. Then Ji Yan asked her if she was angry because of that. Jiwoo answered, why would she be angry with that? Because those girls cheered for him. She answered, why would that make her angry? But Ji Yan already knew by seeing the reaction on her face. She has no reason to be angry though, and Jiwoo said she's not angry, but Ji Yan admits it felt good, so Jiwoo asked what felt good. He said that it felt good knowing that those girls cheered for him, but he was just saying it to piss off Jiwoo, which it really did. Then Jiwoo burst out in anger and attacked him. Ji Yan told her she shouldn't attack him since she has no reason to be angry. She tells Ji Yan to stop smiling and that he should just focus on playing soccer. Ji Yan just smiled and told her he gets it and asked her to stop hitting him. But then they realized his dad isn't with them anymore. Then they saw him looking at the golf clubs in a store. Jiwoo says his dad looks just like a kid in front of a toy store. Of course, his dad is a man too, which means he also has things that he likes to have. So Ji Yan, being the loving son that he is, bought his dad a golf club. He even said sorry to his dad that he couldn't buy it as a set, but his dad's smile was from cheek to cheek. He's completely mesmerized with just one single golf club. Ji Yan tells him to behave because they're inside another restaurant. He's really that happy that he even brags about it to a stranger. Jiwoo also thinks that Ji Yan has really grown up now. Jiwoo also thanked Ji Yan for what he bought for her. Ji Yan bought her some dinner clothes, shoes, and tiramisu, which she thought is a little bit excessive. Ji Yan told them that they should eat quickly because they're in a famous restaurant. Suddenly, an old man approached them. He asked Ji Yan that after his meal, he would like to ask him for his autograph. Ji Yan couldn't believe what this old man said. His dad and Jiwoo were also kind of shocked about it. Ji Yan said that if he wants it, he can do it now, and he asked the old man if he really knows him, which the old man replied he does. He suddenly showed Ji Yan that he's wearing a uniform of Firenze underneath his shirt. He's a longtime fan of the team and he sometimes goes to watch the youth games, and he saw Ji Yan's game yesterday. He gave his uniform to Ji Yan so he could sign it. Then he saw something which caught his attention. He saw the signatures of the former players from Firenze written on this old uniform. The old man said that this is his personal treasure. He had this uniform since the 80s, which shows how big of a fan he is. This shirt has the signatures from Carlo Antinoni, Gabriel Batistuta, and Roberto Baggio as well. All are legends in soccer. Ji Yan thinks he has already heard those names before, and considering how surprised his dad's face looks, those players must be famous during their time. The old man said this is his lifelong hobby, and it's also his most treasured collection. And he would appreciate it if Ji Yan could sign it too. Of course, Ji Yan said yes. But Ji Yan suddenly felt he's not worthy to sign the shirt, so he tells the old man if it's really okay for him to write his signature on his precious possession. But the old man said that if he'll sign it, it'll become more valuable to him, but Ji Yan thinks the opposite. The old man said they'll never know what will happen in the future though. And that one day, there might come a day when he can brag about this new autograph he'll receive today. Ji Yan was kind of flattered when he heard what the old man said. So Ji Yan wrote his signature on the old man's uniform, and he thanked Ji Yan for it. The old man hoped that they had a good time, and he said his farewell. Ji Yan also thanked him. Jiwoo thought that Ji Yan has really become famous now, that even an old man is also a fan of his. As he wrote his name beside those legends who once stood on this team, on the elder's old uniform, something crossed his mind. He wonders if he could become part of their team's romance, which he hopes he will one day as he smiles about it. The next day at Firenze's training ground, Coach Luca and Coach Tony were talking about something important. Coach Luca thinks that they should be careful since it's a match against a team Ji Yan had many unpleasant experiences with, and asking Ji Yan about it would be awkward. Coach Tony suggests that they need to think about this carefully. Whether or not to put Lee Ji Yan in the lineup for this weekend's match against his former team Joventus or not. In a flashback, Ji Yan remembers some of the bullying he experienced in Joventus. It was a traumatic experience for him, that his own teammates were the ones who bullied him for being a foreigner. Some of them even said to him that he should go back to his own country. Then his phone rings, and now he's back to the present. Jiwoo texted him that her class was over while Ji Yan and the others prepared for the match to start. She also heard that they'll play against his previous team today, the one that he left because he couldn't get along well, and he was surprised that Jiwoo knew about that. She sends him a picture of herself and told Ji Yan not to cry like a baby because she will not be there today, but she wished him good luck and to do his best in the game. She also told him that she's wearing the clothes he bought for her. Ji Yan got annoyed and said there's no way he's gonna cry. He replied to Jiwoo that he's gonna get his revenge on those guys and beat them. He thought that this doesn't sound right, but he already sent it to Jiwoo. Jiwoo replies so fast that it keeps annoying him. Coach Luca noticed Ji Yan looking unstable in the corner over his phone. He called him and asked if he's nervous today. But Ji Yan's facial expression showed the opposite. He told Coach Luca that he really wants to perform well in today's match. Ji Yan also noticed that the expressions of his teammates are different from usual today. It was understandable since they're now ranked number 2 and Joventus is number 1. Compared to the adult teams, the youth teams' results attract less interest. But today's match is between two teams where first and second place could change, and this match is very important not only to him. Because in fact, Firenze and Joventus have a derby relationship too. And even Coach Tony was determined to win today's match. He even called them ladri, which means Joventus were only able to beat them because the referees were on their side. This made Coach Tony so mad just by thinking about it. Suddenly, someone called Ji Yan from behind. He remembered the horrible voice that used to torment him. The guy immediately insulted Ji Yan, calling him a coward who runs away crying like a baby. The guy's name was Jerome, who had a terrible haircut. He also had company with him, and they ganged up on Ji Yan. Jerome told him that he had never imagined he'd see Ji Yan at the stadium because he thought he had quit soccer. And that he was wondering which team would take a coward like him, and he didn't think he would end up with the weak Firenze out of all teams. He didn't just insult Ji Yan but the whole team. Ji Yan got mad, but he needs to just focus on the game and show these guys who they're messing with, because after all, the real competition is on the field. Jerome threatened him that they'll humiliate him just like old times. Suddenly, a ball came out of nowhere. And it hit the back of Jerome's head. He got so angry and asked who did that. It was Ji Yan's captain. He told Jerome that he was just passing the ball to Ji Yan and he didn't intend to hit him, and he also said sorry. But then he proceeded to insult Jerome and told him his reflexes aren't as good as he thought, and that he just barely kicked the ball too. Now Jerome is really pissed. He told Jerome that if it were Ji Yan, he would have trapped it flawlessly. They walked away from Jerome to prepare for the game, which angered Jerome so much. Now Jerome is plotting something bad against Ji Yan and his team. He plans on breaking their legs as soon as the game starts. Ji Yan thanked his captain for defending him against Jerome. His captain said he just did what's right. Because if they're messing with him, it's the same as messing with their team. Bruno also cheered him up, saying they're not just gonna watch while one of them is being bullied by the opposing team. Then the captain told Ji Yan that as soon as the game starts, he needs to show these guys what he's capable of. He needs to show them how scary he can be as an opponent on the field. And how strong the Firenze team is that he is playing for now. Coach Tony told them that today, they will use a 4-4-2 formation instead of the 4-2-3-1, meaning both wingers need to drop back more defensively, and Ji Yan and Enzo should actively participate in the first half defense. Ji Yan already expected this strategy since the opponent's stronger than them. The coach wants them to defend first and aim for counterattack chances. When the opponent has possession of the ball, he thinks that's the best for them. Finally, it's already kickoff. The opening kickoff turns out to be their ball. Then Ji Yan immediately attacks the front. Jerome couldn't believe what he's seeing right now. Ji Yan, whom he used to bully, is now going for a solo breakthrough right away. Their strategy is based on defending first and then counterattacking, but ultimately, soccer is a sport where you have to score goals to win. Coach Tony already prepared a few plays for that goal in advance too. It's a sudden strike that catches the opponent off guard right from the start. Coach Luca thinks that their opponent right now is flustered by their strategy, but he's not sure if Ji Yan can handle it alone. But Coach Tony said Ji Yan isn't alone, of course. Ji Yan has the ball, but the whole team is moving in harmony with him. Jerome was shocked seeing how Ji Yan is leading their team. He never remembered he was this aggressive in playing soccer. So he told his teammates to cut from the front and stop number 20. As Ji Yan saw a defender charging at him, he easily read his moves and is sure he can easily evade him. He used a quick fake using his eyes and shoulders, and he successfully got past him. As he breaks into space, he sees his teammates in front waiting for him. Thanks to Enzo's forward penetration and Bruno's side run happening very in sync. The right-footed pass he's faking seems convincing to the opponent too, as the defender was caught up by his fake. And again, Ji Yan gets past another defender in front of him. Coach Luca was so impressed that Ji Yan was able to create a crack in the midfield with 2 plays. Coach Tony shouts that they broke through the half space now. Ji Yan gets focused, for it's now his turn to keep his eyes busy for the next play. Enzo slightly drifts to the outskirts of the box. While Bruno, who's causing confusion by penetrating centrally, is being defended tightly. Raphael is also running into the empty space on the right. At this point, he's sure what's the first thought that crosses the mind of the final defensive line. As Jerome prepares to defend, he's still guessing where Ji Yan is planning to pass. But of course, his options aren't just 3. Suddenly, Jerome reads his body language that Ji Yan is going to shoot from that distance, while the goalkeeper is still busy minding the sides. Ji Yan shoots the ball without hesitation. Jerome was so shocked that Ji Yan really shot it from that distance. Their goalkeeper wasn't prepared to block it. Fortunately for them, Ji Yan missed, which rarely happens. It was very close, but the captain encouraged him to just continue what he's doing. Jerome was so pissed that Firenze almost scored a goal. Now he questions if this is really the Ji Yan he once knew. Enzo asked him if he's getting scared all of a sudden now. And so he warns Jerome that he should know Ji Yan, their ace, hasn't even started revving up yet. And now, this is where the real game starts. The game continues and it's now Jayuvantu's ball. Ji Yan's goal didn't go in, but he knows that the effect of pushing hard from the start worked. Now the opponent is carefully building up from the goalkeeper. They decide not to press too hard and just wait. From now on, they will do the planned defense and counterattack play. The opponent is passing the ball around since they're holding their balance well, but they'll definitely find a gap and attack. Ji Yan tries to figure out how they will attack, and what he would do if he were the opponent. Jayuvantu then suddenly rushes. They have no choice but to use the sides. Ji Yan tells Enzo to close the space. The opponent was surprised that he was able to read through their movements. Coach Tony also expected that Ji Yan would read the intention of the opponent to create a numerical advantage by having the left wingback move up, and he really moved left just to block that. Moreover, he didn't just move himself but also directed his teammates' movements and blocked the opponent's intended play itself too. Today, in addition to Ji Yan's usual role, Coach Tony entrusted him with commanding the first line of defense. And seeing Ji Yan doing it so well really makes him so happy. He didn't know Ji Yan is an all-in-one package of a genius. There were still no goals scored, but the match is very tight right now. They effectively occupied the space, blocking the opponent's advance. When the opponent pushed up recklessly, they boldly marked and defended them. Then if they stole the ball, they immediately counterattacked just as they strategized the whole game. They faithfully carried out Coach Tony's instructions to further complicate the opponent's minds. 20 minutes have passed into the first half. Coach Luca said that in a tight match like this, tendencies happen, like both teams start losing focus, which Coach Tony agrees with. And as proof of that, the opponents are carelessly passing the ball around quite high up the pitch too. Coach Tony said they only let them do that so Jayavantu would think it's okay, but they don't realize how dangerous that play is, as he smiles. Then Ji-Yan suddenly thought of changing the tempo of the game. Some players from the opposing team seem to be fed up with the long time Firenze is locking them up. Then he suddenly passed the ball. Jerome immediately panicked because he already sensed that Ji-Yan was waiting for a slight mistake that they would commit. Ji-Yan immediately dashed to steal the ball as Jerome yelled at his teammates that number 20 was just waiting for a mistake. Jerome tells his teammates they'll press them again if they move as one. Their captain yells that they have to move up quick now. Jayavantu was caught by surprise seeing the guys who were hanging back moving up together with Ji-Yan at the center. Jerome couldn't believe that Ji-Yan, whom he sees as a worthless guy, is now the core of the team. Ji-Yan felt that everyone is moving with one mind with him, and it's incredibly reassuring for him too. Then he told them to push the line. Now he tries to intercept the ball with the opponent using a sideways pass. He almost had it, but he just missed it by a hair. It was really close. But it's not over yet as he prepares to press the opponent that has the ball. He tried to pass it so Ji-Yan can't take it away from him. Ji-Yan thought that since they're an opponent that has only attacked so far, it's clear that their rear positioning is kind of sloppy. He just needs to keep on pushing. The opponent who has the ball was shocked seeing Ji-Yan already so close to him. They kept on doing those short passes, but Ji-Yan was just waiting for that perfect moment and he was going to intercept that ball. The back pass went all the way to the last one, who was Jerome. Ji-Yan thought that they had succeeded in pressuring them. At this point, they need to escape the pressure, and the usual choice would be to clear it far, but he knows that Jerome won't do that. Jayavantu, being the number 1 team, ranked first in the league, is composed of top-tier players aiming for a pro debut with a prestigious club. And instead of clearing it, he knows that Jerome will try to build up through a pass or by evading the pressure. Then he immediately sprints toward Jerome. The two of them had a face-to-face. This will be the deciding factor for which team will score first. Jerome's goalkeeper told him to pass the ball back to the wing. But Jerome's pride wouldn't allow that to happen and he said he couldn't do that because his opponent was just a trash player. So Jerome immediately made a decision and passed the ball forward to escape the pressure. Ji-Yan already expected too that his choice would be to try and escape the pressure with a forward pass. But, thanks to the rather precise passing angle, he got through his pressure, but Ji-Yan didn't need to worry about it. And then Bruno did his part and was able to intercept the ball from the opponent. Jerome got so mad about it while Ji-Yan complimented Bruno's efforts. He immediately told Bruno to pass the ball forward to him. And without hesitation, Bruno did what Ji-Yan told him. Jerome got insulted that Ji-Yan was trying to receive the ball with his back against him, so Jerome decided to do a dirty play and suddenly pushed Ji-Yan's back. But he was so shocked that Ji-Yan wasn't even bothered by his dirty antics and just asked Jerome if he pushed him. As Ji-Yan received the ball, he couldn't believe that Jerome, whom he considers a strong guy who used to bully him before, has gotten really weak now. He was able to break through Jerome's defense. But then again, Jerome did another dirty play to intercept the ball from him. Coach Tony was furious about it and yelled at the referee that it was clearly a foul. Coach Luca calmed him down because he might get a warning for it. Jerome used to tackle him like this back then in Jayavantu, but he's already used to it. Ji-Yan sees that the foul hasn't been called yet, so there's no reason for him to stop now. He turns his attention back to the ball. In an instant, he's already so close to the ball. He and Jerome made a duel on who's going to get the ball this time. And there, Ji-Yan was able to intercept it from him, but it got loose. He was so focused and immediately went to it. He was thinking just one more stride and he'd get it. But then he saw an opening and calculated the distance. With no hesitation, Ji-Yan shot the ball. This was the moment Jerome saw what Ji-Yan had become now, a true genius and the ace player of their rival team. Ji-Yan never doubted his judgment because he was moving with his instincts and was very focused on scoring. Firenze scored the first goal of the match. It's now 0-1. He gave Jerome a death stare. Jerome got so angry that he was trembling about it. He now realized that Ji-Yan had really grown a lot. Ji-Yan told him he was not the same person he used to bully before. He even asked Jerome if he was always this small. Their match continues, and it's getting more intense. The atmosphere of the match changed after Ji Yan's opening goal. From the opponent's perspective, it's understandable since they dominated the game for so long only to concede a goal. As a result, the intensity on the field heated up more and more. Impulsive plays due to emotional agitation increased. Both captains were warned by the referee, and next time he'll give them a yellow card. The game has become messy, but they can't lose their cool now, and he needs to focus more on the game. Coach Luca said that the opponents are getting quite emotional too, but that's to be expected, said Coach Tony. Especially their number 5, which is Jerome. His pride seems to be really hurt after Ji Yan scored a goal on his head. As the match resumes, most of their lethal defenders attack Ji Yan. And they're now targeting him in every play after his first goal. But honestly, he's really scared, but he can't afford to show it to their opponents. He'll just have to do his best dodging and avoiding these violent defenders. This is the perfect time for him to be bluffing against them. He bluffs in front of Jiwoo, pretending to be really calm and saying he's not scared at all in the middle of all this. He moved more actively and kept possession of the ball as the enemies chased him. Whenever it seemed like he would be isolated by the opponents ganging up on him, his teammates would join in and physically block the opponents so he could break through all of them. Their only job was to cover Ji Yan. And now that he has reliable allies, there's no stopping him this time. 2 defenders immediately confront him. He sees that if they double team him like this, the other side opens up. And right now, the right side is in that situation. And so, he decides to hit a switching pass into that space and run forward. It's the end of the first half. His breathing now is so heavy, but still he can't stop running excitedly. It seems like he has never experienced a match as fun as today's. Coach Luca encouraged all of their players to keep on fighting and to never give up. He believes they can win it today. Suddenly, he asked Coach Tony if he can't contact Coach Vincenzo now. Coach Luca just wants to tell that man that the future of Firenze, which is Ji Yan, is ready now and that he should take him quickly. But Coach Tony told him not to get ahead of himself as the match is still ongoing. Coach Luca answered he's not getting ahead of himself because Ji Yan is single-handedly crushing them at the moment. Coach Tony just let him think whatever he wants. But even though he said that, Coach Tony admits that it's true that after scoring, Ji Yan seems to have broken through a barrier. He now looks even sharper than ever. Not the face of a prospect burdened by pressure, but the face of a boy his age enjoying soccer so much. He also is quite the character, and if he gets promoted to the first team, it'll cause a lot of stir. Not to mention, he's also handsome. A guy from the crowd wanted to know about Ji Yan's information. The guy beside him asked if he's talking about the player from the opposing team. Turns out, the guy who asked was the new director of Juventus, Lothar Matthäus, and the guy beside him is his assistant. His assistant tells him that he might not know since he hasn't been in Italy for long. Lothar got confused about what he said. Then his assistant told him that the player who's wearing the number 20 from Firenze used to be a kid on their team, and that angered Lothar. He's the kid whose contract was terminated early this year and then went to Firenze afterward. Lothar asked why. His assistant answered that what he understood was that he couldn't adapt to the team very well. But he wants to know more about it. After he heard the story, he knew Juventus' current state was a mess, but he didn't know it was this bad. To think this is a team that supposedly represents Seri, it's hard to find even one youth player in the first team squad that has that quality. Seri is a soccer club that tops transfer fee spending just to get good players from other countries. These teams like Juventus and Firenze pay expensive prices like suckers only to manage 8th place, have their value, and hand the league title over to FC Milano del Mondo. Milano del Mondo is a Milan-based soccer club. Due to the historical rivalry with Juventus, the derby match is called Derby d'Italia. And when the season also started poorly for them, that's when they reached out to him, a German football figure, for help. It's just now that he realized how seriously this team lacks this much sense when it comes to soccer. And he couldn't believe they really let go of such talent so easily. Like, how could a team do such a thing? Lothar said that they should have used all the means necessary to help Ji Yan adapt. It's so clear that they can't do anything just because of that one player alone. Ji Yan is really something else. Lothar thinks that he's already far beyond the U17 level. He thinks that the eyes of those youth coaches were just for show. If it was early this year, if only he had come just 1 year earlier, he's sure that the team's future would have been different. Lothar thinks that this team really needs a major overhaul. As he stands, the person at the back complains that he can't see the match because of him. He plans to get rid of all the coaches who were there back then. Ji Yan thought that since he had never played a full-time match before, his legs started shaking from the middle of the second half. But still, because he did stamina training, he's still good to go. Coach Luka asked him if he should substitute for him. They really asked him several times now from the bench about a substitution. But he wanted to play until the very end today and told them he's fine and can still run. He didn't want to leave a shred of regret in this game. The opposing team even asked why Ji-Yan is still not tired because he played the whole time. Because things aren't going their way, seeing the frustrated expressions on their faces gave Ji-Yan more strength. He almost reached his limit at the end. But honestly, he just held on thinking about Ji-woo, and then he would feel like he was never tired at all. He thought of deleting that message he sent her earlier, that he would crush his opponents today. But anyway, Ji-woo already saw his message, so he ran with all his might to be worthy in front of Ji-woo. And eventually, the clock ran out, and the final score was still 0-1 in favor of Firenze. They have finally won the game. Ji-Yan completed his revenge arc against the team that neglected him. All of them were so happy for Ji-Yan. Both coaches couldn't help but smile for their victory. They have defeated Joventu in a derby match, and now they're the #1 team in the youth league. The night came, and they all went home. Coach Tony seems to be texting someone on the phone. It was a very important message that he sent to a really special person. Coach Tony knows that he's not making a mistake on this and that he'll thank him later on. Looks like he recommended Ji-Yan to coach Vincenzo Italiano, the first team coach of AC Fiorentina. Ji-woo checked her phone because she hasn't received a message from Ji-Yan after their game. She got annoyed thinking that Ji-Yan might be that tired because he hasn't texted her even a single message. Now she gets even more annoyed because Ji-Yan promised her to text her after the game, but there's still no text from him. She knew that his match yesterday was really hard, and she just hoped that Ji-Yan would contact her as soon as he wakes up this morning. Thinking that their training is over by now, but there's still no text from him, and she now feels sad and thinks that Ji-Yan is being negligent towards his only friend. But then she starts to overthink again because of them being just friends. She's thinking that Ji-Yan is hanging out with those Italian girls, which pisses her off. Now she's feeling more miserable about it. She's confused why this whole situation annoys her, and she questions why she is the only one getting annoyed. She wonders what he is really doing now that he's still not texting her. Suddenly, she receives a text that got her jumping in joy. But when she checks it, Ji-woo was shocked. Ji-Yan asked her if she's free tomorrow evening. Our boy finally asked her on a date. The next day, they meet up. Ji-woo was surprised upon seeing so many people, and she asked if this is Firenze's first team home stadium. Ji-Yan answered that people in Firenze gather like this every weekend. Suddenly, Ji-woo got grumpy and asked him why he came with her instead of those Firenze friends he has now, which got Ji-Yan scared. Ji-Yan told her those girls are not really close to him, and they're a bit annoying too, and he didn't want to go alone, so that's why he asked her. Ji-woo stared at him and asked if that's the real reason. So Ji-Yan told her that there's no one else he could ask to go with him. Ji-woo got annoyed because he meant that he had no choice, that's why he asked her. But still, Ji-woo was happy to be with Ji-Yan, and she told him that he better listen to what she's gonna say to him as she holds him by his neck. Ji-woo asked if he has no training today. He answered they have, but he's more concerned about how much she messed up his hair. The coach gave him a special homework instead of training. Ji-woo got confused about the homework that he said. Ji-Yan said it's sort of something like that. Ji-woo asked what he means by something like that. Turns out, Coach Tony said something to him yesterday back at their training. He told Ji-Yan not to come to training the next day and to go watch a match. He got confused about it, but Coach Tony told him that he had to watch Firenze's first team match. Ji-Yan didn't want to do it because they still have training, but Coach Tony told him that yesterday was his first full-time match and it got really intense, so he asked Ji-Yan to take a day off so he could also rest from training. And the match is the Coppa Italiana match, and he might see a familiar face. Ji-Yan still refused to accept the day off that Coach Tony offered because he's not injured and can still train. This time, Coach Tony got mad at him and told him not to disobey the coach's order. But he was just kidding and laughed at Ji-Yan's facial expression. Then Coach Tony told him he's not just letting him rest because he's giving him a homework. He told Ji-Yan to watch the match tomorrow and write down his impressions, which surprised him a little. Coach Tony is still trying to figure out what kind of soccer their team plays, and what could be improved from it. And he also tells Ji-Yan to put himself in the situation, like what role he could play if he was playing there. Coach Tony hands him the tickets for the game. He asked why there are 2 tickets. Coach Tony told him to also go with his girlfriend if he has one. He was saying it with a weird facial expression too. Coach Tony also heard from Coach Luka that Ji-Yan bought his girlfriend a present with his weekly salary. Ji-Yan couldn't believe Coach Luka shared it because he told him it was their secret. Ji-Yan is trembling in embarrassment because Coach Luka betrayed him, while Coach Tony just laughs at him. But Ji-Yan said that she's not his girlfriend but just a friend. Coach Tony laughed even harder and said he'll believe whatever he says. And so he told Ji Yan to have a good time tomorrow. Back to the present, Ji Yan was just there thinking about all that happened yesterday while Ji Woo kept on calling him, asking what the heck he was doing. Ji Woo asked why he's been spacing out since earlier. He apologized about it, and it looks like they will have to wait 30 minutes in line. It's already 4:45 and the match will start at 5. They're gonna be late if they stay here. Suddenly, Ji Yan grabbed her hand. Ji Woo got confused because they're about to watch the game, so why would they go away from here? Ji Yan told her to just follow him because he knows another way. Turns out, he really purposely suggested they meet late. He knows another way they can enter immediately. They don't have to wait in line. Ji Yan gave his tickets to the guy. Turns out, his tickets were youth pass tickets, and the guy also recognized him. She asked why that guy let them in directly. Ji Yan answered that he'll be playing here soon, so they give special treatment to their future players in the team. It would be a hassle for them to wait in line. Ji Woo agreed with what he said, but she thinks it's kind of unfair for the others who waited in line. But of course, he'll just have to use the advantages of being a professional player on a youth team. And of course, he already practiced those lines yesterday considering their situation now. Ji Woo told him to hurry up to the entrance. When he entered the entrance, he couldn't believe what he just saw. It was the number of people watching the game and the electric atmosphere surrounding the stadium. They were both amazed. It was a wave of purple coloring the entire audience with every wave, cheers, and chants that erupted. Ji Woo suddenly asked him if he's really gonna play here soon. He answered yes. She suddenly smiled and asked if he will really be okay, which got him confused. Ji Woo asked if he'll be okay playing soccer in front of all these people because she's afraid he might cry. Ji Yan got angry and said he's not a crybaby anymore and of course he will. Now he suddenly felt a little pressure from what Ji Woo said, but he's sure he's gonna be okay. But when he looked at the stadium clearly, he now asked himself how can they play soccer in a place with so many people watching. It suddenly hit a different kind of nerve, but he knows he's still years away until he plays here, so he shouldn't feel pressured at all. But with a light heart, he will watch with the mindset of doing the homework that Coach Tony assigned to him. Today, he's just going to take a look at how their team is doing. The match just starts. 43 minutes in the first half have passed, and the players seem to be in a serious state. Looks like they're having a hard time against the opposing team. Ji Woo tried to call Ji Yan, and she asked him if the atmosphere of the game is still okay. But it seems like he can't hear her. Ji Woo kept on calling him, but Ji Yan is still in shock at what he has witnessed in the game. People were getting angry about the players. A fan complained about why they only cross the ball all day long. Another fan asked, what are they going to do with that kind of finishing ability? Ji Yan and Ji Woo just remained quiet. Ji Woo also couldn't believe how outrageous fans can be if their team is not performing well. Ji Yan said it's a game that they should be winning easily, but a lot of people didn't expect there to still be no goal even as the first half had ended. Ji Woo asked if it's because of the opponent, which is a second division league team. Ji Yan answered maybe that's the reason. Ji Woo asked him what's really the main problem of Firenze. He thought that finishing ability and crossing accuracy are problems, but the most fundamental issue is that the attack pattern of Firenze is too monotonous. 9 out of 10 times, it's a side breakthrough followed by a cross, and it's too obvious even to the spectators. If it's that simple, it's too easy for the opponent to defend. And judging by the atmosphere on the bench, it seems like they know it already, but it's just Ji Yan's imagination that he can see the heat radiating from the coach's head. He's only hoping that by any chance, if he debuts in the first team, it will happen as late as possible. Ji Woo got mad because he's not talking anymore and thinks he's ignoring her, but Ji Yan didn't know how to answer her because there are a lot of things on his mind. But then he told her that, to put it simply, Firenze needs creative play right now as the first half ends. It's now 15 minutes into the second half and the game just got more intense. Ji Yan cheered so much when he saw Gino doing his thing. It was a simple cross, but it's sharp, and the timing of the infiltration is also good. He knows this is definitely a goal. And finally, Firenze scored the first goal of the game. It was Lorenzo's header goal in the 17th minute of the second half. It's now 1-0 in favor of Firenze. Ji Yan and Ji Woo also celebrated Firenze's goal. Ji Yan couldn't believe that they stubbornly insisted on crossing and finally scored a goal. It was really that simple. The people were shouting Lorenzo's name and Ji Woo had goosebumps. Ji Yan didn't think people would be cheering the name of the player who scored a goal. Even if he's just watching like this, it makes his heart swell, and now he asked himself what it would be like if that were his name. He suddenly asked Ji Woo what she thinks it would feel like if people called his name like that. Ji Woo said she's sure it would really feel amazing. And of course, Ji Woo would also feel really proud of him. But looking at it that way, Jiwoo thinks people should be calling her name instead of his because she was the one who raised him. She got angry because Ji-yeon's face seemed to disagree with what she said, but he told her he's just kidding, though of course, it's not entirely wrong. Ji-yeon thought that just imagining it feels so good. If everyone called his name in front of Jiwoo, he'd be proud too. Then he saw Jiwoo's arm, where the hairs were standing up. Jiwoo got mad and told him not to look at her there, but Ji-yeon told her she got goosebumps. Jiwoo asked if he was secretly looking at her arm, and he told her to stop saying weird things. He asked what she meant by secretly looking. Suddenly, Gino got hit intentionally, and he was sure it was a foul, like a red card, no doubt about it. Jiwoo asked if he knew that guy. Ji-yeon answered that they played together back then, and he's a year older than him. Jiwoo calculated his age, meaning he's still 17 years old, and thought that he must be really good to be joining Firenze's first team. Ji-yeon said he is really good. Gino is good, but moving up to the first team in just a month is somewhat spectacular. Their team has thin depth, so he heard that they'd fill part of the cup competition squad with youth players. Gino is really that amazing, and even that foul just now was earned thanks to his breakthrough play. Then Jiwoo asked if Gino is a super genius soccer player. She then teased Ji-yeon that he's only 1 year older than him but is already playing in the first team, and she also said that Gino is more of a genius than him, which hurt Ji-yeon's pride a little. But Ji-yeon answered smoothly that no one really knows, and who knows where he would be in a year. Jiwoo asked where that confidence is coming from and if he's sure he'll be playing in the first team within a year. Ji-yeon got so annoyed now. Jiwoo said he really changes when they talk about soccer. Then she said, what if he can't do it? To which Jen replied that she should just wait and see, as number 10 of Firenze shoots the ball. Now that he thinks about it, he really just pulled off a bluff because he's still not sure if he can join the first team within a year, because no one has ever achieved such a feat until now. But he already has a pro contract that he properly earned. Gino was just able to join the first team after he got his pro contract. While watching the match, he concluded that he doesn't feel like this match is at a level he absolutely cannot join. After the missed shot, Lorenzo used a header to score another goal. Firenze made another goal again through Lorenzo's header, while Ji-yeon was thinking that maybe he really can pull it off. Firenze won the match, and they now head back. Jiwoo told him that she had fun watching the game, and Ji-yeon was glad that she did have fun there. He said that, to his eyes, Firenze's performance today was really bad, and it was dreadful to think they might have lost the match, but it was a great relief that they won it. Jiwoo thanked Ji-yeon for walking her home. He told her to sleep early and to stop clinging so much to her phone, and then Ji-yeon said his goodbye to her. Now Ji-yeon walks home while thinking about the game earlier. Jiwoo didn't go in immediately and just stared at Ji-yeon's back. She wonders why his back looks so reliable now. Jiwoo suddenly called him with a very loud voice. She told him that she really had a good time today and said goodbye to him with a smile. He was kind of surprised that she did that all of a sudden. And then he replied that he enjoyed it too while making a cool face like a real MC. The next day at their training facility, Coach Tony asked him how it went. He told him that he watched it very well. Coach Tony asked what he meant by he watched it well, because from what he saw, there were many problems during the match. It was because of that frustrating performance of just mindless crossing that the situation with fans and public opinion now isn't good. And there's no way he didn't see it. Coach Tony told him to speak comfortably and to be honest about how he feels about the game. Originally, he planned to just say it was a good game and that he learned a lot too, but now he's afraid that he would look like an arrogant person. Coach Tony told him to speak comfortably just like what he did with his girlfriend at the stadium. Now he wonders how he knew Jiwoo was with him yesterday. But since Coach Tony asked that, he has no other choice then. He had to say exactly what he truly felt about the game yesterday, and he explained it all to Coach Tony. He concluded that he felt those aspects were a bit disappointing too. But of course, he knows that watching and playing have different perspectives, but Coach Tony already knew what he was trying to say. That the attack needs creativity, just like what Ji-yeon thought yesterday while he watched them struggle. Coach Tony applauded him for his good observation. Coach Vincenzo was so worried exactly about that, that's why his hair is falling out. Coach Tony said that he knows what's needed, but ultimately, the players play the game, so he has no choice but to fit the tactics to the players. And they need a player with some unpredictability to diversify the patterns, but there's no such creative player right now in the first team. So he asked Ji-yeon if he also felt that part too, and Ji-yeon answered yes. Coach Tony casually asked him to give it a try, then Ji-yeon suddenly said yes. Coach Tony got really excited that Ji-yeon will give it a try and join the first team of Firenze, but now Ji-yeon felt the pressure all of a sudden. There's no other player that Coach Tony knows who can bring creativity to the attack. For him, only Ji Yan has that ability. Ji Yan couldn't believe that the thing he was just thinking about yesterday is already happening now. Then his coach asked if he wanted to play on the first team and wondered why he would not say anything about it. He initially thought it was his coach's way of telling him to keep his ego in check, but it turned out to be a serious question, as shown on Coach Tony's face. The coach told Jen that he did not mean he would play on the first team right away, he was only asking if he was interested. However, he began to question himself, wondering if he had put too much pressure on the kid. Jen thought about it carefully, considering that maybe his coach truly meant what he said about putting him on the first team. He answered that he was not sure how well he would do, but it had crossed his mind that he would like to try. Hearing that, the coach smirked and said that was all he needed to hear, which left Jen clueless. Coach Tony added that he knew exactly how he felt, and that it was enough to make a grown man sweat just imagining playing out there in front of tens of thousands of people. He said he trusted Jen's skills so much and reminded him that he was still very young, and that his youth was his greatest weapon. He told the kid that no one was going to criticize a young player for trying. In fact, people would be rooting for him, as he gave him a pat on the shoulder. He encouraged Jen that if an opportunity like this came, he should not hesitate to take it. The kid tried to understand his coach's words. He was hyped up by his coach's advice, though he was not exactly sure what was going on. Coach Tony then told him to get some rest. He bid farewell to the kid, and Jen thanked him as well. Coach Tony immediately went to his phone to contact someone. As he spoke on the phone, he told the person on the other end that they should talk that weekend. The person he called was Coach Vincenzo. It was now game day between Firenze and Modena, and as Jen was stretching, he felt somewhat uneasy after the conversation he had with Coach Tony. The truth was, he had said he wanted to play on the first team only because of Ju. He kept thinking about how Ju would feel if she saw tens of thousands of people cheering for him, and he ended up imagining her cheering for him along with the crowd. Although a 16-year-old debuting on the first team was completely unrealistic, she would probably just think he really loved soccer that much. He guessed that was not entirely untrue either. He had definitely felt the thrill of overcoming his fears by training hard with Coach Luca over the past few days. Coach Luca patted him on the shoulder for the coming match. In his mind, Ju might have been the initial reason, but it was also true that he was giving his all to this. It was clear on his face that he was somewhat nervous as Coach Luca told them to huddle up. He was not sure anymore and was still clueless as to why Coach Tony had suddenly brought up the first team. During the weekend, at the Firenze team training ground, Viola Park, Coach Tony met with Coach Vincenzo. Coach Tony said he was impressed by how hardworking Coach Vincenzo was, but it turned out he was only making fun of his hairline. Coach Vincenzo told him to shut up and sit down. The two were close friends and went way back. Coach Tony said that he had been catching so much heat lately that he was probably charred to the core. Coach Vincenzo replied that he was basically numb to it by now. However, he thought the fans had run out of patience, they had had enough of him, which was why he had run out of patience a long time ago as well. Coach Tony asked what the front office was saying and whether they were going to spend more money that winter. Coach Vincenzo said that if they lost to Tusk-kun, they would reinvest a third of the transfer money. Coach Tony laughed as Vincenzo added that they could never trust those men in suits. Vincenzo could not help but notice that Tony seemed to be in high spirits, as he had heard that his boys had won that day's game against Modena. Coach Tony humbly said that his boys were not doing too badly these days. Vincenzo thought he had come all the way there just to brag, but Tony told him to calm down. He said that Vincenzo's record was not bad at all, but Vincenzo knew they had been barely getting by on luck, and that their luck was going to run out soon. The fans were tired of wringing their hands as they watched the team barely squeeze out wins. Vincenzo admitted that he was kind of terrified and questioned what people expected him to do about it. They were already desperate enough for a creative player, and Tusk-kun was refusing to renew his contract. That player had been keeping the team afloat all by himself since last season. Tony said he did not blame him for entertaining offers elsewhere. Vincenzo had already accepted that they were going to lose him that winter, or at the latest, the following summer. If they could not bring in reinforcements during the winter window and also lost their marquee striker, they might as well give up on the season altogether. Tony then asked if there was someone he was considering as a replacement. Vincenzo said he did have some forwards on the list. Even their penny-pinching chairman had promised to spend some money, so he would keep looking. Tony then asked if he had given any thought to taking a chance on what he had mentioned on the phone. Vincenzo joked about whether he was saying he would come out of retirement, which Tony said was not very funny. Vincenzo laughed and spoke about the boy Tony had mentioned in his text. Coach Tony was referring to Jen, telling Vincenzo that he was not just a great leader but also a creative force who read the game like few others could. He recalled Jen's game against Modena, where he delivered a direct cross that led to the first goal. Coach Tony assured him that the kid had what it took to do it all on his own. Jan had then scored another goal 31 minutes into the game. Tony admitted that he might be getting ahead of himself, but he genuinely believed that the future of Firenze would be built around that kid. Hearing Tony's comments about Jen, Vincenzo could not help but wonder why he was so confident about him. He asked whether Jen was only 16. Tony laughed and admitted that the kid needed some experience, but he was confident it would not take long, as Jen had already outgrown the youth team that year. He then told the bald coach to give him one more season, and he would be ready to go the following season. Vincenzo asked if, in other words, Tony was suggesting that they should invest in midfielders, their second priority, instead of acquiring forwards that winter. Tony said yes, adding that they could use the money they saved to completely overhaul the team next summer, a new season and a fresh new start. Vincenzo looked down and told Tony to listen. He said he had known him for a long time and knew it took real talent to get him that excited. However, Vincenzo admitted that enduring half a season just to hang his hopes on a 16-year-old was not an easy decision for him to make. Still, knowing the suggestion was coming from him, he said he would give it some serious thought. Tony asked if he had watched the videos and records he had sent. Vincenzo fell silent at the question, then said that he had been very busy lately and was now feeling the pressure. Tony, on the other hand, was trembling and remarked that perhaps he was itching to leave a handprint on his head. Tony then calmed down and said he should watch those video recordings, adding that he was disappointed he had not even bothered to look at them. Vincenzo apologized and said he would take a look, since it was not as if he had any better plans anyway. Tony was pleased with that wise decision and suggested that he would add that day's game to the video. However, Vincenzo interrupted him and said no. He explained that he wanted to see Jen in action properly, and that it would be on the following Monday. Jen's record at the end of the game was 1 goal and 2 assists, with Firenze winning against Modena 7-1. The following Monday, during the recovery session, Coach Luca greeted Jen as the kid arrived. Jen asked what he was doing out there, and Luca told him they were going somewhere that day. Jen asked about their practice, and Luca told him he would be training somewhere else that day, which surprised the kid. He truly had no idea what was going on this time. A few hours later, he found himself with Coach Vincenzo. He was so nervous that he could hardly believe it. It turned out that he was going to practice with the first team that day. Coach Vincenzo called for a substitution as Jen entered the field with them for the first time, and all eyes were on him. At the Firenze training ground, their captain ordered the team to start warming up. Amidst the group, Dusan rallied his teammates, urging them to really push themselves that day. Watching from the sidelines, Ji-Yan thought to himself that he had only ever seen these famous players, like Dusan Vlahovic, in videos. Coach Luca then beckoned him to come over and say hello, introducing him to the smiling head coach, Vincenzo Italiana. Ji-Yan nervously greeted the head coach, who replied that he had heard a lot about him. Sensing the young player's anxiety, the coach patted him on the shoulder and told him to relax, instructing him not to overthink the fact that he would be training with the first team that day. Although Ji-Yan agreed, he internally protested, recalling that he had been told it would only be a quick visit. As the coach cheerfully sent him off to warm up, Ji-Yan realized with a sense of panic that he was unexpectedly about to participate in a full-fledged practice session with the first team. Ji-Yan reassured himself that Coach Vincenzo seemed nice compared to his scary game day persona, but he was immediately interrupted when the coach screamed that his players were moving too slow. Vincenzo furiously demanded to know how many times he had to tell them to move, ordering them to use their brain and get into the right position. As the coach continued to shout at them to move, Ji-Yan concluded that the man was definitely terrifying. He realized that despite the earlier advice to relax, he would actually need to stay sharp. Coach Luca nervously commented that the coach seemed more excited than usual, and Ji-Yan awkwardly agreed. Ji-Yan reminded himself that he was representing the U17 team and resolved to do his absolute best so he wouldn't embarrass Coach Tony and Coach Luca. When Coach Vincenzo began to explain the goal of the drill, Ji-Yan immediately interrupted, stating that he already understood it. The coach, taken aback, asked if he was serious, and when Ji-Yan confirmed that he was, the coach was left bewildered, wondering how the boy could possibly understand so quickly and deepening the misunderstanding between them. Ji-Yan told himself that the coach was terrifying and resolved to answer faster next time, noting that the man seemed like the impatient type. Although Coach Vincenzo internally doubted that Ji-Yan truly grasped the complex drill, he decided to let him give it a shot. As the coach remarked that they would soon see the truth, he ordered Lorenzo off the field and subbed Ji-Yan in. Recalling the instructions, Ji-Yan noted that the objective was to break past the defenders and score without relying on crosses. As he took his position, he realized with shock that the coach had placed him on the same team as Dusan. Coach Vincenzo analyzed the team's tactical weaknesses, noting that opponents easily countered them by shutting down wing passes or stacking the box, knowing the team relied on crosses 9 times out of 10. He visualized the frustration of his players being triple-teamed due to this predictability, acknowledging that their attack in the final third was a mess. To fix it, he concluded that they needed a creative player to bring a spark, a true fantasista. Coach Vincenzo mentioned that Tony had said Ji Yan was exactly the type of player they needed, while another asked what position he played. Ji Yan replied that he was a seconda punta. However, Coach Vincenzo thought to himself that, unfortunately for Ji Yan, he was very short on time, especially with the fans demanding his resignation. He shouted for the team to get ready, resolving to be brutally objective with the young player as he blew the whistle to start the sprint. As the drill began, Ji Yan immediately felt the intensity of the professional level as Tusk-kun was shoved by the opposing team. Running down the field, he thought with disbelief that he was actually playing on the same team as Dusan Vlahovic and admitted to himself that he was incredibly nervous. He tried to snap out of it by strictly reminding himself that he was only here as a visitor, though he couldn't help but regret that Jiwoo wasn't here to witness the moment. As Ji Yan found an opening and called for the ball, he received a pass and started his run, but he immediately noticed something was wrong. Coach Vincenzo watched intently, noting that Ji Yan's constant scanning of the field was a good habit, as it kept him aware of what was happening around him. However, the coach also observed that if Ji Yan continued to move like the other players, he wouldn't create any real openings. Just as the coach had predicted, Dusan's movement suddenly shifts, leaving the opposing players surprised as he immediately cuts off the defense. As Dusan moved outside the box, observers shouted that Ji Yan was cutting into the center. He sprinted into the gap, leaving the defenders in disbelief as they questioned how a mere kid could dare to exploit the space Vlahovic had left behind. Dusan aggressively shouted at him to execute the play, and Ji Yan's eyes suddenly flashed with intense focus. The defenders realized with shock that Ji Yan intended to pass rather than break through the open space himself, immediately shifting their concern to Vlahovic. As Ji Yan struck the ball, Coach Vincenzo watched in disbelief, questioning whether their star striker was actually attempting a one-touch combination play with the newcomer. The play unfolded just as the coach feared, with Vlahovic successfully handing the ball off to continue the attack. They then drove back in so that Ji Yan could return the ball to him using an outside foot pass. It was noted that the pass was delivered perfectly at the defender's waist height, utilizing precision timing that completely destroyed the offside trap. As Dusan broke through the line, everyone knows that Dusan is known for being ridiculously particular about his passes, and Ji Yan had successfully checked all the boxes. The ball smashed into the back of the net, leaving Coach Vincenzo stunned. He admitted to himself that although the recommendation had come from Tony, he hadn't expected much, yet he had just witnessed a perfect outside foot pass weave through a momentary gap. He realized with shock that the 16-year-old was far more creative than he could have ever imagined. On the field, one of the players praised Ji Yan for the nice work, to which Ji Yan shyly stammered his thanks. Watching them, Coach Luca told the coach Vincenzo to just wait, insisting that the boy was only just getting started. Vincenzo was left thinking that he had initially assumed Tony and Luca were simply exaggerating. As the drill continued, the coach's amazement at Ji Yan quickly shifted beyond simply being impressed by his skill for a 16-year-old. Even when the team was merely passing the ball with no breakthrough in sight, he would just aggressively run forward to create an opening. He controlled the ball to force the defense to shift along with him, and the moment he spotted a gap ahead, he launched a pass with laser-like precision. Dusan felt a surge of satisfaction, knowing instantly that the pass was perfect. Coach Vincenzo remarked that although their star striker had been starving for good service lately, he finally looked to be in his element today. As Dusan receives the pass through his chest, he unleashed a powerful volley into the goal. The chemistry between the kid and the star player was a work of art that Firenze hadn't seen in ages. Coach Vincenzo realized that this was exactly what he had been missing, comparing his previous frustration to a maddening itch that had been just out of reach. He concluded that Ji Yan had finally hit that spot perfectly. Unable to wait for the drill to finish, he frantically dialed his phone and, the moment it connected, impatiently demanded to know what had taken Tony so long to pick up. Coach Vincenzo wasted no time, shouting into the phone that he'll get straight to the point. He demanded that the paperwork be sorted out by the following week, while ignoring Tony's likely protests on the other end. He now wanted Ji Yan on the first team immediately. On the field, as the player settles down after the match, Ji Yan was worried and was hoping he didn't annoy anyone. Suddenly, one of them called out to him, though Ji Yan was still catching his breath, exhausted from the intense play. Dusan Vlahovic loomed over him, his expression unreadable. Ji Yan looked up with a mix of awe and trepidation, wondering if he had made a mistake during the play. The silence stretched for a moment before Dusan spoke.
At the U17 Firenze training grounds, Coach Tony shouted incredulously into his phone, demanding to know what Coach Vincenzo had just said. He asked with disbelief if they really wanted Ji-Yan to join the first team starting the very next week, arguing that such a move was far too sudden. He flatly refused the request. When Coach Vincenzo demanded to know why, he stood his ground, insisting that the player still had a lot to learn and that he personally had much left to teach him. Coach Vincenzo scoffed at the excuse and told Tony to give him a break, asserting that he knew the player could learn much more from him instead. The coaches argued heatedly over the phone, insisting that it was too soon, while the eavesdropping Ji-Yan stood frozen in shock. Later, the young athlete reflected that seeing a game in person had driven him to look up more of the year's Firenze matches. He admitted that although he had previously felt the first team was far beyond his reach, a conversation with Coach Tony had sparked his curiosity. While intently watching the footage in bed, he realized that one specific player was featured in almost every highlight reel. Ji-Yan realized that the figure before him was Firenze's star, Dusan Vlahovic, the very player the crowd had been chanting for during the match. Terrified by Vlahovic's intense expression as he loomed over him, the boy panicked, thinking he must have done something to upset the star. However, the tension broke instantly when Vlahovic patted him on the shoulder and cheerfully exclaimed that he wished the boy were just 2 years older. Vlahovic joked that if the boy were older, the team would have reached the Champions League ages ago, leaving the younger player confused. The star then smiled and stated simply that he liked him. As he walked away, Vlahovic called out that he hoped to see the boy on the first team soon. Ji-Yan stammered that he would try, inwardly relieved that he wasn't getting chewed out after all. Suddenly, another voice interrupted, remarking on the boy's luck and asking if he realized who he had just been speaking to. The boy scoffed at the question, exclaiming that naturally he knew who Dusan Vlahovic was. Coach Luka agreed, remarking that the striker had been through a difficult time. He explained that despite appearing to be a traditional target man, Vlahovic's real strengths lay in movement and link-up play. He pointed out how frustrating it must be for such a player to receive nothing but crosses every day. Turning to the boy, the coach observed that, judging by Vlahovic's expression, the star seemed to have genuinely enjoyed receiving his passes that afternoon. The coach enthusiastically poked him, declaring that their teamwork had been a sight to behold. Flustered, Ji-Yan deflected the praise, insisting that it was simply because Dusan's movement was incredible. He described how the striker could slip past defenders in the box or break down a defense at the perfect moment. As he ran off, he humbly maintained that he had only delivered the ball when needed, so Vlahovic had actually done all the work. Coach Luka affectionately patted him on the head, remarking that it sounded like he had learned a significant amount from just one game. He told the young player to be proud of himself, noting that receiving a compliment from a top star like Dusan was not an everyday occurrence. Visibly relieved, the boy asked if that was really true, admitting he was just glad he hadn't embarrassed the staff. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a shout as Coach Vincenzo sprinted toward them in a panic. As the breathless coach hunched over panting, the startled boy stammered out a question, asking what was wrong. The older coach, still panting, suddenly grabbed the boy and began physically examining his muscles, asking to be excused for the intrusion. Startled by the sudden contact, Ji-Yan asked what was happening, but the coach ignored the question and demanded to know his weight. He replied that he was 139 pounds a few months prior. Observing that the boy was mostly muscle with very little body fat, the coach surmised he was likely heavier now and immediately asked for his height. The boy estimated he was around 5'9", admitting that figure was also from 2 months ago. Impatient with the outdated stats, the coach grabbed him and declared they would verify the measurements immediately. The scale revealed he was actually 5'10" and 145 pounds, prompting the coach to mutter about Tony's slyness. Fuming, the coach noted the boy's nerve to underreport his weight by so much, while the nervous player just asked permission to step down. Analyzing the results, the coach realized the boy had grown nearly an inch and gained weight rapidly, concluding that he was definitely still in a growth spurt. The coach sighed and told the boy he could come down, admitting to himself that he could see why Tony would get enraged. He reflected that playing too many games at this age could end up stopping the boy's growth. Recalling Tony's angry warning that it was too soon, the coach worried that the young player could get seriously hurt. As he stroked his beard contemplating what he should do, something suddenly caught his attention. The coach looked at the boy's innocent expression and mentally noted how naive he appeared. He suddenly scoffed at himself, laughing that he was acting as if this were a high-stakes transfer negotiation. Scratching his head, he admitted he never imagined he would be arguing with a youth coach over a kid like him, leaving the boy confused about the mention of an argument. Dismissing the thought, the coach told the boy to never mind and beckoned him closer. He observed that the boy was in good shape but asked if they currently had him doing any specific physical training. The boy confirmed that he was currently training with Coach Luca. The coach approved, then asked how many meals he ate daily. The boy hesitantly answered that he ate breakfast, lunch, and dinner, 3 meals. Musing that 3 was good but likely insufficient for his needs, the coach decided the boy would require extra dietary guidance. He specified that Ji-Yan should eat more white fish than meat, emphasizing that it must be steamed rather than fried. The specific instruction triggered a traumatic memory for the boy, giving him flashbacks of his dad's steamed mayo angler fish. The boy nervously agreed to try the diet that night, while the coach assured him that proper eating would spur his growth. As the boy thanked him and reflected on how helpful the advice was, the coach suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Coach Vincenzo told him he would see the results when he returned the following week, leaving the boy confused. The coach then realized with a start that he had forgotten to tell him the most important part. Coach Vincenzo dropped the bombshell that the boy would now be rotating between the U-17 squad and the first team, a revelation that left everyone stunned. He quickly added that he didn't want the boy to feel pressured, but warned that since he might play in a real match, he needed to take excellent care of his body. Taking charge, the coach told the boy to pack his gear so he could drive him home personally. Coach Luca frantically asked if he had cleared this with Coach Tony, to which Vincenzo aggressively retorted that he had and challenged any objections. As he walked away, Vincenzo shouted that Ji-Yan was exactly what the team needed right now and summarily dismissed the flabbergasted Coach Luca. Coach Vincenzo beamed with delight, marveling at the find and wondering where Tony had located such a gem. Zipping up his jacket, Ji-Yan accepted the new diet of white fish. He took a deep breath, thinking that maybe he would actually get to play in a first-team game. As they jogged off, the boy internally cheered that he could finally brag to Jiwoo, while Coach Luca asked if he was really being dismissed. Meanwhile, alone in his office, head coach Tony simply said okay. Coach Tony insisted that the other party promise to respect his terms no matter what, which included strict limits on game frequency and a ban on aerial duels. After abruptly saying goodbye and hanging up the phone with a heavy sigh, Tony stood gazing out his office window. He questioned why he felt so conflicted when he should be happy, realizing the sensation was akin to giving his daughter away in marriage. Elsewhere, Jiwoo looked up in surprise as her phone began to buzz with an incoming call from Ji-Yan. Jiwoo picked up the phone, confused by the unusual timing, but Ji-Yan immediately interrupted her to declare that it was an emergency. Her eyes widened in shock as he stammered out something about a fire, prompting her to repeat the word in disbelief. She cried out in horror, asking if it was true that all that remained were merely ashes. At the Viola Park training grounds, Ji-Yan revealed a carefully packed lunch, prompting Coach Vincenzo to remark that the creator had clearly put a lot of effort into it. The coach praised the meal for having all the right ingredients and teasingly asked if Ji-Yan's girlfriend had prepared it, flustering the boy. Laughing at Ji-Yan's embarrassment, Vincenzo admitted he had already heard the full story from Coach Tony, while Ji-Yan muttered that he should have known. Ji-Yan insisted that she was just a friend, though the coach skeptically replied that his friend had certainly packed a pretty lunch. Laughing it off, the mentor patted him on the back and told him to just eat up, leaving the boy to slouch in defeat. As he ate on the steps, Ji-Yan thought about how unexpected the situation was, while the coach told him to listen while he ate. He reflected that he had tried cooking the recommended food to gain weight, while the coach began a lecture about the nature of soccer. Later that day, Jiwoo barged into the room shouting his name. He greeted her calmly, and she remarked with surprise that he had remembered the passcode. Jiwoo burst into the room in a panic, asking if he was okay and demanding to know where the fire was. She sniffed the air, insisting she could still smell burning, while Ji-Yan awkwardly tried to explain the situation. He sheepishly presented a plate containing a completely charred lump, nervously laughing as he showed her the remains. Jiwoo stared at the burnt food in disbelief before turning a menacing glare toward him, asking what that was supposed to be. She yelled at him furiously, asking what was wrong with him for claiming there was a fire, while Ji-Yan cowered in fear. He meekly explained that he had actually said all that's left are ashes, but she had hung up the phone before he could finish his sentence. Jiwoo explained that she had been in such a rush she left her phone at home, while Ji-Yan pointed out that she hadn't picked up after her alarming comment. She admitted she thought his house had caught fire, but he scoffed that he was overreacting. Noticing her bare feet, he asked if she hadn't even taken the time to put on socks. Looking down, Ji-Yan realized his state and admitted that he felt pretty bad now. Turning to the plate, Jiwoo asked what it was supposed to be, jokingly inquiring if he had baked his soccer cleats. Ji-Yan sheepishly repeated the comment, protesting that it was his very first attempt. Jiwoo screamed in disbelief, questioning if the mess could even be called cooking. Holding the plate of charred lumps, she asked in horror if that was really supposed to be the white fish. Ji-Yan explained that he was trying to follow his coach's dietary advice to gain weight, ruefully admitting he seemed to have inherited his father's cooking skills. Ji-woo seized the opportunity to gloat, declaring that cooking required special talent and asking if he finally realized how incredible she was. She poked his cheek playfully, ignoring his dismissal, and demanded he show her respect. Under her relentless poking, Ji-Yan finally caved and reluctantly addressed her as Chef Ji-woo. Ji-woo laughed loudly, teasingly telling little Ji-Yan that she already knew, leaving him trembling with humiliation. Ji-Yan reflected on how strange it was that he wasn't treated like this anywhere else, realizing Ji-woo was the only person he couldn't seem to beat. She then asked why the team suddenly wanted him to gain weight. Realizing this was the perfect moment to brag, Ji-Yan smoothed back his hair and casually mentioned that he would be playing with the older players now. As Ji-woo questioned what he meant by older players, Ji-Yan grinned, telling himself he didn't want to sound like he was bragging but couldn't help smiling. Ji-Yan proudly announced that he was officially playing on the first team. He added that the coach had even told him he was simply too good to continue playing with people his own age. Ji-woo was blown away by the news, exclaiming that there was no way. Ji-Yan reflected that while he had initially said he would get there within a year, he seemed to have accomplished it in less than a month. Pointing to the burnt mess, Ji-woo told him that he was done cooking and produced a stack of lunchboxes that were perfect for his needs. She excitedly told Ji-Yan Lee that he could leave all his future meals to her. While eating the lunch Ji-woo had packed for him, he reflected that he should be grateful since she seemed to enjoy making it. The coach stood nearby, remarking that Ji-Yan had made the right decision. However, as the coach began offering technical advice for their next practice, Ji-Yan suddenly started choking. While the panicked coach frantically asked if he was okay and urged him to drink water, Ji-Yan internally lamented that he couldn't simply eat in peace. The chaos was interrupted by Ji-Yan's phone buzzing. Realizing who was calling, he apologized and asked the coach if he could have a minute. Coach Vincenzo immediately and enthusiastically agreed, telling him to go ahead. Ji-Yan sits on the bleachers, talking on his phone to Coach Tony, and Coach Vincenzo wasn't happy hearing it was Tony who called. He confirms that practice has just ended and reassures the caller that everyone is treating him well. Suddenly, the older coach leans in close behind him, startling the boy. Ignoring Ji-Yan's hesitation, Coach Vincenzo demands the phone and snatches it away just as Coach Tony begins discussing preparations for the weekend match. Putting the phone to his ear, the older coach interrupts the instructions and aggressively shouts at the caller to stop nagging the kid. Coach Vincenzo shouted into his phone that Ji-Yan was eating and should be called back later, abruptly hanging up. Anger instantly set in as Tony realized the old man just disconnected the call. Trembling, he internally cursed the bald coach, while Coach Vincenzo maintained his composure in front of the boy. He assured Ji-Yan that he had handled the situation, claiming the caller didn't understand personal space, and told him to go back to enjoying his meal. Ji-Yan agreed obediently but privately wondered what had gotten into both of them. As he ate, he reflected on his recent schedule, noting that he had trained with the first team and the U17 squad earlier in the week before playing the match against FC Paruma that weekend. As the match begins, the team captain rallies his players, shouting that they should get to it and calling out to Viola to move into position. They face off against Paruma, a team currently ranked 4th in their group. Paruma is on a winning streak, having secured their last 3 games due to a defense described as being on the rise and incredibly strong. Amidst the intensity, Ji-Yan reflects on his role. He notes that he had only practiced with the first team for 2 days but felt curious to see if his presence would make a difference. He understands that his contribution is vital because Paruma's defense is reputed to be nearly impenetrable, and it is up to him to find a way through. As Ji-Yan takes the field, he reflects on how strangely calm he feels, noting that he isn't nervous at all. On the pitch, the opposing defenders scramble in a panic, shouting that number 20 is the ace and desperately urging each other to stop him. Despite their efforts, Ji-Yan finds their defense to be a complete mess and easily maneuvers past them with a swift swoosh of movement. Watching from the sidelines, Coach Luca asks Coach Tony if Ji-Yan has always been that confident during games. Coach Tony, looking on with a smirk, simply remarks that the match should be a cakewalk for him. Reflecting on his recent training, Coach Tony noted that although he had only spent 2 days facing the first-team defense, it made the U17 competition feel like a joke to him now by comparison. He completely overwhelmed the opposition, running circles around them and scoring 3 goals in the first half. This marked his first hat trick since moving to Italy, and he found it strange how incredibly easy the game felt that day. After the match, Coach Tony praised Ji-Yan's performance and told him he was free to go. However, he also advised Ji Yan not to be too startled by some upcoming news. As Ji Yan looked at the team roster, his eyes widened in shock to see his name, Ji Yan Lee, number 20, listed among the substitutes for the senior squad, alongside players like Castravi and Amribat. The two coaches have already discussed the arrangements for the young superstar as he will debut on the next match of Firenze's first team. In the locker room on October 24th, Ji Yan struggles to calm his nerves as his heart thumps loudly. As the coach shouts for the team to take advantage of the situation, the player reflects on this being his first time with the first team. Though he is not in the starting lineup, he questions if he truly belongs there. Amid the noise, he finds he can't even hear the coach's game plan. He tries to reassure himself by remembering the coach's words, that he will learn a lot just by soaking in the atmosphere on the bench, but his anxiety persists. As the coach commands the players to find openings and drive in, he anticipates the screaming fans waiting outside the locker room doors. He remains hunched over in thought, wondering if he will even be able to play well if he eventually gets substituted in. He questions his own words, doubting his chances of being substituted into the game. He is startled when AC Firenze captain Cristiano Barassi pats him on the shoulder and asks what he is mumbling about. Barassi then tells the boy that it is time for them to head out. Realizing the captain is right, our boy resolves to snap out of his anxiety and clear his head. Outside, the stadium erupts with the roar of Forza Viola as Firenze prepares to face Genoa. Amidst the intense crowd, Ji will remark on how overwhelming the fans are and Ji Yan's dad agrees that first-team games are on an entirely different level. Ji-woo expressed her disbelief at being there to see Ji Yan play in such a significant game, a sentiment that Mr. Lee heartily agreed with. He reflected privately on how Ji Yan rarely spoke to him, making the invitation to watch the match entirely unexpected. He recalled how Ji Yan had initially been understanding about his busy work schedule, yet Mr. Lee had decided that his son came first and took the day off. Overwhelmed with emotion, Mr. Lee admitted he would likely remember this day for the rest of his life, prompting Ji-woo to ask if he was all right. As they settled in, she questioned whether Ji Yan would actually play. Mr. Lee confessed his uncertainty, noting that while having a 16-year-old on the team was already incredible, he found it difficult to imagine his son actually being put into the game. Despite this, Ji-woo remained optimistic, stating she had a strange feeling that he would still make an appearance today. Because she knows that Ji Yan is a soccer genius. While he sits on the sidelines, his heart was racing with an intensity he can't ignore, especially when hearing Coach Vincenzo's screaming voice. However, once he begins to focus on the game, he notes that he feels much less nervous than he did back in the locker room. He observes the match unfolding, noting that while his team is maintaining control against Genoa, the bottom-ranked team in the league, his coach is visibly furious because they still haven't managed to score. Coach Vincenzo screams for his players to stop driving only into the flanks, a sentiment Ji Yan echoes internally, remembering how the coach always stresses the need for quick goals to make their ball control meaningful. Despite their dominance, Ji Yan recognizes that the victory won't come easily. The opposition has identified their straightforward attack patterns and currently has them on complete lockdown. The match continues as 5 defenders face against 1 attacker. 15 minutes into the match, the scoreboard remains stagnant at 0:0. From the sidelines, Coach Vincenzo couldn't help but curse in Italian. Ji Yan looks at the back after hearing some fans insult their coach to get his attention. The atmosphere in the stadium was toxic. Irate fans began screaming insults, their patience having worn thin after only a quarter of an hour. Coach Vincenzo understands that the crowd had already had enough and were no longer holding back their vitriol. They're fed up with the team's performance and were truly letting them have it during this home game. Amidst the pressure, Ji Yan realized they needed to find a goal quickly. Suddenly, the tension broke as Tusk-kun connected with the ball. As it hit the back of the net, the stadium erupted with the announcement of a goal. The players celebrated wildly, shouting that they had finally secured their first goal of the game. Ji Yan claps enthusiastically, exclaiming that the performance was a classic from Tusk-kun. However, as he turns away, he muses that the play should appease the fans at least a little. He is suddenly struck by the realization that they were not pleased about the goal. The crowd's mood remains sour. He overhears fans grumbling that the team merely scored a lucky goal and will likely just keep spamming crosses. They even go as far as to say that the team needs to lose so their worthless octopus head of a coach gets fired. Horrified, Ji Yan gasps, worried that the coach might hear those insults. He wonders to himself what it will take to please the fans if a goal isn't enough. When he looks over, he realizes with a shock that the coach definitely heard them. Despite the toxicity from the stands, the coach simply wears a sharp grin as the match continues into the 55th minute with Firenze leading Genoa 1-0. In a sun-drenched stadium, the match between Firenze and Genoa hung in the balance. As Genoa attempted to clear their lines, a powerful strike sent the ball flying toward the box. The ball took a sharp deflection off a defender. Dusan anticipates the chance while catching the opposing player wrong-footed as he struggled to adjust his position. Despite the awkward bounce, the ball found its way into the net with a resounding thwack, extending Firenze's lead to 2-0. The crowd erupted, though not with cheers of joy. Frustrated fans shouted that it was more dumb luck and expressed their disbelief at yet another fluke goal. Amidst the sea of angry spectators, Ji-woo turned to Mr. Lee, asking for confirmation that they were winning and wondering why the fans were still so upset. Mr. Lee admitted he wasn't sure, as the supporters around them continued to grumble, questioning if the team would win by pure luck again and demanding to know when they would finally get to see some real soccer. Mr. Lee remarked that winning is certainly important in soccer, but admitted that even someone as clueless as he is could tell the match was no fun. Ji-woo agreed, adding that it would be much more entertaining if they let Ji-yan play. Mr. Lee started to express his doubts about that happening, but he was suddenly cut short by something. Ji-woo excitedly urged Mr. Lee to look, pointing out that Ji-yan was actually coming onto the field. Mr. Lee stared in total disbelief, unable to process the fact that his 16-year-old son was preparing to play in a professional series game. Meanwhile, Coach Vincenzo reassured Ji-yan that he had nothing to worry about and told him to keep his mind focused on just one thing. The coach gave him a firm command, telling him to do whatever he wanted to do out there and asking if he understood. Our boy responded with a sharp affirmation in Italian, confirming that he did. The coach pulls him close, assuring him that he won't say a word even if the boy loses the ball, messes up a pass, or misses a shot. However, he sternly warns him that he will give him an earful if he plays passively. Shoving the boy onto the field, the coach commands him not to match the play style of the seniors but to play exactly how he wants. Ji-yan acknowledges the instructions as he steps onto the game pitch for the first time, still in disbelief that it is actually happening. He quickly signals number 2 to his teammates, internalizing that there is no time to soak in the moment. His teammate echoes the call, telling everyone to get into position. As he enters, the team's formation shifts from a 4-3-3 to a 4-2-3-1, placing him in the center of the three directly under Dusan Vlahovic. He notes that this is his familiar position as a withdrawn forward. Observing the field, he reflects that although the opposing team is trailing by 2 points and hasn't changed their defensive strategy, it ultimately doesn't matter to him. He reflected on how watching from the bench had allowed him to repeatedly visualize scenarios for bypassing the defense. He observed that the opponents were failing to press the midfield, giving him the space he needed. He realized that the key was determining how to push forward from his current position. He noted that because the starting players were exhausted, he was receiving more passes as a fresh substitute. Considering the situation, he mused that his seniors likely wouldn't mind him seeing so much of the ball, especially since the coach had already instructed him not to worry about them. Though the opposing team intentionally left the flanks open to force crosses rather than shots, he mentally declared his lack of intention to follow their lead. Instead, he boldly drove the ball down the center, leaving the defenders in a state of shock as they questioned his audacity and wondered who he thought he was. A defender shouted that he wouldn't get through their wall, but he internally noted that while that might have been true in the past, he felt different today. As the defender called him an arrogant punk, he realized that because he had practiced with the first team, these opponents were now a breeze to get past. After easily clearing the first man, he observed that he still had an entire army to get through. Fortunately, he realized he wasn't alone as a teammate called out to him. He marveled at how his body was moving instinctively without him even having to think, credits to his intense practice. In this high-stakes soccer match, the protagonist, Ji-yan, executes a perfectly timed pass. He passes the ball to Dusan and immediately begins to sprint. Dusan commends Ji-yan on the quality of his pass, noting that the scenario he has visualized dozens of times is finally overlapping with reality. As they move in sync, Ji-yan observes that no matter where he moves, Dusan's returns find him with ruler-straight precision. However, as Ji-yan prepares to receive the ball, he is struck by a sense of disbelief. He realizes that Dusan has somehow reached a position ahead of him already, leading him to humorously wonder if his teammate has a clone. Ji-yan analyzes the pitch, noting that only the final defensive line remains. He decides to pass to Dusan one more time and continue his run. As the play unfolds, he anticipates that Dusan might take a direct shot or pass again to further dismantle the opposing team's defense. However, Dusan executes a sudden Rabona kick, catching the opposition off guard. He reflects on how his preparation paid off, noting that his run was timed perfectly to beat the offside trap. Doosan's selfless play allowed them to finally break through the defensive line, and now it's time for him to do his part. With bated breath, he realized that the moment he received the ball, everything in front of him disappeared except for the ball itself. He noted that instead of the tens of thousands of people in the stadium, his only thoughts were of his father and Ji-woo watching him. Driven by a desperate need to show them exactly what he was capable of, he lunged forward. Spectators watched in stunned silence as he unleashed a powerful strike. The ball screamed past the defenders as Ji-woo and his teammates anticipates the result of Ji-yeon's strike. And the goalkeeper, who could only watch in shock as it found its mark as the ball rips the net. As he finally let himself breathe, he still couldn't believe any of this was really happening. Gasping for air, he questioned what had just occurred. He could feel everything, the cheering, the grass beneath his feet, and the stadium air, yet it all felt so unreal. Stooped over and panting, he was convinced he had to be dreaming and wondered how long the dream had been going on. He questioned if it had started when he signed that pro contract, when he joined the first team, or perhaps when they beat Jovan too. Suddenly, a hand was slung over him, and a teammate smirked, telling him that he had really done it now. He's overcome with disbelief as he realizes that scoring a goal in his first team debut wasn't a dream, bringing the score for Firenze to 3-0 against Genoa. His teammates swarm him in celebration. One teammate jokingly asks if he was merely pretending to be nervous in the locker room and wonders where he came from. Another teammate reflects that Ji-yeon's performance in practice clearly wasn't a fluke, while another tells the group to cool it before they injure the rookie in his very first game. As they push him back toward the center of the pitch to continue, Ji-yeon hears the roar of the Firenze fans singing their anthem. Amidst the intense atmosphere, he finds himself wondering where his father and Ji-woo are sitting in the massive crowd. Ji-yeon thinks about how he had always wanted to show his father and Ji-woo the extent of their support, and he feels immense joy at having finally achieved that goal today. As he raises his fist in triumph, a fan loudly cheers for Firenze, which immediately makes Ji-yeon self-conscious. He begins to worry that the crowd is getting louder because they find him arrogant. Doosan approaches and warns Ji-yeon that he should prepare himself for what is coming. Ji-yeon is visibly startled, fearing his previous play was indeed too cocky. Doosan continues by questioning what Ji-yeon was thinking when he scored a goal like that in his debut game. Ultimately, Doosan brushes the concern aside, telling Ji-yeon he will understand the situation soon. Left alone with his thoughts, Ji-yeon wonders aloud if his play truly came across as overconfident. Despite the win, he realizes he has completely overlooked a significant detail. As the scoreboard displayed a definitive 3-0 victory for Firenze over Genoa, the stadium erupted. Amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd chanting his name, Ji-yeon Lee realized that his father and Ji-woo weren't the only ones who had witnessed his performance that day. After the match, Ji-yeon zips up his bag with a weary sigh, his body still trembling from the intensity of the game. Despite the physical exhaustion, he feels a sense of relief and thinks about how he can't wait to share a meal with his father and Ji-woo before finally resting at home. His peaceful thoughts are interrupted by their captain who bluntly asks what he was thinking out there. Doosan is even joking that he would have fled the scene if he were in Ji-yeon's position. The senior players then warns him that scoring a goal like that in his debut match is going to cost him. This leaves Ji-yeon in a daze, wondering if there is some unwritten rule against junior players scoring. As he walks down the hall, he nervously wonders if the senior players will berate him later. However, his captain stops him, calls his name, and tells him to take a good look as he opens a door. Ji-yeon faces the overwhelming price of his rising stardom as the crowd chants his name. His teammates eagerly surround him, demanding to know what took him so long and recounting his impressive record of 10 goals and 2 assists in just 6 youth games. They admit how difficult it was to track down that information on the fly but express their relief at having him, especially since they hated being robbed by his former team of crooks, Gyeovan. Stunned by the flashing cameras and fans clamoring for autographs, Ji-yeon remains speechless. His captain reminds him that he had warned him to be ready, but a flustered Ji-yeon insists he is still unprepared. As he tries to slip away, his captain yanks him back by the collar, demanding to know where he thinks he's going and declaring that he must take responsibility for his actions. Facing a crowd of squealing fans, Ji-yeon frantically asks his captain how he should handle the situation. His captain explains that he has 2 options. He can either tell them to leave him alone because he is tired and just get on the bus, or he can show his gratitude by taking photos and signing autographs. As his captain shrugs and tells Ji-yeon that the choice is his, Ji-yeon looks on in disbelief, muttering that he can't be serious. He realizes that one of those choices would make him look like a complete jerk. Ultimately, Ji-yeon chooses to stay, trying his best not to cringe as he signs autographs with a shaky hand for fans who are pleading for pictures. The crowd grows even more enthusiastic, with fans shouting that he should be in the starting lineup next week and promising to attend every away game as long as he is playing. Overwhelmed, Ji-yan can only stammer his thanks. Eventually, his captain steps in and announces to the crowd that they have to end the session there, reminding everyone that Ji-yan is only 16 years old. In a cheeky attempt at leadership, Barassi offers his own autograph to those who missed out on the star player's signature. This prompts a confused fan to question why he would ever want Barassi's autograph, leading to a heated exchange where Barassi is now being held back by others. Reflecting on the chaos, Ji-yan sighs to himself about how difficult the captain's job seems to be. As he boards the team bus, his teammates begin a mock interrogation, sarcastically thanking their youngest member for making them stay later than usual and remarking that teenagers these days clearly expect to be treated like royalty. A flustered Ji-yan quickly apologizes, but the mood shifts as the team reveals they were only joking. They warmly welcome him back, expressing relief that, thanks to his performance, they are finally going home without being booed by their own fans. Once the tension breaks, a relieved but utterly exhausted Ji-yan collapses into his seat. Sitting on the bus, Ji-yan sighed to himself that being a professional was truly draining. He looked out the window in surprise as camera flashes erupted, noting that the fans were still gathered there. He marveled at the sight, thinking that he still couldn't believe it because he was just some kid. Outside, the crowd clamored for him to look their way, their phones flashing as they captured the moment. Amused by the spectacle, he snapped a photo of them, prompting some fans to wonder if that had been a camera flash and to realize they were just as interesting to him as he was to them. He quickly tapped away on his phone, decided that he had to show the photo to Ji-woo. However, by the time he arrived at the U-17 training grounds on Monday, he was full of regret, muttering that he shouldn't have bragged to her. He recalled how she had glared and asked if he wanted her to treat him like a celebrity, mockingly suggesting that their little soccer genius just wanted to be acknowledged or perhaps wanted a cookie and a pat on the head. He stood alone, scratching his chin in frustration as he reflected on an irritating memory. His mood suddenly shifted when he recalled that although Ji-woo might act dismissive now, she had been shouting about how incredible he was during his recent performance. His dad teased Ji-woo by detailing how she had cheered every time Ji-yan was substituted in, touched the ball, or made a pass, causing her to plead with him to stop in embarrassment. As Ji-yan continued on his way, a boisterous coach suddenly intercepted him, loudly announcing to everyone in the vicinity that their team's ace and debut match star had arrived. Despite Ji-yan's frantic attempts to quiet him for fear of being overheard, the coach shamelessly doubled down, asserting that his pride was justified because it was all true. The commotion quickly drew a crowd of teammates, who surrounded Ji-yan to tell him they had watched his match the previous day and thought he was amazing. Ji-yan bashfully thanks his teammates before officially announcing that he has been promoted to a first-team player, a milestone that unfortunately requires him to leave his friends in the U-17 squad. His teammates react with high-energy support, playfully calling him a big shot and demanding he come over to celebrate. They encourage him to maintain his current momentum, promising to stay close behind him and expressing their excitement to meet him at that higher level soon. Bruno pulls Ji-yan aside to offer a more personal perspective, asserting that Ji-yan is a total genius. When Ji-yan tries to humbly protest, Bruno clarifies that his modesty is actually an insult to the rest of them. He reasons that if a 16-year-old making the first team isn't a genius, then the rest of them have no hope. Calling Ji-yan the face of their team, Bruno urges him to show the coaches and first-team players exactly what he is capable of. He concludes by pointing out that Ji-yan's success would ultimately pave the way and improve the chances for the rest of them to move up as well, to which Ji-yan nervously but sincerely agrees. Bruno gripped Ji-yan and commanded him to repeat that he was the face of the U-17, a statement Ji-yan echoed with a smile. As the coach cleared his throat and asked if they were ready to depart, Ji-yan confirmed they were. Leaving the training grounds he had grown fond of, Ji-yan waved a final goodbye to his teammates, who cheered him on as he left. While heading toward the first-team training grounds, he reflected on Bruno's words, realizing that his individual performance would now carry the weight of the U-17's reputation. Stomping his foot with newfound resolve, he vowed never to let himself succumb to self-doubt again. Upon arriving, Ji-yan enthusiastically introduced himself as the newest full-time member of the first team. However, his warm welcome was met by a group of hulking, intimidating veterans. They mockingly referred to him as a shrimp and their junior star, looming over him while suggesting he take their help with stretching, an offer they warned he shouldn't refuse. He trembles as he realizes he is merely a small fry compared to those around him. As he attempts to flee, his much larger teammates chase him down, shouting for the runt to return, while he desperately pleads for them to stop. Observing from the sidelines, Coach Vincenzo notes that the boy is significantly smaller than the others, which is a concern since their upcoming match is against UC Sampria, a team renowned for its massive defense. Ji-Yan begs to be left alone, while his teammates jokingly asks if he is trying to boss around his seniors. Ultimately, Coach Vincenzo concludes that the situation is going to require some serious thought as the larger players playfully surround Ji-Yan. Ji-Yan found himself cornered by his teammates, who insisted that he settle a ridiculous debate. They pressed him to identify which of them was the ugliest, dismissively noting that he must have heard their discussion and claiming it was an easy question to answer. Feeling the pressure, Ji-Yan stammered that they were all quite handsome, but his teammates weren't having it. They poked at him and demanded he make a specific choice. Distraught, Ji-Yan wondered why they were putting him through this. As they continued to loom over him, their captain urged him to pick him, while another challenged Ji-Yan's hesitation, asking if he truly intended not to choose him. Desperate to escape the interrogation, Ji-Yan finally pointed toward Captain Barassi. His teammates burst into laughter at the choice, teasing the captain about how much he had aged recently. Ji-Yan lay on the ground in exhaustion, silently pleading for help. The captain defended his appearance, explaining that his looks were the result of having to look after all of them. Shortly after, Captain Barassi called him over for a private talk. Ji-Yan panicked, fearing the captain was angry with him, while his teammates joked that the petty captain was about to give the boy an earful. Barassi quickly silenced the group, barking at them to shut up and get ready for practice. However, once they were alone, the captain simply handed Ji-Yan a drink and told him to have some, to which Ji-Yan gratefully thanked him. While taking a break to hydrate, the captain sighs and remarks that their teammates are a bunch of clowns. Ji-Yan was startled, stammers in response, but the captain reassures him that the others are just trying to be friendly and advises him not to pay them too much mind. He explains that while they may act like fools, they transform into completely different people when it comes to soccer. He tells the boy to stay focused on the game and asks if he understands. The boy enthusiastically affirms his understanding, calling him captain, as the captain announces that they should get back to practice. As they move, Ji-Yan reflects on how the captain claims not to be very good at his role, yet to him, he is the very definition of a leader. He observes how the captain leads by example and takes care of the youngest members of the team. Their moment of reflection is interrupted by the sight of two teammates brawling, with one demanding to know why the other is trying to pants him, while the other retorts that it's retaliation for being pants first. Watching the chaos, the captain and Ji-Yan can only sigh at the predictable antics of their team. The captain leaned in and told him to listen closely, warning him not to let the other goofballs rub off on him. He emphasized that the team needed at least one sane person on the field. Ji-Yan watched in confusion as the captain immediately scrambled away, shouting for the others not to have all the fun without him. Stunned, Ji-Yan realized that the captain was exactly like the rest of them. As he watched his teammates engage in bizarre antics, like one player complimenting another's underwear while being told to buzz off, Ji-Yan resolved to be careful not to become like them. Before practice, they all truly seemed like hopeless clowns. However, once the whistle blew, the captain's meaning became clear. The atmosphere shifted instantly. The teammates stopped referring to Ji-Yan as kid and began barking orders to stop him or calling for him to pass. They had stopped fooling around and focused entirely on the game. Ji-Yan struggled as his older teammates refused to go easy on him simply because he was the youngest on the team. Despite his preparation for full contact, he felt he stood no chance against them. Ricardo Safonara emphasized that Ji-Yan needed to brace himself and stand his ground, leaving Ji-Yan to wonder how his smaller teammates survived such intense physical battles. Ji-Yan realized he could no longer avoid this level of physicality now that he had moved beyond the strict contact rules of the youth league. He noted that the veterans weren't just using brute strength, but a specific technical skill to dominate. Frustrated, Ji-Yan continued to throw himself at his opponents, earning a begrudging acknowledgement from the veteran that he had grit. However, the older player warned Ji-Yan that he still had a long way to go before laughing triumphantly as he flexed his superior power. After a grueling physical alteration where Ji-Yan felt his opponent was as immovable as a brick wall, the coach finally called for a break. Collapsed on the grass and gasping for air, the young player lamented how he had only managed to wear himself out without winning a single encounter. As senior players jokingly suggested he might need CPR, Lucas Tonira, a short but elite defensive midfielder from Uruguay, approached to check on him. Ji-Yan, surprised by Lucas's presence, questioned why the smaller man was being so aggressive when it didn't seem to fit his style. He curiously asked how a midfielder of such a small stature managed to handle the constant shoving inherent to the position. Lucas paused, thoughtfully scratching his chin as he prepared to explain. The blonde player admitted to his teammate that he actually avoided physical confrontation because he knew he wouldn't stand a chance. This revelation shocked Ji Yan, who pointed out that as an incontrista, he must frequently end up in physical battles. The veteran confirmed that he did, but explained that whenever he felt like he was going to lose a challenge, he simply fell over. He noted that the referees usually sided with him because he was smaller than most of his opponents. As the blonde player demonstrated a strategic tumble on the field to draw a foul, he remarked that such tactics were more about awareness than technique. Essentially, it was about playing smart. He concluded that there was no reason to engage in a contest of strength with meatheads. Tusk-kun joined them, but Lucas was dismayed to find that Ji Yan had barely heard of David Silva, lamenting that he must be getting old if first-team players didn't know the legends. He reminded them that Silva was only 5 feet 7 inches, yet no defender in the Premier League could stop him. The veteran player reflects on the technical brilliance of a former legend named Silva, noting that his exceptional ball handling and quick thinking kept him ahead of opponents without needing to rely on physical play. Tusk-kun then turns his attention to Ji Yan, a young player on the field. Lucas remarks that Ji Yan's style strongly reminds him of a junior version of that legend. When Ji Yan reacts with shock, the veteran reassures him that he felt the same vibe while playing against him, even feeling for a moment as if Silva himself were standing there. He tells Ji Yan he is dead serious about seeing the potential in him to rise to the top, pointing out that Ji Yan is even taller than Silva was. Ultimately, he advises the boy to stop worrying about his perceived weaknesses and instead focus on his strengths. Empowered by this comparison, Ji Yan resolves to focus on his strengths and decides it is time to get back to work. Observing from the sidelines, Coach Vincenzo notes that Ji Yan's first practice session seems to have him thinking deeply as the boy jogs back into the drill. The coach notes that Ji Yan had previously tried to force a physical style that didn't suit him, taking a harder route than necessary. Looking on, he hopes that advice from Tonira proved helpful. Ji Yan realizes that they are right and decides there is no point in engaging in a physical struggle he cannot win. As an opponent demands to know where he is going, Ji Yan resolves to focus on his natural strengths, just as he has always done. With a sudden burst of speed, he evades his marker, prompting his teammates to shout. An opponent demands to know why Sifonara left Ji Yan so open. His teammates praise the play and urge the team to move up. Coach Vincenzo exclaims that Ji Yan is their star, advising him to keep moving and find openings by maintaining a broad view of the field. The veteran observer concludes that Ji Yan not only has the humility to learn from his weaknesses but also the genius to apply those lessons immediately. He marvelously notes that Ji Yan is now essentially toying with his first-team seniors. He reflects on his initial hesitation to play Ji Yan against Sampria, fearing the boy lacked the experience to handle their physicality. However, seeing the youth's performance, he realizes that such a match is the fastest way for him to improve. He passionately declares his intent to give the player all the experience he desires, urging him to hurry and dominate Serie A as Ji Yan and Tusk-kun makes a play that resulted in a goal. Meanwhile, an assistant informs another coach that Firenze debuted a 16-year-old rookie in their last match. The coach expresses his hope that the mysterious teenager won't play in their upcoming game. When the assistant asks if he is worried about the boy, the coach firmly denies it. Standing tall with an imposing presence, Roberto da Silva, the head coach of UC Sampria, looked on with a focused and stern expression. As the weight of the situation settled in, he admitted that he simply did not want the boy to get hurt. Jiwoo sends a message to Ji Yan containing an article about how Firenze fans are eager to see the rookie play, while Sampria's coach da Silva claims to be unworried. He grows frustrated, wondering why Jiwoo keeps sending him articles about himself and questioning if she could study Italian in a different way. He replies to her, noting that her interpretation is mostly correct but suggesting a small fix. As he continues to read, he becomes puzzled by the coach's comment about not wanting him to get hurt, wondering if the man is threatening to show him how rough professional defenders can be. He views the coach's public insults as a challenge that makes him want to play even more, vowing to teach the man a lesson and confidently stating they will win regardless. However, his focus is broken when their captain leans in and asks if he has a girlfriend. Another teammate immediately shouts the news to the rest of the squad, leading the others to tease the protagonist about becoming a man. Despite his frantic denials, the team crowds him, jokingly demanding pictures or threatening him with a beating. Overwhelmed by their rowdiness, he sighs, realizing he is more afraid of his own team than he is of Sampria. Ultimately, he prepares for the match at Sampria's home stadium, noting that he has been placed on the squad as an alternate once again. In the 10th round of Serie A, Sampria faced off against Firenze. This marked his second appearance with the first team, and he mentally commanded himself to stop hesitating. On the sidelines, Coach Vincenzo expressed concern over the opponent's superior size, though he still instructed Ji-Yan to remain ready. As the coach urged the players to run faster, the protagonist observed that the match had remained surprisingly tame. He noted that both sides seemed cautious, likely due to the short tempers of his own teammates. Analyzing the field, he noted that Sampria's defense appeared solid. They employed a 4-4-2 formation that concentrated players in the middle, a strategy similar to the one used by Genoa in their previous game. However, he felt that Sampria seemed even more impenetrable because of their massive physical builds. Even Dusan, who stood at 6'3", looked average by comparison. Consequently, he found the first half of this match far more frustrating than their previous encounter with Genoa. Just as the team was about to head into the locker room at halftime, the coach pulled Ji-Yan aside and ordered him to stay on the field and warm up. When a confused Ji-Yan questioned him, the coach barked that he was to play as soon as the second half began, demanding to know if he understood. A teammate urged Ji-Yan to just do as he was told, noting that the coach was on the verge of losing his temper. Reflecting on the situation, Ji-Yan realized the coach was furious over the team's poor performance. However, he saw the bright side. His opportunity had arrived much sooner than expected, a chance to prove himself to the opposing coach. As the second half kicked off with the score tied at 0-0, Ji-Yan felt a mounting pressure he hadn't experienced in previous matches. Despite the nerves, he stepped onto the pitch as the substitution was made, ready to face the challenge. He steps onto the pitch, certain that the coach has subbed him in specifically to disrupt the game's tempo. He understands his role perfectly, to act as the vital link between defense and offense, facilitating a rapid transition between the two. Initially, he plans to focus on his own contribution while the opposing team remains in a defensive lockdown. However, he is suddenly jolted by a sharp shift in the match's energy. He realizes with a shock that the opposition has completely overhauled their strategy. Instead of sitting back, they are aggressively pushing up the field. While teammates shout to stay calm and protect the ball, Ji-Yan exhales slowly, refusing to panic. He spots a defender closing in on him but remains undeterred. He calculates that the further the opponents advance, the more space they leave exposed behind them. As he outmaneuvers his marker, he concludes that if he can occupy those openings early, breaking through their defense will become much easier for his team. He successfully bypasses a defender, who shouts to his teammates that the player has slipped past him and calls for backup. One of his teammates passes him the ball as he focuses on his strategy, thinking to himself that he needs to make quick, immediate passes just as they had practiced. To execute the play, he realizes he must turn around to assess the situation ahead. However, before he can react, a towering, aggressive defender suddenly intercepts him with a forceful collision. As he is knocked to the ground, he is momentarily disoriented, questioning why he is looking at the sky before crashing onto the turf. Doubled over in pain, he winces and admits to himself that the impact actually hurt quite badly. The tension on the pitch boils over as the physical intensity of the match far exceeds practice. After a rough play, Ji-Yan realizes that if he allows himself to be intimidated, the opposing coach will have the last laugh. His teammates immediately rush to his defense, lifting an opponent off the ground. They demand to know what is wrong with him and warn the scumbag to watch himself, questioning how he dares to mess with their youngest teammate. Ji-Yan tries to de-escalate the situation, stammering that he is okay, but his teammate sternly tells him to stay out of it. As a referee interjects, ordering them to back away from each other, the players trade threats. One vows that number 12 is going down today, while the other defiantly challenges him to just try it. Amidst the chaos, the veteran Safonara is told to calm down, with the captain suggesting the opposition must be upset because they have been going too easy on them. The team rallies, declaring that the kids' stuff is over and urging everyone to go hard on their opponents. Left in the wake of their intensity, Ji-Yan can only look on in awe. Ji-Yan clutched his head in exaggerated pain, crying out that it hurt. His teammate immediately rushed to his defense, shouting at the opposing player and asking if he was being serious. He privately admitted to himself that he was actually fine. He reflected on how the contrast between his teammates' current protectiveness and their previous teasing was so great that he couldn't help but ham it up a bit. Beneath his stoic expression, he confessed that being defended like this made him feel warm and fuzzy inside. The situation quickly escalated as the referee issued a yellow card, warning the opponent to watch his behavior. The penalized player reacted with shock, questioning the warning. As the penalized player sighed, suggesting that the referee was going overboard and insisting it wasn't his fault that the kid was a wimp. This comment caused Ji-Yan's teammate to twitch with rage. He marched over and told the man to watch what he said. As the tension peaked, others had to step in, urging the angry teammate to cool it since he already had too many cards. In a tense confrontation on the pitch, Manhwa menaces an opponent, warning him to be careful and threatening him with dire consequences if he is caught talking back again. Ji-yan trembles in fear, thinking to himself that Manhwa is terrifying despite usually being so kind. He notes that while the opposing team is large on average, none of them can compare to the imposing defender. The atmosphere shifts when Manhwa turns to Ji-yan with a smile, asking if he is alright. Ji-yan quickly reassures him that he is fine, privately feeling relieved and safe having such a powerhouse on his team. However, Ji-yan's internal thoughts remain conflicted. He admits that the recent physical play hurt and expresses surprise that the referee did issue a yellow card. He then remembered what Lucas said to make the refs take pity on him. After all, they're just humans like them and will side with the weak. He begins to worry if he looked too much like a wimp and feels embarrassed at the thought of Ji-woo seeing him that way. His teammate interrupts his spiraling thoughts, shouting for him to get back into position and asking if he's okay. Ji-yan apologizes and shakes off his doubts, resolving to stop worrying and focus entirely on the game as he sprints back into the action. The tension on the pitch shifted instantly as a recent foul injected a surge of volatile energy into the match. Both teams were reaching a boiling point. One side was visibly incensed, while the other refused to dial back their aggressive pressure. It became clear that the ball had become mere window dressing for a much more physical confrontation. He realized he couldn't simply be a spectator while his teammates fought on his behalf. However, he acknowledged that joining the physical brawl wouldn't play to his strengths. He came to the conclusion that he didn't need the ball at his feet to influence the game. Recognizing the pitch as a battlefield, he decided to keep moving, scouting for openings to position himself and pick the exact right spots and to occupy the strategic spaces first. Earlier before the game started, the opposing coach informs his team that they may already be aware of a highly publicized rookie on the opposing side. He describes the player as a segunda punta who excels at utilizing space and possesses great creativity. He sternly warns his players that if the rookie plays that day, they must show him how terrifying it is to attempt to control space against their team. As the match intensifies, a defender confronts the rookie, challenging him to show if he has the guts to receive the ball in such a tight space. He taunts the young player, asserting that he will only end up sprawled on the ground like the last time. Ji-yan ignores the provocation, calling for the ball. As he makes his move, the defender expresses his shock at the play. He yells at the rookie, questioning if he really intends to receive the ball with his back turned again and mockingly remarks that he seems quite slow for a genius. Acknowledging he might not be a genius, Ji-yan refused to fall for the same trick twice and outmaneuvered a staggered opponent. After successfully regaining possession, he noted that he was just getting started. Despite being surrounded by three defenders, he waited for them to close him before striking the ball with a powerful thud. Tusk-kun shouted that it was a nice cross, and another praised the perfect timing. While his hair was playfully tousled, Tusk-kun explained that cutting into the center for a left-footed shot was his favorite play, prompting Ji-yan to recall what Tusk-kun had said. In the heat of the match, Ji-yan finds himself heavily marked by the opposing team. As he tussles with defenders, he realizes he is close enough to attempt a shot, but he decides to use that threat to tease his opponents. He plans to keep the ball for as long as possible, even at the risk of being fouled. The defenders struggle to keep up. One cries out in surprise as the protagonist executes a clever feint. Another defender is warned to be careful since he already has a yellow card, but he stubbornly insists that he knows and refuses to let the protagonist escape while he is boxed in. Just as the last defender closes in clumsily, Ji-yan maneuvers through the pressure with a series of quick taps. He makes a sudden break for the center of the field, leaving the defenders scrambling in his wake. Now free from the crowd, he breathes a sigh of relief, noting that he has a much better view of the situation. He concludes that this opening was the exact reason he purposely drew three defenders toward him on the left side of the field. Observing the relatively empty right side of the field, Ji-yan launched a cross with the absolute certainty that Tusk-kun would take control of it. His resolve was fueled by a deep-seated desire to remain on the first team, pushing him to play his part until the very end for the sake of his proud father and Ji-woo. He fought not just for himself, but for the teammates who had fought so hard for him, determined to keep playing alongside them. Though a lone defender trailed Tusk-kun, he knew there was no way he could be stopped. With a powerful strike, Tusk-kun sent the ball home, and the team erupted in a celebratory roar as they secured the goal. After Tusk-kun scored a goal off an assist from his teammate, momentum shifted in their favor. On the field, the opposition shouted for their players to stop the advance. Ji-yan noted that his teammates were protecting him, which provided him the space to move more freely. Amidst the physical play, an opponent demanded to know if a foul had been committed, but a defender retorted that he had been there first. This protection allowed him to make bolder moves, realizing that the large Sampria players no longer intimidated him. He observed that number 12, who had been marking him closely, was now less aggressive due to a previous card. Ji Yan noticed the defender was no longer sticking as close as before. However, this shift caused more defenders to swarm both him and Dusun. A teammate paused, realizing that the opposition was focusing far too much on Ji Yan and Dusun, which meant a new opportunity was opening up. During a crucial moment in the match, Lucas noted that the center was completely open before delivering a decisive strike. Ji Yan smirked, mentally asking Jiwoo if she was witnessing the play and reminding her that he had told her so. He confidently reflected that the opposing coach, rather than himself, was the one about to learn a lesson that day. As the play unfolded, Lucas shouted their praise for Ji Yan's excellent pass. That assist led to Tonira's mid-range shot, which Ji Yan considered the final blow to the opposition. When the referee blew the final whistle, the scoreboard showed a 2-0 victory for Firenze over Sampria, with Ji Yan having assisted both goals. Exhausted but relieved, Ji Yan collapsed onto the grass, celebrating the win and his luck in avoiding injury. He mused that since he had secured 2 assists in the second half, Jiwoo wouldn't be able to stay angry with him. His teammates approached to congratulate him, calling him junior and remarking that he was much bolder than they had expected. They jokingly added that he must have known they would fight for him. His teammates praised his boldness for driving into enemy territory and taunting the enemy. However, as they affectionately teased him and called him their little baby, Ji Yan internally lamented that his teammates had reverted to being his tormentors and desperately wished for help. When their captain intervened to stop the picking, Ji Yan was told to get ready, which left him confused. His teammate cryptically told him to take a wild guess. Meanwhile, back at Ji Yan's house, his family was surprised to see him on television, realizing that he was being interviewed as the player of the match. His dad and Jiwoo noticed that he looked unwell. On screen, the reporter congratulated Ji Yan on his win and asked if he had received any specific instructions during his early substitution. He struggled to explain, stuttering that he was told to be aggressive in the half space. The reporter chuckled, telling him he could take his time, while the viewers at home noted he looked like a deer in headlights. The reporter then summarized the play, noting how Ji Yan had focused on the half space to create a scoring chance for Dusun Vlahovic. When asked to detail the play, Ji Yan's nerves got the better of him as he rambled about space on the left before correcting himself to the right. While watching, Jiwoo found the display quite cute. The reporter continued to praise him, mentioning his first team debut at age 16 and his goal in his first game. He added that all eyes in Firenze were on Ji Yan, calling him a genius, and asked if he had any words for his fans. His dad watching sighed, feeling the reporter was putting his kid on the spot. After a nervous gulp, Ji Yan blurted out in Korean that he really was a genius, leaving the reporter confused and asking if he had just spoken Korean. He announced that he was just getting started and told the audience to keep watching. His dad noted that such a bold statement was uncharacteristic and suspected Ji Yan was actually speaking to Jiwoo. Jiwoo expressed her frustration, explaining that she couldn't understand anything because Ji Yan was now speaking entirely in Italian. The interviewer then asked Ji Yan who the first person on his mind was. When Ji Yan hesitated, the interviewer teased that it must be his girlfriend, joking that the news would break the hearts of his female fans. He then encouraged Ji Yan to send her a message of love. Flustered, Ji Yan stammered that she wasn't actually his girlfriend, but he ended up thanking her for always rooting for him. Internally, he spiraled into a panic, wondering what was wrong with him and realizing that his nervousness had led him to essentially admit Jiwoo was his girlfriend. He was left dazed and horrified, wondering how he would ever face her the next day. Meanwhile, back at home, his dad wondered if he should try to protect his son, while Jiwoo asked what Ji Yan had just said. Jiwoo confronts Ji Yan in the street, demanding to know why he has been saying strange things in interviews. She reveals that his dad told her everything, specifically that Ji Yan claimed she was his girlfriend during a post-game interview. Internalizing the shock, Ji Yan laments that both God and his father have abandoned him. Jiwoo teases him, suggesting he must truly adore his big sis to claim she is his girlfriend. In a flustered panic, Ji Yan denies the claim, insisting that the person in the interview was simply a look-alike. He beats a hasty retreat, resolving to be more careful with his words in future interviews, or perhaps to avoid them entirely. However, he suddenly halts, causing Jiwoo to crash into his back. As she scolds him for the sudden stop, Ji Yan realizes with confusion that despite the situation, she doesn't actually seem to be mad at him. During a weigh-in, he was shocked by the scale. Ji Yan wondered how he had only gained a quarter pound despite eating 5 high-calorie meals a day. His companion laughed off the concern, questioning if the scale was broken before telling him not to worry and just to head to practice. As he walked toward the training room, he reflected on his desire to reach adulthood. Physically, he felt a desperate need to get bigger as soon as possible as he munched on a cereal bar. His teammates had to work much harder to protect him during the last match. Though he's thankful for that, he also felt bad for it. He was eating Jiwoo's high-calorie meals 5 times a day to grow because he wanted to get bigger but realized that's not an easy feat to reach since the process felt slow and difficult. Mentally, he aspired to be as composed as his teammates, especially after cringing at his recent televised interview which Jiwoo wasn't the only person saw it. Watching himself proclaim his genius on a public screen, he tousled his hair in embarrassment, questioning what was wrong with him. After that public declaration, he found that everyone from his neighbor to the local fruit peddler recognized him. As he headed to practice early in the morning, the locals cheered him on, with some shouting Forza, and others mentioning they would be watching him play that day. While he felt grateful for the support, he was also struck by a more sobering realization: fans who are supportive when a team performs well can become frightening when they do not. He recalled the harsh criticism he had faced, with people calling for him to be removed from the team, claiming his success was a fluke, and even accusing him of bribery. Feeling the weight of this pressure, he decided he needed to learn composure from his teammates. However, upon arriving at practice, he was greeted by his seniors who, rather than offering stoic advice, immediately began yelling a bizarre question about whether a hippo or a rhino would win in a fight, leaving him utterly confused. 2 teammates aggressively demanded that Ji-Yan choose between a hippo and a rhino, claiming their pride was at stake. Visibly overwhelmed by the physical proximity and the spray of their shouting, Ji-Yan pleaded for them to speak without spitting and admitted he had no idea which to pick. Reflecting on the situation, he noted his desire to learn composure, finding it absurd that his teammates were arguing over such inane things right before a tough away match. To avoid the conflict, he humorously suggested a rhinopotamus, which only provoked them further as they questioned if he had a death wish. Seeking growth through training, Ji-Yan expressed his hope that a strong performance today might lead the coach to use him as an alternate in the upcoming Roma match. While he momentarily felt nostalgic for his former coach, Luca, he was quickly called over by his current coach, who informed about his assignment on the coming match as they began discussing his role in the next game. Under the starlit sky of a late-night practice, the coach advised Ji-Yan not to overthink things and urged him to head home for some rest. Ji-Yan respectfully acknowledged the instruction with a bow. He reflected on the looming match against AC Roma. He noted that their opponents were ranked 7th in the league, while his own team sat at 8th, making this an essential ranking match. As he looked up at the bright night sky, he found himself wondering what it felt like to be the brightest star. He quickly brushed the thought aside, reminding himself that now was not the time for such musings. Contrary to his own expectations, he had been placed in the starting lineup for the upcoming game. On the day of the match at Olympia Stadium, the roar of the crowd was deafening. During the warm-up, Ji-Yan felt unusually sluggish and uneasy, attributing the nerves to it being his first time starting. Their assistant coach approached to check on his progress and well-being. Ji-Yan assured him he was fine, leading the coach to suggest a brief review of his role for the day, which he readily accepted. He reflected that the distraction was perfect, as he needed something else to think about. His coach pulled him aside to emphasize that the key to the match would be marking Lorenzo Pellini, the opponent's number 7. Though they had never utilized him as a defender before, the coach explained that Pellini's skill, so great that he was said to carry his entire team, was the exact reason for the tactical change. The coach instructed him to be the first line of defense to prevent Pellini from dropping back and influencing the build-up play, warning him to shout for help whenever necessary. Ji-Yan acknowledged the instructions with a determined fist clench, grateful that the head coach had enough faith to grant him such an important starting role. As the roar of the passionate Roma fans filled the stadium, he noted that it was his first time playing in such an intense environment. Amidst the chanting, the players exchanged handshakes, mutually agreeing to have a good game before the action commenced. Lorenzo Pellini reached out as he initiates to shake hands with him, which elicited a surprised reaction from him. Pellini then suggested that they have a good game, cementing himself as the boys' primary target for the day. As they shook hands, the protagonists realized that because they played the same position, spectators would likely compare them throughout the entire match. He firmly agreed to the challenge, acknowledging that while it would not be easy, his team could not afford to lose. As the whistle blew and Roma began their initial play by passing to the back line, Ji-Yan kept his eyes fixed on Pellini. His team's strategy was to stay back and wait for the opposition to advance, with teammates shouting to maintain the defensive line. He knew that if Pellini ever fell back to receive the ball, he would have to serve as the first line of defense. Ji Yan marks his opponent, Pellini, with intense focus. He recognizes Pellini's strategy of receiving the ball at the halfway line to build up play, a move he often makes himself. Determining that the best way to stop him is to stay glued to him and prevent him from turning around, he initiates a physical tussle. Pellini is momentarily surprised by his speed, while Ji Yan is pleased that his strategy seems to be working. As Pellini passes the ball and moves to the left, demanding it back, he resolves to move even faster. He aims to intercept Pellini before the ball reaches him to shut down the build-up entirely. However, during the intense physical struggle, he is suddenly overwhelmed by Pellini's strength, leading him to wonder if he hasn't been eating enough to maintain the necessary power for the challenge. He had just bounced right off of Pellini during their collision. Despite the physical setback, he reassures himself that everything is okay because their defensive line remains solid. He reasons that they aren't in the danger zone yet, believing he can still stop the attacker if he manages to catch up. However, his confidence quickly turns to confusion as he frantically asks himself what is happening. He watches in disbelief, noting that the attacker isn't passing the ball as expected, but is instead going for a shot. The scene ends with Ji Yan uttering words in Italian as he was stunned as the ball thunders toward the goal. The match reached a fever pitch as Pellini launched a powerful shot that rattled off the crossbar, leaving the opposing player wondering what had happened. Following that close call, the momentum shifted in Roma's favor. Pellini's teammate shouted at him and angrily demanded to know why he had shot from such a distance. Pellini apologetically admitted his mistake, noting how narrow the escape had been. In the aftermath, Ji Yan reflected that while it was a long shot, Pellini had only been able to take it because of his own error. His teammates urged him not to worry and to stay focused on the game. Even though Pellini wasn't particularly skilled, Ji Yan admitted that he had let the man get the better of him several times. Fortunately, Ji Yan noted that their defenders remained solid, ensuring there were no more close calls and that they didn't concede any goals. He struggled physically against a much larger opponent, noting that despite his efforts, the disparity in their builds allowed the other player to bypass him with simple, crude movements. He expressed frustration at being unable to reach him, a realization that left him feeling deeply angry. Whenever he managed to take possession of the ball, Pellini mirrored the exact defensive techniques he had previously used against him. He found himself completely blocked and lamented that he could not get past his opponent. The whistle blew and he reflected on how the first half had ended without him being able to make an impact. While his teammates cheered that their defense had fared well for an away game, Ji Yan privately brooded that it was the worst first half of his life. He wished that he were an adult so they could have scored already, concluding dejectedly that the situation simply sucked. In the locker room, the coach praised the team for their great work and encouraged them to play more organically in the second half. In the locker room, the coach asks Ji Yan if he is still able to play, to which Ji Yan breathlessly assures him that he is fine. Coach Vincenzo instructs him to raise his hand if he needs a break, emphasizing that he doesn't want him getting injured by overexertion. As the team prepares to head back out, the assistant coach notes that Ji Yan appears to be struggling and suggests that the coach should speak with him. The coach reacts sharply, questioning why he should do such a thing. The assistant coach suggests maybe the kid needs some new directions. As the assistant coach kept explaining that the boy was really struggling out there during the first half, especially considering who he was going up against, but Vincenzo still said no. He said that they're up against Roma, and it's Ji Yan's first match as a starter, not to mention he's only just 16 years old. Coach Vincenzo said they should not expect too much out of him because it's natural for a player to struggle on this stage, especially for a teenager like him. But he witnessed the kid pressured Roma's key player throughout the entire first half, and he tried make creative things to attempt to break through the same pressure when he had the ball. So he doesn't need to say a word to him, but he'll know what to say to the kid if someone forced him to. Coach Vincenzo affectionately patted Ji Yan on the head, conveying that the boy was doing a great job. Out on the pitch, an exhausted Ji Yan reflected that the highly organized opposing team was pushing him to his limits, making him feel as though he had already played a full match. However, he reminded himself that they weren't losing yet and resolved to keep a cool head to figure out the problem. Analyzing his frustration over his struggle to stop the opponent's number 7, Ji Yan acknowledged that he wasn't a star defender and wondered why the coach had assigned him to mark their ace. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, the assistant coach questioned the head coach's strategy, asking if Ji Yan was truly meant to act as a defender. The head coach clarified that he had only assigned Ji Yan to the number 7 to serve as an initial line of pressure and delay, rather than to stop him completely. He explained that this brief delay was all their actual defenders needed. Back in the game, Ji Yan came to the exact same realization, understanding that over a 90-minute match, the coach couldn't possibly expect him to single-handedly stop the opponent every single time. He reassured himself that if he gave his best effort, he could rely on his teammates to handle the defense down the line. He felt deeply embarrassed by his earlier remarks about wanting to be a grown-up, admitting to himself that he had been far too arrogant and had gotten ahead of himself. He doubted his own abilities, wondering how a first-time starter could ever hope to beat the other team's star player. He admitted he got too ahead of himself. After Dusan urged Ji-Yan to try the play again, he resolved to refocus and committed to playing his absolute best for just 10 more minutes. He immediately called for a pass and decides to concentrate strictly on his own strengths. Watching quietly from the sidelines, their coach observed that the look in the young player's eyes had completely shifted. Coach Vincenzo watched as the tension on the field reached a breaking point. Earlier, they had felt a strong urge to compliment Ji-Yan but held back, knowing he was the type of player who was never easily satisfied and preferred to find his own solutions. Because player with that much skill absolutely hates losing more than anything. Right now, Ji-Yan is facing a formidable opponent in Polini, whom he considered a difficult challenge for a player of Ji-Yan's caliber. Despite being able to offer hints, the coach wanted to see how much Ji-Yan would grow by solving the problem himself. On the sidelines, teammates shouted for Ji-Yan not to worry and urged everyone to get into a defensive formation. Gasping for air, Ji-Yan told himself it was fine and that he needed to look at the big picture and consider everyone's positions. Coach Vincenzo noted that Roma, having failed to score at home, had pushed their offensive line further up than in the first half, and that Polini had moved up significantly as well. Ji-Yan analyzes the field, noting that the opposing line moves up rather than retreating to recover the ball. He realizes the opponents are determined to get the ball to Polini at any cost, prompting a teammate to urgently shout for someone to stop him. Calculated and focused, Ji-Yan reasons that intercepting the ball now would grant his team a significant advantage. He decides to identify the most likely passing route to Polini and intentionally leave a small opening to bait the play. As the opposing player struggles to find a gap, he spots the manufactured opening and confidently concludes that he has found his way through. Believing that Ji-Yan is too exhausted to keep pace, the opponent makes his move. However, Ji-Yan recognizes this as the exact play he can make, one where he thinks ahead and moves first. With a burst of speed, he lunges to intercept the ball, turning his strategic foresight into a decisive action. He quickly recovers his balance and makes a break for it with the ball. The opposing team frantically shouts for their defense to back up and hurry. He notes that because the other team has moved so far up the field, he has fewer defenders to bypass. He also acknowledges his teammates who are rushing toward the box with him, which prevents any other defenders from charging directly at him. As the box comes into view, he realizes it is time for the opposition to challenge him. He successfully slips past the offside trap and feeds a pass to a teammate who is sharply slowed down. While the defender's eyes remain fixed on the ball, he makes his way into the box. Reflecting on the play, he mentions that he has practiced this specific move countless times with Dusan. With absolute confidence, he claims he doesn't even need to look at the goal, choosing instead to put all of his focus on the ball. He lunges forward with intense focus, striking the ball with immense force. As the ball soars across the stadium, he declares that he will blow out Roma's flame. With a powerful thwack, the ball tears into the back of the net. Dropping to his knees in a triumphant celebration, Ji-Yan secures the lead for Firenze, bringing the score to 1-0 against AC Roma. Lorenzo Polini, AC Roma's emperor and heir to the legacies of Totti and De Rosani, found himself eclipsed by an unexpected rival. As a streamer frantically typed, he questioned who Firenze's number 20 was and why the rookie was garnering more attention than Polini. The live chat was flooded with fans noting that the 16-year-old had schooled the veteran, marveling at how a rookie could be so talented while Polini was still on a youth team at that age. Watching from her phone, Jiwoo observed that everyone was talking about Ji-Yan and remarked that he had truly grown up. On the field, Ji-Yan signaled for a substitution. He reflected that he had requested to be taken out immediately after scoring in the 55th minute because he was too exhausted to continue without dragging the team down. Though he had scored, he panted heavily, frustrated by the feeling that he could have performed much better. Surprised by the sudden applause, Ji-Yan stood sweating on the pitch as the home crowd of Roma, the team he had just scored against, began to cheer for him. Spectators expressed their jealousy and remarked that if he were on their team, he could have been the next emperor after Polini. Confused as to why the opposing fans were honoring him, Ji-Yan was approached by Dusan, who explained that he had earned the respect of the entire stadium. Dusan noted that while these fans viewed Roma as the best in the world, they were clapping because they recognized how exceptionally well Ji-Yan had played against them. He encouraged the young player to hold his head high and soak in the moment. Though Ji Yan gave a shaky affirmation, he quickly became overwhelmed by the intense attention and decided to bolt from the field. His sudden sprint left his teammate frustrated. He shouted after Ji Yan, questioning what he was doing and reminding him that, since they were winning, he should be taking as much time as possible to leave the pitch. Their captain simply suggests they just let the boy be. The assistant coach praised Ji Yan for his great performance, calling him a little rascal as Ji Yan thanked him in return. Despite the compliments from everyone around him, he remained bothered that he hadn't maintained his momentum and had requested to be substituted. He recalled Dusan mentioning that the Roma fans were clapping out of respect for him, yet he felt deeply unhappy with his own performance. Though he had scored, he couldn't stop thinking about how he had wasted the first half by letting his emotions get the better of him. He clenched his fist, lamenting that if he had snapped out of it sooner, he could have scored at least one more time. As Jiwoo's face popped into his head, he tried to console himself by acknowledging that scoring against Roma was still a significant achievement. However, his frustration lingered until a sudden shout from the opposing team calling to stop a player and a cross snapped him back to the ongoing action on the field. After the match against AC Roma ended in a 1-1 draw, bringing Firenze's winning streak to a halt, players from both sides acknowledged it had been a great game. Amidst the cheers of the traveling fans, and Liccardo remarked on how happy the supporters seemed and noted that he hadn't seen them like that in a long time. He credited Ji Yan for the result, but upon noticing the boy's somber mood, he asked if something was wrong or if he wasn't happy. Ji Yan admitted that he wasn't, explaining that because it was his first time starting, he felt responsible for the team losing their streak. Liccardo teased him for being full of himself and told him he hadn't seen anything yet while playfully squeezing him, which prompted Ji Yan to complain that he was hurting him. Later, in the locker room, Ji Yan muttered that the treatment wasn't cool and checked his phone, expressing concern over what the fans might be saying about him while noting that something else was even more important. He felt a wave of anxiety about how Jiwoo would react to the match. He was stunned to see 99 unread messages on his phone, realizing she had sent a massive amount of text during the first half alone. As he scrolled through the chat, he saw Jiwoo's frantic messages. She demanded to know how he could let another player treat him that way. She urged him to calm down, expressing fear that he would get hurt. She questioned what was wrong with player number 7 and asked why he kept shoving Ji Yan. She even insisted that Ji Yan get that player's phone number so she could confront him herself. However, the tone shifted when Ji Yan reached the messages sent after he scored. Jiwoo exclaimed that the goal was amazing and awesome. She even sent a blurry photo of his dad, whom he thinks appeared to be having an out-of-body experience from excitement. Relieved, Ji Yan thought to himself that as long as his father and Jiwoo weren't disappointed, he was satisfied. He began typing a reply, telling her that he wanted to see a picture of her as well, but he suddenly froze, worried that she might get the wrong idea from his request. Ji Yan fumbled with his phone in a panic as Jiwoo teased him over the line, suggesting that he was finally being honest about how much he missed her. He frantically denied her claim, insisting that he only wanted a funny picture of her because she had sent one of his dad. As Ji Yan's teammates looked on with concern, Jiwoo told him there was no need to be shy and joked that her big boy would have to wait for a photo since she wasn't wearing makeup yet. Ji Yan sheepishly muttered that he didn't actually need to keep her picture, though he quietly admitted to himself, or perhaps to her, that he wouldn't mind seeing her without makeup. Later, at the U17 training grounds, the atmosphere shifted. Coach Tony barked at him in a rage, questioning why he had been eating 5 meals a day and training alone late into the night. When Jae-in tried to downplay it as a light workout, the coach demanded to know what that cue ball had told him to make him push himself so hard. Ignoring Ji-yeon's pleas that it wasn't what it looked like, Coach Tony began rummaging for his phone to make an angry call. Despite the coach's insistence that he had previously told the other man to go easy on the boy, Ji-yeon desperately swore that everyone had actually been being very nice to him. Ji-yeon thought to himself that he missed his old coaches. Coach Tony asked Coach Luca if he had told Coach Vincenzo, to which he confirmed that he had indeed told him twice. Coach Tony asked Ji-yeon if he was feeling physically okay, and Ji-yeon happily replied that he was doing great. The coach sighed and assured Ji-yeon that he was doing well and shouldn't worry about his diet, noting that since Ji-yeon was still growing, he could get hurt if he tried to bulk up too much. Ji-yeon realized the coach was right and questioned why he had been forcing himself to eat so much and train so late. He admitted that he likely hadn't been in great shape on the day of his match. Surprised, the coach asked how he had managed to score that goal if he wasn't in top form. Coach Luca excitedly recalled how they had watched the match together and screamed that Ji-yeon was their boy. Ji-yeon modestly laughed, crediting his success to the shooting practice he had done with them. The coaches teased him, remarking that he had learned his way around society and suggesting he had no choice but to adapt while being around the ruffians on the first team. Listening to their laughter, Ji-Yan felt as though he were back in his old hometown, while the coaches continued to joke about specific players being a handful. Coach Luka then hands him a cup of tea, noting that their next match is against Lazio. Ji-Yan accepts the drink while the coaches discuss the opposition, confirming that Rica Romero plays for Lazio. Coach Luka admits that he doesn't want to pressure Ji-Yan but insists that he must outperform Romero. When a confused Ji-Yan asks why, the coach explains that a colleague at Lazio won't stop bragging about Romero, a 16-year-old who just debuted in August. The coach admitted he even had to block the man because he wouldn't shut up. Fired up, Coach Luka tells him to show everyone who the real genius is. Ji-Yan confidently reassures him, pointing out that he has also just debuted and has already scored 2 goals. The room erupts in laughter as the tension breaks. Meanwhile, the sports world buzzes over Rica Romero, hailing him as the hottest rising star in Serie A. Romero pumped his fist in a triumphant roar as the commentator announced that he had just fired home his 3rd goal of the season on his home turf. As they look at soccer statistics online, Jiwoo begins by asking Ji-Yan if he knows a player named Romero, noting that people are calling the guy a real genius. As they look at the comment section together, Ji-Yan is visibly startled by the overwhelming praise Romero is receiving. Ji-Yan counters saying it's not like there's only one genius in the whole world, but then Jiwoo discovers another section. She sees that this Romero guy has already scored 3 goals, and notes that Ji-Yan only scored 2 goals. Ji-Yan angrily contradicts that he had more overall offensive points than that guy, which is 2 goals and 2 assists. Jiwoo asked if goals are more important than assists. He was stunned by the question, noting that Jiwoo doesn't know the first thing about soccer yet. So he calmly explained while Romer already has 3 goals in 7 matches, he have 2 goals and 2 assists in 3 matches, but Jiwoo was having so much fun teasing Ji-Yan about it. She was just really messing with our boy and said Ji-Yan is still the greater genius for her. Jiwoo then playfully suggests that they look up his recent performance online, which initially causes him to panic. Upon checking, she is amazed to find a massive influx of positive comments regarding his recent match. The fans and even professional coaches are reportedly gushing over his talent, with some calling him a true genius and comparing him favorably to established stars. Jiwoo excitedly points out that the fans are gushing over him, but he dismisses it, claiming that such attention is nothing new. But deep inside, he was thankful for the massive comments. Jiwoo shifts the focus to his upcoming weekend game against a player named Romero. She enthusiastically declares it a duel of the geniuses, while Ji-Yan remains hesitant, noting that he isn't even sure if he will be playing. Jiwoo insists that he must play because it has become a matter of pride. She warns him sternly that he had better not lose. While he internally admits he has little interest in a head-to-head battle with Romero, he acknowledges he might do it simply because his coach and Jiwoo want it so badly. However, he concludes with a private thought, revealing that he is actually more worried about something else entirely. In a moment of vulnerability before the match, Ji-Yan asks Jiwoo if she will switch her allegiance to Romero should he lose. Jiwoo, clearly exasperated by the question, tells him that he must be kidding and playfully stretches his cheeks, telling him to stop such talk. As the roar of the stadium rises for the Serie A match between Firenze and Lazio, Ji-Yan reflects on his improved state after returning to his regular diet. He notes that the opposing team is strong enough for the European League, but he decides to avoid putting excessive pressure on himself. Realizing that people are lenient with him due to his youth, he plans to use that to stay relaxed while continuing to train hard. When his coach asks how he feels and if he is prepared, Ji-Yan confirms that he is ready. Preparing for the match, he steeled himself with the resolve to do his absolute best. On the sidelines, Coach Tony and Coach Luka marveled at how the Ji-Yan Lee effect had silenced the fans who, only days prior, had been calling for Coach Vincenzo's dismissal. Coach Luka sees that both Ji-Yan and Romero are playing from the start, and he's counting on Ji-Yan to prove his colleague wrong. Coach Tony questioned Luka's maturity and accused of using his pupil to seek revenge. Luka remained unfazed and countered that age was irrelevant when it comes to soccer. Coach Tony expressed his confidence that Ji-Yan would soon show everyone his true potential. He knows that the kid's not a pushover when it comes to skill. On the field, the team rallied with shouts of determination to win another match. Ji-Yan's attention fixed on the opposing number 17, Rica Romero. Though small in stature, Romero was a powerhouse of skill and aggressive dribbling who confidently told his teammates to leave the game to him. Ji-Yan noted that his opponent was also 16 years old, just like him, and wondered if people spoke about him in the same way. His team kicked off with the intention of starting slowly and playing safely from the back to transition between defense and offense. The opposition immediately subverted those expectations. He observed the rival attackers and midfielders surging into their half, executing the aggressive press his team had been warned about during their briefing. Coach Vincenzo's emphasis was playing out safely from the back under pressure, and making quick transitions between defense and offense. In other words, their attackers are fast, so their pressure is pretty fierce. But if they can break through and move up the field, they'll be at an advantage. Seeing the fierce pressure reflected in his teammates' strained expressions, he realized he needed to find an opening to support them. Despite being marked, he spotted an opportunity and signaled to his team that there was an opening in that direction. As the match intensified, Ji-Yan wondered if the mounting pressure had finally begun to fluster even a player as seasoned as Manhwa. On the pitch, Manhwa urgently directed him to move the other way as a play unfolded. Manhwa had passed him the ball despite the opposing team having defenders ready, which resulted in an interception within a danger zone. To his dismay, that interceptor was Rica Romero, who wasted no time. The sidelines erupted with praise for Romero's dribbling as he tore through the defense, compromising the left corner flag. As he initially expected a cross and felt confident in the height of their defenders, who stood between 6 feet 1 inch and 6 feet 5 inches, Romero defied expectations by taking a direct shot from a difficult angle. Watching the ball soar, Ji-Yan questioned the nature of the attempt, noting that Romero didn't even have a clear angle on the goal. Despite the missed shot, teammates encouraged Romero to keep at it. Ji-Yan was approached by Manhwa to apologize and taking responsibility for the bad pass and suggested they try again, to which Ji-Yan agreed, signaling it was time to move forward. Romero also points a commanding finger, demanding that his teammate give him the ball if they manage to regain possession. His teammate quickly agrees to the request. As he runs down the field, he privately questions the striker's age and audacity, noting that despite having just missed a shot, the striker displays a wild level of confidence. Turning back with a sharp "huh," Ji-Yan catches Romero wearing a dark, mocking grin. Romero mockingly asked him if he's truly a genius, a taunt that leaves him wondering if he has just been intentionally provoked. The referee's whistle signals a goal kick, and as the goalkeeper prepares to restart play, the team's tactical struggle becomes clear. Ji-Yan frets that they need to build up their play with short passes but are currently overwhelmed by opponents on their side of the field. He observes that the opposition is forcing them into a long ball game and worries that while Tusk-kun is available, it will be difficult to reach him. Frustrated by being outnumbered, the goalkeeper decides they will simply have to start their build-up from their current position. The goalkeeper was frustrated by the lack of movement on the field. He lamented that his teammates were too intimidated to take possession of the ball. He desperately urged someone to step up so he would have an option to pass to. Emerging from the shadows of the larger players, Ji-Yan called out to him to look his way. His facial expression changed as if he sees light at the end of the tunnel. Ji-Yan has no choice but to try it. It was very clear that his face is telling their goalkeeper to give the ball to him. The defenders taunted their goalkeeper, noting that he had no one to pass to and warning him to stop stalling or risk being booked. As the goalkeeper prepared to kick, Romero anticipated a predictable long ball that would easily hand over possession. However, he was shocked when the keeper opted for a short pass instead, frantically wondering who the intended recipient could be. His eyes widened as he identified the target as number 20. Watching the play unfold, Ji-Yan, who's in possession, noted two opponents closing in from both sides. Though they seemed confident in their ability to strip the ball, he remained unfazed, having already calculated his move. The defenders questioned if he truly believed he could bypass both of them, but he internally countered that there was no need for a 2-on-1 confrontation. He decided he would drive the ball toward the closer defender to take him on individually first. Ji-Yan maneuvered the ball, thinking he would go that way first. His opponent noticed the movement and questioned if he was going left, but he quickly realized it was just a feint. As the opponent lunged in, Ji-Yan noted that he had gone all in, and with a sharp grunt, the defender fell, leaving him to observe that's one down. Anticipating the next move, he noted that another defender was rushing to cover him. He planned to push the ball slightly to the side, look toward the right fullback, and make a big swing to sell the deception. The second defender screamed that he was going to pass right, but Ji-Yan mentally apologized, stating that he wasn't passing at all as he skillfully skipped past the final challenge. Ji-Yan breathes a sigh of relief, noting that things are going exactly as planned. He successfully maneuvers past two defenders, fulfilling the coach's first objective to escape the opposition's pressure. With the initial hurdle cleared, Ji-Yan shifts his focus to the offensive. He observes an opponent, an incontrista, speeding toward him and notices that the defensive formation behind the player is surprisingly loose. Analyzing the field, he realizes the opponents didn't anticipate this breakthrough, leaving their defensive line dangerously high. Ji-Yan identifies that their attacker Tusk-kun, who is fast on his feet, was just waiting, seeing a wide open space in the left middle area, situated between the defense and the goalie. Ji-Yan strikes the ball perfectly to that spot. Tusk-kun sprints toward the pass while Ji-Yan makes a break for the penalty box as he cheers him on for the excellent play. The opposing goalkeeper realizes with frustration that he cannot move out to intercept the play in time. Thanks to Tusk-kun predicting the pass and moving quickly, the other team's defensive line was completely blown up. He noted that while Tusk-kun could handle himself, players on the pitch always had to be ready for the unexpected. Suddenly, the ball bounced off the goalie's hands. A spectator asked in disbelief if they were kidding and questioned if that was really a super save by the goalie. Their captain shouted that the ball had gone straight at him, while the opposing players together with Romero praised the nice save as they expect to get the rebound. Recalling the words of Coach Luca, Ji-Yan reflected that opportunities come to those who are ready. With a heavy thud, he capitalized on the loose ball. He concludes that it never hurts to listen to the advice of adults, especially as he is called out and Ji-Yan asserts his status as the greater genius. Ultimately, he is left in disbelief and awe that Ji-Yan not only conceived such a brilliant play under intense pressure but actually managed to pull it off. As the first half concludes with Firenze leading Lazio 1-0, Coach Tony couldn't believe what he just witnessed while Coach Luca was already celebrating. He knows that Lazio plays at such a fast tempo that once they start gaining momentum, even the strongest teams end up conceding heavily. And when they forced an error with their press early on and even got a shot off, it looked like things might unfold that way. But right then, our boy escaped the pressure and pulled off a counterattack, breaking their momentum. Ji-Yan is seen signaling Tusk-kun about their next play, which Tusk-kun thinks it's pretty good. Coach Tony was amazed that not only did he come up with that play in that position under pressure, but he actually pulled off something special. The media originally hyped the match as a face-off between two young prodigies, but the reality proved embarrassing for number 17, as the two players demonstrated completely different levels of talent. Coach Luca gleefully celebrated that his colleague had blocked him and Ji-Yan had done great work. Coach Tony dryly asked if he was truly that pleased with himself and told him to act his age. Observing number 17 being subbed out for the second half, he noted that it must be a significant blow to his pride. Dejected on the bench, number 17 reflected on how he had lived off his confidence for 16 years, having always been the youngest prodigy from the academy to the first team. However, his world was shaken when number 20 appeared out of nowhere and completely outclassed him. Earlier that day, Romero's coach sternly instructed his players that they had to keep Ji-Yan in check for the match to proceed smoothly, a command the team acknowledged with a unified shout. Romero, however, scoffed at the order, pointing out that the boy in question was only 16 and questioning if the coach was overreacting. He confidently vowed to show everyone what real talent looked like that day. Despite his initial bravado earlier, he was quickly humbled as Ji-Yan scored a goal, leading to his own substitution as soon as the second half began. While watching from the sidelines, he tried to reassure himself that he was still superior at dribbling and tricks, rationalizing that bypassing defenders was a more valuable skill than simply escaping pressure or passing. His internal justification was cut short when he witnessed Ji-Yan bypass Romanelli, their best defender, with ease. Surprised by his dribbling prowess, he watched as the boy neared the penalty box and realized he was in a perfect position to take a shot right then and there. With a powerful kick, Ji-Yan secures another goal for Firenze, bringing the score to 2-0 against Lazio. As his teammate marvels at the incredible trajectory and praises him for being on point, Ji-Yan modestly brushes it off, claiming he simply got lucky. Romero watches in stunned silence. He wonders if this overwhelming sensation is what the players he once looked down upon felt, admitting to himself that he has hit a literal wall, one he fears he will never be able to overcome. After being substituted out of the game, Ji-Yan was handed a drink by a teammate who praised his hard work, an offer Ji-Yan gratefully accepted. Collapsing onto the bench, he reflected on his fortunate performance, noting to himself that he had played longer than in his previous match and had managed to score 2 goals, even if he felt one was simply a stroke of luck. As he hydrated, he felt confident that his overall performance had improved. His teammate, Jose, approached and pointed out how fatigue suddenly catches up the moment a player sits down. Jose observed that Ji-Yan's high possession time and intense focus had likely masked his exhaustion during the match, an assessment Ji-Yan agreed with. Recalling how the opposing team's high press had forced him to drop back to receive the ball, he was advised by another teammate to drink plenty of water and relax, which he promised to do. Watching their coach angrily instruct the team on the field to stop sending up crosses, Ji Yan finally understood the coach's previous emphasis on evading pressure and making quick offensive transitions. Glancing toward a rival player resting nearby, Ji Yan concluded that his deep concentration had paid off, quietly acknowledging that their ongoing rivalry had driven his success and feeling somewhat thankful for it. He admitted to himself that he was jealous at the mere thought of Jiwoo admiring another player's genius, even though they weren't dating. He eventually brushed off his anger, consoling himself with the belief that he had been the one who looked like the real genius on the pitch today. During the intense match, a powerful strike led to a fierce mid-air clash and a goal, updating the scoreline to 2-1. On the sidelines, the frustrated fans yelled for the players to mark their targets closely, complaining that the defense was crumbling simply because Ji Yan had been substituted out. Back on the bench, Ji Yan frantically denied being a prodigy after a teammate teasingly congratulated him on his genius status. He quietly reflected that their team had lost their momentum and conceded a goal entirely due to the individual brilliance of the opposing team's number 9. He marveled at the sheer number of talented athletes in Italy and across Europe, resolving to keep fighting. Ji Yan reflected that a strong performance this season could qualify their team for a European tournament next year. However, he anxiously considered that such a stage would be filled with even greater prodigies. He worried that advancing further would expose him, and he feared Jiwoo would eventually discover he was just an average player faking his genius. His anxieties were cut short when he noticed a sudden opening on the pitch. His teammate, Tusk-kun, swiftly capitalized on the gap and drove the ball hard into the net. Although the opposing team had scored earlier to narrow the lead, Tusk-kun's decisive strike ultimately sealed the game. Firenze secured a 3-1 victory amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd, leaving our boy smiling and clapping in quiet relief at the outcome. But it's now time for the dreaded post-match interview, though he felt it proceeded much more smoothly without his teammates' usual teasing. After he thanked the reporter for her congratulations, she noted the match's reputation as a clash of 16-year-old geniuses and asked if he had seen his rival Rica Romero's pre-game interview. When he nervously admitted he had not, she informed him of Romero's boast about proving who the real genius was, and then pressed the young player for his own opinion on who truly deserved the title that day. Realizing he needed to navigate the question carefully, he modestly credited his youth team coach's pupil. The reporter, initially confused, asked for clarification, and after he explained who the coach was, she highly praised his classy response. As she formally concluded the segment regarding the game, the boy was left feeling immensely relieved to have successfully avoided a conversational landmine. The reporter informed Ji Yan Lee that his jersey was selling incredibly well among female fans and asked what he thought made him so undeniably attractive to them. Caught completely off guard and visibly panicked, Ji Yan realized he had never actually considered what set him apart. Pressed for an answer, he desperately blurted out a Korean idiom. When the confused reporter asked for a translation, a profusely sweating Ji Yan explained that it meant his heart was permanently set in one place. The reporter immediately swooned, interpreting his words to mean he only had eyes for one person and praising the romantic sentiment. As she wrapped up the broadcast, Ji Yan breathed a heavy sigh of relief, inwardly congratulating himself and feeling confident that he hadn't made a single blunder. The next day at their house, Jiwoo excitedly informed him that his recent interview had gained massive attention, pointing out the hundreds of online comments praising his steadfast loyalty to his team, Firenze. Ji Yan privately realized the public had completely misinterpreted his words. When she pressed him on what he actually meant, he quickly backpedaled and agreed with the fans' interpretation. Suddenly frustrated, Jiwoo accused him of staring affectionately at the pretty reporter during the interview. Despite his confusion and denials, she insisted he had been smiling foolishly and demanded he promise never to smile at pretty women again. When Ji Yan questioned her ridiculous rule, she frantically tried to cover her jealousy by yelling that he needed to focus solely on soccer. Observing her panicked outburst, Ji Yan quietly reflected that her behavior was strange, as he was usually the one getting flustered around her. He internally remarked that her usual tantrum actually seemed cute. When she demanded that he figure it out himself, he simply agreed. He then made a firm promise to her, which she excitedly confirmed. When she later questioned his somber expression, he asked if she had already forgotten his vow. She recalled that he had promised not to smile in front of other pretty women. He confirmed he was keeping that promise, jokingly asking who the dolt was now. At the Viola Park training grounds, the team gathered for a scheduled recovery day. However, the captain was seen intensely shouting for the coach to give him one more round of drills. Observing the captain's frantic pace, Ji Yan expressed his shock while another sighed, noting that he had anticipated this might happen. They discussed why the captain was pushing through personal training on a rest day, concluding that it was entirely due to his focus on the upcoming match. As the team watches their captain push himself to the limit during practice, a conversation unfolds about the weight of their upcoming match. Ji-Yan asks about their next opponent, to which the older teammate reveals they will be facing Nerazzurri FC Milan del Mondo. He explains that their captain actually originated from that club's youth team, describing the connection as a first love the captain can never truly forget. While Ji-Yan initially assumes the captain is training so intensely to impress his former fans, the older teammate clarifies that the situation is more complicated. He explains that the captain was loaned out to Milan the previous year. Despite a potential transfer option, he was sent back, suggesting he was ultimately rejected by his former club. The older teammate notes that this rejection is the real reason the captain is pushing for another lap with such ferocity. He reflects on how the wide-eyed kid who once wore the black and blue of Milan is now leading their team in a violet uniform. If the captain is going to face his first love again, he intends to do so with everything he has as the captain's expression remains intense and focused. Walking through the gates of the Stadio Giuseppe Meazza, also known as San Siro, a young boy held his father's hand and gazed at one of the oldest and has the most passionate fans of stadiums in Europe. He would never forget that first visit, for it was the day he decided that he would one day play in front of that roaring crowd wearing the iconic black and blue uniform. From that moment on, Milan became his only love. He eventually realized part of his dream at 13 when he joined the youth team, a moment that made him feel as though he could fly. As he grew, his ambitions became even grander, leading him to sign his first professional contract. Standing before the cameras, he declared that just as he had loved the club as a child, his ultimate dream was to become a great Nerazzurri captain in the mold of Javier Zanetti. He had once longed for the fans to love him as their leader. However, as he tightened the captain's armband, he clarified that the one he wore now did not belong to Milan. Calling the team to gather round, he mused that everyone has a first love and, judging by their expressions, he remarked that those stories likely hadn't ended well. He shared his belief that if that were the case, they must have all dreamed of making that first love regret it by becoming wildly successful. Explaining that this was how he felt today, he asked his teammates to help him out just this once. The captain sets a terrifying tone, declaring that anyone whose voice is quieter than his will die at his hands that day. Ji-Yan was clearly shaken and sweating, quickly affirms that he understands. As the team huddles up, the captain instructs everyone to focus, and he also expressed his gratitude to the group. The tension breaks as their captain lets out a thunderous Forza, followed by a collective shout of Viola. However, the captain immediately shifts gears, confronting Ji-Yan about something. He told him to just ignore his previous advice about making his first love regret her choices. He goes on to tell him that he should actually marry his first love. As the stadium roars with chants for Ferenzi's single-minded love and Ji-Yan Lee, he stands frozen in shock, letting out a frustrated cry. The captain, completely unfazed by the crowd's reaction, laughs and tells the team they should get to it, while a bewildered Ji-Yan can only weakly agree that he is right. Observing the captain's intensity, he was reminded of his own U17 match against Gioventù and imagined his experience against Jerome. While Gioventù was not his first love, he reflected that a last love, which for him was Firenze, carried more weight. He acknowledged that his first love was a formidable team that did not need him, and he admitted he could never have faced them alone. However, he felt confident in their current squad, noting that they possessed a player whom no one on Milan could match. With a determined clench of his fist, he mentally urged Ji-Yan to take the field and defeat his former team just as the whistle blew to start the first half. Ji-Yan already expected for a team with the advantage, the opposition was starting the match high up on the pitch and applying significant pressure on the midfield. He reflected on how their own team had also packed the midfield, noting that Milan could further increase their numbers by having a withdrawn forward drop-back or a center-back push-up. He acknowledged that while putting pressure on a team with a midfield numerical advantage wouldn't be easy, he insisted they couldn't let that stop them today. Captain Barassi commanded his teammates not to back off and to keep the pressure on their opponents. Observing the flow of the game, Ji-Yan thought to himself that their defense was on point and credited Captain Barassi's pep talk for the performance. He predicted that if the opponents had trouble finding an opening, they would become restless and resort to risky long passes or ill-advised dribbles. As the play unfolded, he noticed the enemy wingback moving up while leaving the side wide open, a strategy he believed was bound to lead to a mistake. He urged himself to stay focused and wait for a chance to counterattack. The momentum shifted suddenly as Captain Barassi made a crucial interception, followed by a frantic call for Ji-Yan as the ball was cleared downfield. The captain decided there was no reason to hesitate, expressing his trust in Ji-Yan to find the open spots. Upon receiving the ball, Ji Yan noted he was surrounded and realized it was too risky to keep possession for long. Spotting a tackle coming from the right, Ji Yan planned to pull the ball back slightly to dodge it. He then anticipated a defender approaching from behind, deciding he would turn and change his trajectory of attack. He noticed Kanehon on the right and saw an opening for a pass, while his teammate called out for him to send the ball his way. As he executed a turn, an opponent wondered if he was turning left again. Ji Yan observed both sides and noted that on his left, the captain was running with all his might. However, as the ball sailed past, the captain groaned, asking Ji Yan if he knew how old he was and remarking that he had completely overestimated his speed. Looking at the ball's path, the captain muttered that it was too far. The captain acknowledged that his pass was perfect as the ball landed with a thud. Ji Yan urgently warned the captain that a defender was closing in from behind. Noticing the speed of the opponent's backup, the captain realized he wouldn't win a pure sprint. Deciding on a new tactic, he resolved to use his physical strength instead. Despite feeling the effects of age and his body screaming in pain, he pushed forward, insisting that his physical state didn't matter. He told himself he couldn't stop then. Scanning the field, he spotted 2 jerseys in the box. Knowing he lacked the time to determine who was better positioned, the captain decided it was time to trust his own foot as he prepared to strike. Instead of using his head, he executes a desperate, low-profile kick to redirect the ball. He tumbles with an exclamation of pain, then frantically asks where the ball went, having lost sight of it in the scramble. The ball blurs as the stunned captain finds it at the back of the net. He kneels on the pitch, reflecting on the strength of his team and asking what Milan thinks of his team. His serious expression remains as he brags inside of him his very own team Firenze and framing the victory as a final message to the team who rejected him or the last love of the man they threw away. His teammate celebrates wildly as the score is confirmed at 0-1, with Ji Yan Lee credited for the goal in the 21st minute. The team erupts into a thunderous roar as Ji Yan embraces their captain, though a heavy silence soon falls over the opposing stadium. Teammates swarm Ji Yan, praising his performance and checking on their captain, noting that he seemed to be pushing himself to his absolute limit. Despite the celebration, one teammate notices the captain's unusual silence and jokingly asks if he is being moved by his own play. Ji Yan catches a glimpse of the captain discreetly wiping away tears, a sight he suspects no one else has noticed. As the rest of the team tries to fire each other up with shouts of Forza, the captain quickly regains his composure. The ref warns them that they are going to upset the fans. Captain Barassi also said that they shouldn't get ahead of themselves because the match isn't over yet. Watching him, Ji Yan realizes that, based on those hidden tears, this goal clearly meant everything to the captain. Ji Yan observes his captain's emotional reaction, noting that if a single goal could make him tear up like that, he must have been hurting for a long time. He reflects that he cannot imagine what would have happened if he hadn't scored off the other player's pass. Despite their early lead, he reminds himself that they are still at Giuseppe Meazza facing Milan, who are ranked 3rd in the league. He tells himself that he cannot let himself get distracted and must stay focused. The intensity of the match escalates as an opponent's shot narrowly misses the goal. The assistant coach expresses his relief that it didn't go in but warns the head coach that the situation is not good. Coach Vincenzo agrees, rubbing his beard as he calculates that they have already conceded 5 shots in just 10 minutes since scoring. He acknowledges that while the tides naturally sway during a 90-minute match, the process leading to these shots is concerning. The assistant coach urgently commands the players to stick to their opponents like glue. As Ji Yan runs back into position, he realizes that Milan has become even more aggressive in their attempt to tie the score. He identifies their strategy as a simple pattern. A player sends a long pass from the back. Number 9 drops the ball toward number 10. Number 10 takes the shot. Ji Yan observes that a significant problem has emerged on the field. The assists from player number 9 are dangerously precise, and he recalls the player's name as being Ethan Ozeko. While he thinks their defenders are capable of holding their own in terms of height, Ozeko consistently manages to beat them to the ball 4 out of 5 times. The focus then shifts to the number 10 player, the stocky and warrior-like Lautaro, whose performance is equally impressive. Lautaro's style is the complete opposite from Ji Yan. He is constantly in motion, creating opportunities while battling the defense. Upon receiving the ball, Lautaro immediately drives forward to take a shot, grunting with the effort. Even when he misses, Lautaro remains entirely unfazed, simply remarking that it was a shame. Ji Yan observes from a distance, noting to himself that Lautaro's teammate on the opposite side had been wide open. He doesn't mind if he blows opportunities by acting alone. Despite the pressure, Lautaro demands the ball once more, and his teammate acknowledges the request immediately. But their main problem is that their team struggles to contain this aggressive playstyle, and the stadium erupts as Lautaro, wearing number 10, charges forward again. Ji-Yan notes that a striker's true worth is determined solely by whether or not they score, regardless of how many solo opportunities they might miss. With a powerful strike, Lautaro sends the ball into the net, equalizing the score to 1-1. The crowd and his teammates go wild. One teammate shouts in disbelief, asking if the others saw that incredible play and claiming that Lautaro is going to cause an earthquake in the stadium. Ji-Yan reflects on how unbelievable Lautaro's persistence is. He muses that if he were in that position, he would have felt deflated and guilty after failing a first attempt. While his teammates lament their performance, with one admitting he couldn't stop the striker and the other noting that he had also given him an opening. The stadium was roaring with energy. Lautaro celebrates a goal despite having failed several times before. Fans cheer wildly, calling him the best and warning him never to betray them like a previous striker who left Milan. Amidst the celebration, Ji-Yan wonders if the young number 10 possesses the nerves of steel required for a powerhouse team. Back in the locker room, the atmosphere turns tense. The coach explodes at his players, demanding they get their heads in the game. He singles out Tonira, barking that he must do his part so the defenders can do theirs, leading the player to apologize immediately. The coach then turns his fury to the other players, questioning if passing the ball only to Ji-Yan the thing they only know, demanding they be bolder in driving the ball up the pitch. Asking the team if they really intend to bank their success on their youngest player, leaving the boy wishing he could crawl into a hole. The coach concludes his lecture by telling them to seize any opportunity they see with courage. Stepping in, the team captain tells his teammates that if any of them are satisfied with a tie against Milan, they shouldn't bother playing the second half. He rallies them, asserting that they can win if they simply focus. As the team rallies for the second half, the captain enthusiastically encourages them to give their all. Amidst the excitement, Ji-Yan approaches the coach, who asks if he has something to say. He tentatively mentions that he has an idea, prompting the coach to listen. Though Ji-Yan initially downplays his suggestion as just a thought, the coach dismisses his hesitation, insisting that he understood the plan perfectly. After Ji-Yan leaves to rejoin the team, the coach reflects that he has now seen everything. When Tusk-kun asks Coach Vincenzo for clarification, the coach reveals that Ji-Yan suggested a strategy change, one that is actually quite good. Despite being teased about his face turning red, the coach firmly announces to the team that they will be implementing Ji-Yan's strategy for the remainder of the match. Ji-Yan reflects on his coach's advice to speak his mind freely. However, he immediately worries that he shouldn't have said anything. He feels anxious that he might have come across as arrogant and that his coach might bench him for the next match. He even imagines his coach furiously calling him a cocky punk and threatening to send him back to the youth team. Suddenly, Tusk-kun approaches him and mentions that he has already heard from the coach. Ji-Yan jolts in surprise and immediately begins to apologize. But Tusk-kun, looking confused, asks what he is sorry for, as he thinks Ji-Yan's idea is a great plan. Ji-Yan is stunned, asking if he is serious. Tusk-kun confirms that they have all agreed to go with it. As the second half begins, the opposing team's captain rallies his squad, urging them to maintain their momentum and keep their positioning high. However, they are quickly caught off guard, realizing that Ji-Yan and Tusk-kun have switched places. Amidst the scramble on the field, an opponent desperately calls for a pass as Ji-Yan closes in. Tusk-kun is known for conserving his energy on defense to maximize his impact during offense. This strategic play allows Milan's defense to execute long passes with ease. Seeing an opening, Ji-Yan decides to shut that strategy down, surprising an opponent with his sudden aggression. As the play unfolds, the opposing player realizes he has no one to pass to and decides to leave the ball to Ozeko. However, Firenze remains confident, claiming that such a sloppy pass would never get past their defense. As a result, the ball was intercepted and lands on Tonira. Looking ahead, Ji-Yan acknowledges Tonira and declares that it is finally their turn to take control now. Simone Inzaghi, head coach of FC Milan del Mondo, observed with a grim expression that his team had previously been able to execute long passes from the back because Vlahovic had not been pressuring the defenders. He noted that even when the defenders resorted to long passes, they remained accurate enough to facilitate their set plays. However, a sudden shift occurred. Inzaghi realized that something unexpected had happened. Their set plays were falling apart due to the opposition's number 20. On the field, players recognized a chance to counterattack, calling out to Senior Tonira. The defense analyzed the pattern, noting that every time the opponent got the ball, they invariably passed it to number 20. One of them, under pressure, decided to pass as the opposition closed in. Another attempted to intercept, believing all he had to do was block the passing angle. Ji-yeon's teammate was stunned by the speed of the opponent, wondering when he had arrived. Amidst the tension, he remembered Coach Vincenzo's final command, urging the team to have guts and go for it when the moment arrived. As the play unfolds, he acknowledges that their coach is right and notes that he will act once the opportunity presents itself. He declares that he is no slouch either, while a defender reacts in surprise, wondering if the move was a fake. Coach Vincenzo shouts his approval, stating that this is the kind of confidence he wants to see. He explains that while the best counterattacks are built on quick passes, but beating a defender cleanly and pushing forward provides a significant numerical advantage during the break. On the field, the action intensifies as a player drives forward. A defender realizes with shock that the attacker is heading for the side rather than the middle. Kanehon observes a defender ahead of him and decides that instead of trying to bypass him directly, he will pass to Ji-yeon, who has moved closer for support. Having received the ball, Ji-yeon plans to shake up the defense by turning quickly as if looking for Dusan. Then, instead of completing that turn, he pivots back to pass the ball toward Kanehon to maintain the momentum of the strike. An opponent shouted that there was no good angle for a shot and instructed his teammate to simply block Vlahovic when he sent up a cross. Ji-yeon scoffed, thinking that they were sorely mistaken to focus only on Vlahovic. He noted that while he might not be as skilled as their number 10, their number 9 was still a force to be reckoned with. As the ball soared, the defender realized that a header from that distance wasn't meant for a goal, but was instead heading toward number 8 on the other side. However, the defender suddenly realized he had been too hasty. While he was focused on number 8, who was offside, number 20 had snuck in behind him. Stunned, he wondered what was going on with that number 20. Ji-yeon beats the offside trap by a hair, moving as if he has foreseen the exact trajectory of the play. As he dribbles forward, he marvels at the fluid execution of the counterattack, attributing their success to the tactical adjustments made by the coach during halftime. Suddenly, he finds himself in a high-stakes one-on-one with the goalie. Though he recognizes this as the perfect opportunity, his heart begins to race with an intensity that feels as though it might burst from his chest. The pressure is compounded by a tenacious defender on his tail, whose frantic teammates scream for him to be stopped. Despite the strategic advantage, he is gripped by a sudden wave of anxiety. Everything feels so perfect that he fears he might be the one to blow it. He admits to himself that he lacks the nerves of steel possessed by their number 10. Meanwhile, the goalkeeper charges forward, determined to limit the scoring angles and shut down the play. In the heat of the match, Ji-yeon realized he had no choice but to focus harder as his opponent kept on chasing him and is even convinced he almost had him. However, Ji-yeon Lee's objective was to perform a perfect imitation, and his precision paid off. He sent the ball past the goalkeeper, watched it sail through the air, and saw it strike the post before clinically bouncing into the net. As the goal was confirmed, Ji-yeon Lee let out a sigh of relief. His teammates erupted in celebration, shouting for their victory and their team, the Forza and Viola. The scoreboard updated to reflect Firenze's lead over Milan at 2-1, with Ji-yeon Lee credited for both of his team's goals. Observing from the sidelines, the coach remarked that the goal was very good and noted that it was the result of true teamwork. In the 75th minute of the match, a substitution was called. Ji-yeon was replaced by the defensive midfielder, Amrabat. As they crossed paths, Amrabat praised Ji-yeon's performance, and Ji-yeon thanked him, encouraging his teammate to take charge on the field. The team shifted to a defensive strategy to protect their lead for the remainder of the game. Ji-yeon noted that this move was logical, as the opposing team had lost their aggressive edge after conceding a second goal. He observed that they seemed disheartened after failing to score when they had expected to. Under the captain's leadership, the team maintained a resolute back line. With only 3 minutes of stoppage time remaining, Ji-yeon felt the team's intense desire to win. He internally resolved that they would not lose, a sentiment echoed by his teammates as they fought to secure the victory. The referee signals the end of the match, confirming Firenze's 2-1 victory over Milan thanks to 2 goals from Ji-yeon Lee. As the final whistle blows, the pitch and bench erupt in celebration, with the captain finally allowing himself to be overcome with emotion. In the locker room, the jubilant captain thanks his team for their efforts. He explains his belief that true love means supporting one another through hardships, which is why he played with such desperation for their club, Viola. His sentimental speech is cut short when a teammate strikes him, prompting the rest of the squad to boo and demand he keep his remarks brief. The captain humorously yells that the hit nearly took him out of commission. Watching the chaos, Ji-yeon smiles at his teammates' joy, though he silently wishes they would put on some clothes first. Suddenly, Coach Vincenzo joined and praised the team for their performance but reminded them that, despite their desire to celebrate, they knew better because International Week was beginning. As the players absorbed the news, a teammate teased another about being a man who had turned his back on his country just for revenge on a first love, only to be cut off by a sharp blow to the head. The coach continued, explaining that many of them would be playing for their national teams immediately without a break, and warned them to avoid accidental injuries. While most of the team responded with a unified yes, coach, one player muttered that he was already injured. Observing the locker room, Ji-yan was impressed on how many national team players they had from various countries. Doosan then turned to him and asked why he wasn't going, expressing disbelief that Korea hadn't contacted him. Ji-yan laughed it off, questioning why they would pick him, but Doosan countered that excessive humility could be a form of pride and told him to hurry up and get dressed. Left to his own thoughts, Ji-yan realized it had already been 4 years since he had last been to Korea. Back at his house, his dad hummed in contemplation before setting the device down with a sharp clack. He worries that Ji-yan would feel an immense burden once he discovered the truth. With a heavy sigh and a nervous scratch of his head, he acknowledged that while his son wasn't the type to search for himself online, it was only a matter of time before the boy realized just how famous he had become in Korea. On the screen, headlines buzzed about a hidden diamond and debated whether the 16-year-old prodigy was already prepared to play for the senior national team. Upon returning home, Ji-yan greeted his dad, who warmly welcomed him back and noted that he must be exhausted from the long trip. His dad suggested he wash up for dinner, to which Ji-yan agreed. However, he first presented his father with a gift. Confused by the item, his dad asked what it was, and Ji-yan bashfully explained that it was golf apparel he had purchased in Milan, knowing the city's reputation for fine clothing. Overwhelmed with emotion, his dad attempted to hug his son, praising how much he had grown, which caused a flustered Ji-yan to scramble away to the bathroom. Left alone, his dad reflected on how Ji-yan, though still a child in his eyes, had become remarkably considerate despite the fatigue of his recent match. He contemplated a future where Ji-yan might play soccer with heavy responsibilities, but decided that for now, he simply wanted his son to enjoy the game. The moment of sentimentality broke when Ji-yan returned from washing up and questioned the bizarre dish, steamed peanut butter monkfish, his father had prepared for dinner. He reflected that he might have been viewing Ji-yan too much like a child. Meanwhile, when he met with Ji-woo, she criticized his poor photography skills, demanding that he frame her photos so her feet touched the bottom edge. She insisted this was a basic rule of photography, while Ji-yan grumbled that she only cared about looking stretched out. As they walked through the city, Ji-yan noted that his soccer team had a 2-week break, but Ji-woo teased him, suggesting that all of his talent must have gone into sports rather than photography. Despite his coach's advice to rest for 3 days, Ji-woo dragged him along, claiming the next photo spot was crucial. Ji-yan lamented that he only agreed to spend his day off this way because of her. Trying to focus, Ji-yan snapped several photos, but Ji-woo was still unsatisfied. She yelled at him for only making the background look good while he defended himself, stating he was just following her instructions. Their bickering was interrupted when a passerby asked if he was Ji-yan Lee. Upon confirmation, a crowd quickly gathered, shouting in excitement that the famous Ji-yan Lee from Firenze was actually there. In a bustling Italian plaza, Ji-yan finds himself overwhelmed by a group of fans eagerly requesting selfies and autographs. While he hesitantly explains that he is currently with someone, but Ji-woo suddenly intervenes by raising her hand and enthusiastically volunteering to take the photos herself. Ji-yan initially tries to decline, telling Ji-woo that she doesn't have to help since he hasn't even played a match recently. Ji-woo dismisses his concerns, lecturing him that in this day and age, maintaining fan relations is just as vital as playing skill. She quickly takes charge of the crowd, commanding everyone to get in line, telling those who have already had a turn to step aside, and reminding them to have their pens ready. When a flustered Ji-yan whispers that the fans likely don't understand Korean, Ji-woo confidently retorts that they will figure it out because words aren't always necessary for communication. As the sun begins to set, Ji-yan sighs to himself, thinking that this certainly wasn't what he had in mind for their day. After the final fan thanks him and encourages him to keep up the great work, a weary Ji-woo wipes her brow, relieved that it is finally over. Ji-yan, looking equally exhausted, offers a sincere apology to her for the chaotic detour. Ji-woo notes how popular he is, mentioning they spent the entire day taking photos with his fans. He dismissively tells her that she didn't have to do that, but she retorts by asking if he saw how happy the fans were with her photography. When Ji-yan remains skeptical, she becomes defensive, asking if he didn't notice the thumbs up she received. He sarcastically claims to believe her, which prompts her to point out that his face says otherwise. She expresses frustration that he would act this way after she spent all day helping him. Ji-yan then apologizes, admitting he is tired from dealing with fans on his day off and is actually just annoyed that their date was interrupted. Softening, she agrees to let him off the hook this time but warns him not to give her half-hearted answers again. Ji-yan quickly agrees and suggests they both relax. She then boasts about how lucky he is to have such a forgiving friend, though she adds that he now owes her dinner. Ji-yan agrees as they hurry along. His internal thoughts were racing. His goal for the day had been to take a picture with Ji-woo, but he was paralyzed as she vibrantly suggested they go get pasta or pizza. Seeing his hesitation, Ji-woo turned back to ask why he wasn't following, which left him stammering and mentally scolding himself for being a bumbling fool. Just as he struggled to ask her for a photo, a kind elderly woman approached them. Mistaking them for a couple, she explained that she had seen him taking pictures with fans all day and felt bad that their date had been interrupted. She insisted on taking a picture for them, which Ji-woo excitedly agreed to. As the woman directed them to snuggling closer, Ji-woo pressed against him, causing our boy to freeze in a blush. He thought to himself that the scent of her shampoo was making it impossible to think straight and was effectively erasing the unpleasant memory of locker room smells after a match. The elderly woman smiled and began the countdown to capture the moment. After thanking the older woman, who encouraged Ji-yan to keep up the great work and wished them fun, he asked Ji-woo how their photo turned out. Ji-woo playfully refused to show him the picture, noting only that she looked good in it, before swiftly changing the subject to getting food. 2 days later, Ji-yan told his dad that he's heading out. His dad reminded him of Coach Vincenzo's instructions to rest for 3 days, but Ji-yan insisted that 2 days were plenty for a light warm-up. Accepting this, his father warned him not to overdo it and asked Ji-yan to pass along his greetings to Coach Tony as the boy sprinted away. On the final day of his break, the young athlete decides to skip the first team's grounds and heads to the U17 training facility instead. Eager to reunite with Coach Luca after a long absence, he sprints through the city streets toward the Firenze grounds. Once there, the two engage in a high-energy scramble on the pitch. Coach Luca marvels at his progress, remarking that while he was once able to stop him, he no longer stands a chance. Ji-yan playfully deflects the praise, suggesting that the coach is merely going easy on him to prevent an injury. Luca notes that while his stature hasn't changed, his muscles have become as hard as boulders. Taking a quick break, Luca hands him a drink and suggests that he should have taken it easy during his rare time off. He admits that he felt anxious resting for too long. After just 2 days, he felt he needed to get back to work to preserve his current peak condition. Luca expresses his admiration for the boy's enthusiasm but gently warns him not to push too hard, emphasizing the constant need to watch out for injuries. He agrees, but then something catches their attention. Standing on the sidelines, Ji-yan Lee gestured toward the fence and asked the coach about the people gathered there. Coach Luca explained that those were his juniors, brought in to fill the vacancies left by him and Gino. With a wave, the coach called the group over, causing him to jolt in surprise. When Ji-yan seemed overwhelmed by the attention, the coach dismissed his concerns, noting that the younger players truly looked up to him and that a few words of encouragement would mean a lot. Ji-yan nervously admitted that such high expectations felt like a lot of pressure. He then pointed out that the group didn't exactly look excited to see him. In fact, judging by one particular glare, it seemed like one of them actively disliked him. Rubbing his head, the coach sheepishly admitted he had forgotten about that specific player. He leaned in and urged Ji-yan to be patient, explaining that the boy had his own personal reasons for feeling that way toward him. A junior player approached Ji-yan with wide eyes and clenched fists, desperately imploring his senior to tell him how he could ever become as skilled as him. Ji-yan, taken aback by the sudden outburst, questioned if the boy truly meant he wanted to be as good as he was. The junior continued his frantic questioning, asking if reaching such a level required being a genius and wondering aloud if things were hopeless for average people like himself. Ji-yan tried to reassure him that wasn't the case at all, but the junior's anxiety spiraled as he wailed for his coach, convinced that his own potential was non-existent. Amused by the scene, the coach intervened, explaining to a confused Ji-yan that the boy was actually a massive fan who constantly asked about Ji-yan's past and training methods. He clarified that the boy's intense staring was merely a result of his extreme nervousness at meeting his hero. The junior, finally calming down enough to speak, stammered a request for Ji-yan to give him even a tiny pointer because he wanted to be just like him. After a long, thoughtful pause, Ji-yan looked at the boy and quietly admitted that he was actually not a genius at all, leaving the junior in a state of stunned disbelief. He shocked them by claiming to be the least talented person on the field, which left one junior shouting in disbelief. He explained that this was the mindset he maintained during training to ensure he worked the hardest of everyone. Ji Yan reasoned that while being a genius on the training ground didn't matter, approaching his practice with that humble mentality allowed him to perform like a genius during real matches. Feeling slightly flustered, Ji Yan wondered if he had made his explanation too complicated and apologized for not being more helpful. The coach then ordered the players back to their positions, reinforcing that hard work was the only way to improve. As the players hurried back, the skeptical junior reflected on how foolish he felt for assuming a genius like Ji Yan would have secret pointers, though another teammate remained starstruck by the encounter. On the second day of first team training following the international break, tension and frustration simmered on the pitch. Amidst the practice, a heated exchange broke out regarding the World Cup qualifiers. One player skeptically asked if the other's team would even make the tournament, prompting a defensive retort that they were talking about Italy. The skeptic remained serious, warning that they would be out if they failed to progress through the qualifiers and questioning their ability to beat Portugal. The Italian player defiantly insisted they could. Observing the commotion, Ji Yan noted that the Italian team had only managed to tie the previous day. Another player lamented their failure to win, remarking that the situation brought back nightmares of the previous World Cup, one that Italy had failed to qualify for. As Ji Yan quietly wondered if Italy had always been so poor at soccer, he was suddenly barked at by a veteran. The older player demanded to know what had happened to Korea in their final qualifying round. When Ji Yan sheepishly replied that they had fortunately qualified, the veteran erupted in an envious shout, declaring how jealous he was. In a moment of frustration, the bald player complained about the captain in Bonaventura, noting they were too exhausted from the Milan game and insisting that he should have been chosen instead. He then entertained the idea of becoming a Korean citizen to improve his chances of playing in the World Cup. His teammate quickly shut him down, questioning his chances of making the roster if even Ji Yan hadn't made it yet. When the bald player pointed out he was a winger, his teammate mocked him by gesturing toward an image of Sonny, implying he stood no chance against such competition. This realization sent him into a comedic panic. The coach immediately silenced the group with a sharp blow to the head, commanding them to stop talking and fall in. As the players scrambled to obey, they noted the coach's visible anger and his frustration with the previous match. The coach then strictly ordered them to forget the World Cup and focus on their current schedule, threatening to fine anyone who even mentioned the tournament again. The team quickly agreed, noting that he seemed even more furious than they had initially thought. Coach Vincenzo stood before his team, announcing that their upcoming match in the round of 32 of the Coppa Italia would be against Hellas Verona. While he noted that they should technically win the game, he warned that they would be playing without their key senior players, who had been called up to their respective national teams. Since the squad lacked depth, the coach explained that the roster would consist only of the remaining players and a few members from the youth team. Acknowledging the immense pressure this placed on them, he encouraged the group to see it as a prime opportunity for those with limited playtime to impress him. The team responded with a unified shout of agreement, but an assistant quickly pointed out that Ji Yan looked visibly anxious. Turning his attention to the young player, the coach asked if the pressure was becoming too much for him, to which Ji Yan tentatively admitted that while the pressure was a factor, there was more to his concern. He expressed his uncertainty about managing his upcoming first match without Senior Dusan. Recognizing that he likely attributed his own past successes entirely to the European star Vlahovic, the coach reassured the young player that he had already anticipated this concern. To address it, the coach proposed switching up their strategy. After outlining his new tactical idea, he checked to see if Ji Yan understood. Ji Yan agreed that the plan made sense, and following the coach's enthusiastic encouragement, he confirmed that he was ready to give the new approach a try. During the intra-squad scrimmage, Ji Yan's teammates and opponents are left bewildered as he abandons the traditional center-forward role. One player questions why Jen is in Dusan's position, while another notes with surprise that he is dropping all the way down from the front line just to receive the ball. Internally, Ji Yan reflects on his strategic shift. He acknowledges that while he has taken Dusan's spot, his movement is entirely different. He reasons that since he lacks Dusan's physical build, he cannot function as a traditional number 9 striker. He recalls the coach's instruction to occupy the number 9 space but play with the freedom of a number 10 playmaker. He observes that while classic strikers naturally draw the attention of opposing center-backs, his free-roaming movement creates a tactical dilemma that disrupts the defender's marking schemes. Our boy observes that the center-backs tasked with marking him suddenly have nothing to do because he has shifted his positioning. The opposing defenders are left confused, questioning why he is moving sideways and wondering whom they are supposed to mark. He reflects that this is exactly his role, to create space by making the other team's defenders effectively jobless. Once that space is opened, he intends to finish the play like a true striker. Then everyone watches in shock, noting that this is the classic false nine strategy. He thinks to himself that while he had shared this idea with the player and expected him to be a great false nine eventually, he never expected such a perfect execution right off the bat, even for a practice game. He realizes that this performance might resolve their biggest concern. In a dimly lit room, a television news anchor reports that Dusan Vlahovic has rejected the most significant offer in the history of the Firenze club. The broadcast continues, noting that after Vlahovic turned down several consecutive offers, it appears certain he will leave the team following the first half of the season. As the news plays, a heavily built man sits in the shadows with a towel around his neck, listening intently. The reporter adds that everyone is now waiting with bated breath to see how the club will compensate for Vlahovic's upcoming absence. In the Stadio Artemo Franchi, the atmosphere is electric as the Coppa round of 32 between Firenze and Hellas Verona begins. On the sidelines, the assistant coach anxiously asks Coach Vincenzo if everything will be all right, specifically regarding Gian. While he acknowledges Gian's skill, he expresses concern that the fake number 9 is a difficult concept to apply immediately in a live match. Coach Vincenzo calmly asks the assistant what kind of player he prefers to manage, then clarifies that he favors those who can execute tactics without hesitation. When the assistant suggests he means players like Gian, he immediately agrees, asserting that they should give the kid a chance rather than worrying. He notes that the most effective way to bridge a massive talent gap is by introducing an even greater talent. Meanwhile, some of Gian's teammates on the sidelines who are not playing questions if the strategy will work given the lack of starters. Their captain reassures the other by pointing out that Gian is present, though his colleague counters that this is Gian's first match without Dusan. They somberly observe that, based on recent news articles, it truly appears as though Dusan is leaving the team. From the fans' perspective, the day's game served as a mock test for Firenze's offense in the second half. There was significant chatter among the crowd, with many questioning why the team had failed to retain a certain player and demanding to know the plan for a new top scorer. Amidst the fiery atmosphere, Coach Vincenzo made the bold move of putting the youngest player, Lee Ji-yan, at the top. The stadium erupted with chants for Ji-yan, with fans calling him the future of the team and urging him to show his potential. However, Ji-yan felt the immense burden of the situation, especially since the seniors had already secured a 3-0 victory in their league match. Suddenly, Ji-woo screamed in a very intense manner telling him not to mess it up, noting how long it had been since she had last visited the stadium. Ji-yan's teammates was shocked seeing how intense this fan is. Below, some people who seems to be soccer players too noted that Sanara was playing since he was not on the national team. They recalled that Sanara had also been considered a promising prospect at his debut, serving as a key striker for Empoli and playing for Italy's youth national teams. They reflect on his career, noting that his transfer to Milan had been too rushed and resulted in 2 wasted years on the bench. Although he eventually returned to Empoli, his performance failed to improve, leading to a loan to Firenze, a path they described as a typical one for failing talent. However, the other guy pointed out that Sanara had actually improved after joining Firenze, even earning talk of a second prime. Sanara's speed could left others startled, until Dusan showed up. Ji-yan felt that his senior must want to fulfill other seniors' responsibilities too. Despite this resurgence, the veteran Sanara felt a heavy burden, appearing unusually serious as he acknowledged the pressure of his 30 years. He admitted that since Dusan became the team's core, he felt his own position as an attacking forward was gradually slipping away. Grateful to Firenze for supporting him through difficult times, he expressed a deep desire to dedicate himself to the team in any way possible and to continue playing for them in the future. As the match between Firenze and Hellas Verona kicked off, a bald veteran player reflected on the departure of his teammate, Dusan Vlahovic. He noted that while he held no personal grudge, the vacancy had provided him with what he believed was his final chance to prove himself. Across the pitch, Ji-yan battled his nerves as the whistle blew, urging his team forward with a shout of Forza Viola. He initially planned to settle into the game by passing the ball and observing the opponent's defensive patterns to secure possession. However, he was quickly blindsided by an aggressive defender who pressed him before he could even receive the ball. Realizing he had lost control, the young player watched in dismay as the ball he missed was intercepted by the opposing team. His veteran teammate then swooped in to seize the opportunity, mockingly bidding the junior player as he took command of the play. He barked instructions at Ji-yan, warning him that the opposition would relentlessly try to stifle his momentum. He encouraged the young player not to worry and to keep playing, promising that he would provide backup even if mistakes were made. Ji-yan felt a surge of relief, thinking about how reliable his senior was. He took a breath, grateful to Sanara for keeping the attacking chance alive. As he watched the opponent's defensive reaction, an opponent was shocked that Ji Yan was dropping all the way down from the front line, but his captain ordered the team to hold their positions instead of following Ji Yan. Noticing their rigid formation, Ji Yan decided to involve himself in the build-up play to increase their numbers in the midfield. He planned to pass the ball around until the right moment arrived to turn and slip past the opponent's midfield entirely. He anticipated that a confused defender would inevitably break formation. Just as expected, an opposing player rushed out, aggressively declaring his intention to block the ball carrier. Unfazed, Ji Yan knew the block would be futile. He calculated that the space left open by the charging defender would allow his wingers to perfectly cut inside. Factoring in the angles in the fullback's position, he directed the play to the left, signaling for Sanara. Sanara praised the excellent pass and immediately fired off a powerful, high-flying shot toward the goal. Unfortunately, the shot missed the mark. While Ji Yan internally reasoned that the play's build-up was still solid, he quickly stopped his attempt to console his teammate when he saw Sanara holding his head in absolute dismay, quietly muttering Ji Yan's name. The senior apologized profusely, swearing that he would definitely make the shot next time. Ji Yan quickly reassured him, insisting that it was all right and praising it as a nice shot. Internalizing the moment, he now realized that what he had felt from his teammate before the game wasn't just a sense of responsibility, but pure desperation. Despite their earlier pact to score a goal together, the game was not progressing as smoothly as anticipated. 20 minutes into the first half, the opponent remained in a rigid defensive stance with no intention of attacking. Recognizing that they were simply thickening the defensive line because they knew Ji Yan was a fake number 9, the coach steeled himself. He acknowledged that while it was frightening, it was finally time for him to break through as a real striker. As Ji Yan drives toward the goal, he senses the perfect moment to pierce the defense, while the opposing team frantically shouts for their players to hold their positions. He envisions a calculated play where he carries the ball forward until Sanara cuts toward the middle, allowing for a precise pass. He plans to sprint between the tracking fullback and the center back, aiming for the open space on the left. As the center back hesitates over which player to mark, Sanara executes a backheel pass that arrives slightly behind the striker. Sanara quickly apologizes for the imperfect delivery, but Ji Yan is determined not to let the earnest effort go to waste. In one fluid motion, he controls the trailing ball, regains his balance, and moves into a shooting position, much to the shock of his teammates who aren't playing. Deciding that finesse is better than force in this position, he resolves to curl the ball toward the far corner of the goal. After Lee Ji-yeon's spectacular goal against Hellas Verona, the stadium erupted as his teammates celebrated, exclaiming that they had succeeded and playfully praising Ji-yeon's talent. The scoreboard reflected a 1-0 lead for Firenze, crediting Ji-yeon with a Sanara assist in the 25th minute. Observing from the stands, a spectator remarked to his companion that watching the player was like seeing someone at the absolute peak of their career. His companion agreed wholeheartedly, noting that the young player reminded him of his good old days. The spectators were left speechless, with one person asking if the others had just witnessed the play. Despite the ball being behind him, he used a smooth first touch to create an opening and finished with a curled shot to the far post. The spectacle was so impressive that it was compared to the resurrection of the legendary Roberto Baggio. Old Roberto's friend teased him that the kid couldn't even tell that he's just right here as Roberto tells him to shut up. Ji-yeon's behavior after the goal was equally surprising. A teammate noted that, unlike his usual self, the boy was running toward the corner flag, appearing to have shed his shy persona. However, upon reaching the flag, he realized he didn't know what to do next. He mentally admitted to himself that he had run there in a moment of excitement but was now feeling quite troubled and clueless. His teammates quickly swarmed him. Sanara jokingly asked what he was being so clueless about after scoring such an incredible goal. Another teammate suggested they should all hug him, calling him their lucky charm. Ji-yeon cried out in pain as the seniors overwhelmed him with their celebratory affection. Finally, a tearful Sanara thanked him and promised to do whatever he said, leading the confused player to ask why the man was so grateful when he was the one who had provided the assist. In the heat of the match, Sanara erupts in a fit of grateful tears, shouting that he is overwhelmed with appreciation for the turn of events. Ji-yeon reflects internally, noting that while the situation was initially burdensome, he is now glad for the outcome. He realizes that thanks to Senior Sanara's assistance, the team managed to score even in the absence of Senior Vlahovi. He considers his current role as a fake striker to be a resounding success. 38 minutes into the first half, the momentum continues as Ji-yeon connects with the ball, driving it toward the goal. He calls out to Senior Sohil to receive the assist just before the ball finds the back of the net. The scoreboard updates to show Firenze leading Hellas Verona 2-0, with the second goal credited to Lee Ji-yan and Sohail. In the stands, the fans are in a frenzy. One spectator exclaims that they have already secured 2 goals, while another marvels at the team's unexpected strength despite missing a key starter. A third fan questions if Vlahovi really constituted 80% of the team's value. Observers comment that the current attack line combination seems superior and wonder if the only real difference was the presence of Lee Ji-yan. Watching the crowds roar, Coach Vincenzo muses that the fans' enthusiastic reaction is only natural, noting that the combination of a well-built striker and an ace who kicks beautifully is a formula for success. The team initially believed that the addition of Ji-yan completed their collective picture. However, the revelation that their core was missing left them deeply unsettled. Without Ji-yan, Vlahovi had been a solitary figure on the field, yet he found himself literally and figuratively bound by the absence of his counterpart. Despite this, Ji-yan continued to fulfill his role effectively. Ji-yan calls out to one of his senior as he dominated the ball. Not only that, even Sanara, who had struggled with poor form, showed signs of a gradual recovery as the first half came to a close. As the players headed toward the locker rooms, a sense of momentum built. Ji-yan questioned whether his recent pass had been too late, but a teammate reassured him that it had been perfect. Amidst the positive flow, another player reflected on the scoring tally. He noted that while both Ji-yan and Sohail had found the back of the net, he was the only attacker who had failed to do so. Sanara clarified to himself, however, that his frustration did not stem from the lack of a goal, suggesting a deeper, more personal conflict at play. Sanara stood at the Artemo Franchi, his home stadium, feeling the weight of the fans' gaze. He internally declared that he wanted to show them he was still at his peak. As the second half began, a teammate called out to Ji-yan, suggesting they take it slow since they were ahead. On the opposing side, a player frustratedly noted the need for a momentum shift, urging his team to move forward and score. However, Sanara's defensive intensity was relentless. He intercepted a play with such force that a teammate remarked on his incredible fighting spirit as the ball went out of bounds. Ji-yan praised Sanara for the play, but Sanara, breathing heavily, expressed his disappointment and vowed to move even faster. Observing his exhaustion, Ji-yan worried if Sanara would be okay, noting that he looked close to burnout. Despite Ji-yan and Sohail having scored, Ji-yan acknowledged that Sanara was clearly the man of the match. He reflected that the team's atmosphere would not have been so positive without a Sanara's dedicated play. While he felt things were going well, he expressed a strong desire to repay him. He noticed the opponent pushing their lineup and focusing on the attack to recover from their deficit, and he warned his teammates to watch the space as a sloppy pass was intercepted. Ji-yan then coordinated a counterattack, stating that he would pass to senior Sohail and then dash into the space on the left. He anticipated that senior Sanara would simultaneously infiltrate his previous position to break the defensive line. He expected Sohail to deliver a big pass back in front of him, noting that receiving the ball would lead to a one-on-one situation with the fullback. Although he wasn't a winger, he felt familiar with the situation thanks to special training with Coach Luca. He concluded that once he bypassed the defense on the flank, his options would open up significantly. He analyzed the field, calculating that while passing to senior Sanara offered a high chance of scoring, there was a risky variable. Sanara was losing his physical battle against the defender due to severe exhaustion. Sweating heavily, Sanara bitterly acknowledged his fading stamina and the undeniable reality of his age, but he fiercely resolved not to give up. Catching the veteran's intensely determined gaze, Ji-yan realized he needed to place a precise pass just one step ahead of him. With sharp focus, he struck the ball while Sanara commanded his exhausted body to sprint faster, pushing himself to the absolute limit to reach the pass. Ji-yan made the pass as Sanara lunged toward the goal, desperately urging the keeper to save the shot. He watched in dismay as the ball slipped past his foot, realizing with a start that he had missed his mark. As the goalkeeper looked on in shock, the ball soared past the defender, who could only watch as it found the back of the net. The stadium erupted as the crowd chanted Sanara's name, celebrating the goal that brought the score to 3-0 in favor of Firenze. Overwhelmed by the moment, Sanara stared blankly, processing the fact that he had actually done it. Following the play, both Sanara and Ji-yan were substituted out. As they headed to the sidelines, teammates offered their praise, telling Ji-yan he had done a good job and complimenting Sanara on his amazing performance. Once off the field, the senior called out to Ji-yan, who quickly turned to acknowledge him. In the middle of the stadium, the burly, bearded player tearfully embraced Ji-yan, shouting his gratitude while lifting the smaller Ji-yan completely off the ground. Dangling in the air, he wheezed that he was being suffocated by the intense hold. Nearby in the stands, Ji-woo cheered Ji-yeon's name with a bright blush. His dad was equally moved, tearfully remarking that he had done well and praising him for being brave and admirable. Their celebration was interrupted when a man approached them, asking if the young woman could possibly be Ji-yeon's girlfriend. The group was stunned into silence. Ji-woo sputtered in confusion while the man in the suit simply smiled. Stuttering and wide-eyed, she could only repeat the word girlfriend as the realization, or the misunderstanding, sunk in. Upon spotting the group, Barashi and Bonaventura were stunned to realize they were speaking with Ji-yeon's dad. The dad humbly acknowledged his identity, remarking that his son owed the players a great debt. However, the athletes quickly insisted that they were the ones indebted to him, even thanking him for giving birth to such a talented son. Observing the interaction, Ji-woo realized the men were Ji-yeon's colleagues and felt a sudden pressure to look her best. The players soon turned their attention to her, playfully asking if she was Ji-yeon's girlfriend. Despite her flustered denials, they teased her further, promising to keep their relationship a secret. From the field, a panicked Ji-yeon watched the unlikely group together in disbelief. He was left deeply unsettled, wondering exactly what his seniors had said to make Ji-woo glare at him with such intensity. Following a dominant 3-0 victory for Firenze against Hellas Verona, the team returned to the Firenze first team training ground. As Ji-yeon arrived, a senior teammate teasingly welcomed the game's MVP, jokingly asking if it was true that the star player had a girlfriend. Ji-yeon reacted with flustered indignation, shouting back at his senior, while another teammate teased that Ji-yeon only seemed angry because the rumor was actually true. Ji-yeon tried to ask Ji-woo what did the senior said to her, but she told him it's a secret and just train well. While the atmosphere felt mostly back to normal with the senior's return, Ji-yeon noticed one notable absence. He overheard teammates wondering where Tusk-kun had gone, though they assumed he was simply inside training with weights. The mood shifted as Ji-yeon privately reflected on the troubling rumors that Tusk-kun might be leaving the team. He recalled that since returning, Tusk-kun has been training alone all the time. He recalled how much he had relied on Tusk-kun since joining the first team and how Tusk-kun had once told him that he liked him. To Ji-yeon, the news of his departure was devastating, as he realized Tusk-kun had always gone out of his way to match his rhythm on the field. His somber thoughts were interrupted by Senior Barashi, who asked Ji-yeon if he was worried about the rumors regarding Tusk-kun. The veteran captain advised him to acclimate to the professional world. He admits that it feels strange to see a senior teammate, who played soccer happily with them, leave the team. To distract him, the veteran points out Bonaventura's goal celebration, a dramatic Ji-woo, and asks if he is familiar with it. Ji-yeon was baffled by the display. He asked if that pronunciation if correct, to where his senior answered it's Italian. He then asked about the strange thing they said to Ji-woo that day, leading the veteran to mockingly question how he could be so clueless about a woman's heart and why he is so repressed since they're doing this all for him. When the veteran demands he be more honest with himself and asks how he can call himself an Italian while acting so stiff, the boy dryly reminds him that he is actually Korean. Unfazed, the senior insists that he should start calling himself an Italian from this day forward, leaving him to lament how absurd the entire conversation has become. That evening, a heavy silence hung over the dinner table as Ji-yeon struggled with the awkwardness of a recent conversation with a senior. He wondered why his dad had to be late that night of all days, recalling his dad's message that he would be late and they should eat without him. When Ji-woo asked why he wasn't eating and if the food tasted bad, he choked in surprise, quickly insisting that wasn't the case. To hide his nerves, he clumsily blurted out that he was only saving the food because it was delicious. As she looked at him in confusion, he felt pressured to speak his mind. He finally admitted that everything she made was delicious and confessed that he was always grateful for how she constantly took care of him and cheered him on. The admission left them both in a state of stunned, wide-eyed silence. Ji-woo reacted with visible shock to his unusual behavior, even questioning if he had eaten something bad because his sudden change was giving her goosebumps. Ji-yeon attempted to de-escalate the situation, explaining that he was merely expressing his gratitude. He admitted to feeling honest and noted that he hadn't properly thanked her yet. As her hand rested on his head, Ji-woo playfully dismissed his sentimentality, though she eventually conceded and thanked him in return for always enjoying his meals so much. Ji-yeon was momentarily struck by her beauty, but the tender moment was brief. She soon shouted at him to finish the large portion of pasta she had served, insisting he eat it all since he claimed it was delicious. Despite the overwhelming amount of food, he quietly agreed to finish it, feeling a sense of relief after finally speaking his mind. Later, at the stadium for the Kalini Calcio away game, Ji-yeon noted that he would be starting the match as a bench player. His coach advised him to conserve his energy for the day but told him to warm up just in case. As Ji Yan watched the starting lineup take the field, he observed that the team was filled with returning seniors. Watching from the bench, he reflected that the game's atmosphere felt noticeably heavier. He reasoned that their team's 5th-place league ranking gave them an objective advantage over their 18th-place opponents, though he remained confident they wouldn't be easily defeated regardless. As the scoreless match progressed, he observed that the well-rested senior players were in peak condition, with their passing earning high praise from the team. The one who stood out the most was senior Vlahovich's presence, utilizing his sheer physicality to effortlessly overpower multiple defenders marking him. Ultimately, Vlahovic scored the opening goal with a stunning volley in the 18th minute, proving to the observer that, regardless of any labels, Vlahovic was undeniably a true striker. Following the team's opening goal, Firenze maintained control and continued their aggressive play. During a corner kick, Vlahovic managed to navigate past 3 defenders, allowing senior Milenkovic to score a powerful header. This second goal secured a 2-0 lead for the team as they headed into halftime. Amidst the celebration, Ji Yan mused that if he possessed senior Vlahovic's physicality, he might not need to rely so heavily on his strategic thinking. Looking toward the future, he questioned whether there was anyone truly capable of filling the significant gap senior Vlahovic would eventually leave behind. The match flow remained unchanged as the second half progressed. Around the 11th minute, Vlahovic executed a powerful header, which was initially thought to be a pass towards Sanara on the opposite side. However, the move proved to be a clever fake. The ball curved slightly and was passed back to Vlahovic instead. This feint by Kanon completely outmaneuvered the defense, allowing Vlahovic to fire his left foot through the gap and secure a goal. After the match concluded in a perfect victory, Ji Yan praised the captain for his performance. The captain replied by noting that it had been a while since he had received some rest. He then asked if Ji Yan had noticed how hard everyone else had run just so he could take it easy that day, to which he sheepishly agreed. The captain places a firm hand on his shoulder, telling him that he must demonstrate his true abilities in the upcoming match. Though Ji Yan initially gives a timid affirmation, the captain aggressively leans in, questioning why his voice sounds so weak despite knowing who their next opponent is. Stunned by the confrontation, he takes a deep breath and reflects on his choices. He realizes that the reason he prioritized rest over playing today was because their next opponent is finally Juventus. With a look of intense determination, he declares that they will absolutely win. The long-standing rivalry between Firenze and Juventus began with a crushing 0-11 defeat in 1928. Over the decades, the animosity deepened through a series of controversial matches. In the 81-82 season, a player lamented that their championship had been stolen due to a questionable officiating decision. This pattern repeated in the 89-90 UEFA Cup final, where opposing sides argued over whether a specific play was a foul or not. The feud reached a boiling point when Firenze's ace, Roberto Baggio, was transferred to Juventus due to financial struggles. During a head-to-head match, Baggio famously refused to take a penalty against his former club, leading fans to declare that once someone was a Viola, they were always a Viola, while others questioned what he was doing. Reflecting on this history of stolen aces and bitter losses, Jiwoo observed that it made sense why Firenze fans disliked Juventus and called them ladri. She concluded that the upcoming match was incredibly important because of this deep-seated history. Jiwoo sat at her computer, deciding whether she should search for Ji Yan online. As she scrolled through the forums, she noted that the Juventus fans were discussing nothing but Vlahovic, with many claiming he was the only player on the team who contributed anything. She scoffed at the screen, muttering that the fans didn't know anything and asserting that Ji Yan was the true ace of Firenze. Upon digging deeper into the posts, her expression brightened as she found users arguing that Ji Yan was the real ace and suggesting their team sign him instead of Vlahovic. Even the rival fans considered Ji Yan to be the ace of them team. However, her excitement quickly soured. Other fans began insulting Ji Yan, claiming he was just a prospect who had been kicked out of their youth team and was only suitable for a lower-level club like Firenze. She fell silent, her eyes narrowing as she processed the online vitriol. On the day of the Torino away game, Ji Yan called out to his dad that he was leaving as he headed out for training. As the young man sprints away, his dad waves and shouts for him to do well and stay safe, to which he affirms his readiness while running. Soon, he feels the first tap of raindrops on his skin and realizes it has begun to pour. Around him, the local supporters are out in force, urging him to run, hang in there, and return victorious. They cheer for him to take down his opponents, insisting that failure is not an option. Though he acknowledges that such intense pressure from the crowd would usually be a burden, his own resolve is even stronger. Since his opponent this week is Juventus, he admits to himself that he would truly rather die than lose. His internal monologue is suddenly interrupted by a buzzing in his bag. He pulls out his phone, wondering who it could be, only to hear Jiwoo's voice on the other end asking where he is. In the middle of a steady downpour, Lee Ji-yan answered his phone, surprised to hear Jiwoo on the other end. When she asked if he had arrived, he explained that he was still on his way to the training ground. To his bewilderment, she told him to wait right there, and a moment later, she shouted that she had spotted him. As Lee Ji-yan stood there confused, wondering how she could possibly see him, Jiwoo came running through the rain, calling his name. Gasping for breath, she expressed her relief that he hadn't left yet. Lee Ji-yan, concerned by her sudden appearance, asked why she was out in the rain without an umbrella and if something was wrong. After he draped his jacket over her to keep her warm, Jiwoo clarified that nothing was wrong, she simply wanted to tell him in person that he must definitely win. Stunned that she had come all that way in such weather just to say that, he listened as she smiled and mentioned that the rain was nothing, adding that she believed hearing it in person would be more encouraging. In the middle of a downpour, Ji-yan urges her to take shelter first, insisting that he cannot afford to lose to those kinds of bastards. Her eyes widen in shock as she repeats his words to herself, clearly taken aback by his intensity. Sensing her surprise, Ji-yan asks if she has seen something on the internet, but she quickly denies it, flustered. She tries to cover for her reaction by claiming she is also a fan of Firenze and has done some research, doubling down on the idea that he must win against those ladri no matter what. Privately, Ji-yan panics, worrying for a moment that she has discovered the truth about his past and fearing the exposure of his lie. However, noticing she is shivering, he shifts his focus to her health. He tells her to hurry up and go so she doesn't catch a cold, promising her that he will definitely win. After an apologetic and hurried goodbye, she watches him run off into the rain, silently rooting for him to succeed against the team that once looked down on him. A determined Ji-yan prepared for the match with the resolve to completely crush the opposition. Meanwhile, at the Allianz Stadium, Juventus CEO Maurizio sharply interrogated his subordinate to confirm if his instructions had been delivered. The subordinate nervously assured him that the message had been relayed clearly to ensure the team's success. Maurizio was unconvinced, reminding the subordinate that he had made the exact same empty promises the previous year. He criticized the team's recent failures. Not only did he boast loudly while handing the league championship to Milan, but he barely secured a spot in the European Championship League. And also, their current struggle in fourth place, and the fans' boiling anger. Finally, Maurizio mocked their desperate attempt to appease the public by signing Vlahovic, noting the bitter irony that their rival's true ace was actually a young player Juventus had released just a year prior. In a tense exchange, the CEO warned that failure could lead to chaos, to which his associate dismissively agreed. He emphasized that merely winning was insufficient, they needed to dominate the game to prove to their home fans that their opponent was insignificant and to prove that the kid is nothing. As the match between Juventus and Firenze kicked off, a player initially planned to move the ball slowly to gauge the opposition's reaction. However, he was immediately stunned when Ji-yan, wearing number 20, made a lightning-fast cut to intercept the ball. Despite the importance of staying calm, Ji-yan couldn't help his heart that's already racing as the opponent struggled to keep up with the brat who had disrupted his rhythm. He felt a surge of determination, recalling that Jiwoo had come to find him and cheer for him in the rain, fueling his drive to push through his frustration. He thought that maybe she has uncovered his past from his Juventus days while researching the match. Another opposing player watches Ji-yan with growing irritation, questioning if he truly believes he can handle the entire game alone. Feeling a surge of frustration, he tells himself that he has done nothing wrong. He questions why he must be so burdened by the expectations of others. Fueled by these emotions, he breaks through the defense. He launches a powerful shot from a distance, prompting him to worry that Jiwoo might fall ill because of Juventus. Ji-yan mutters an insult toward his opponents under his breath. Meanwhile, the crowd is left in disbelief, with many noting that the play would have been a perfect highlight had the ball gone in. Coach Vincenzo notes that in a high-stakes rivalry, setting the right atmosphere is vital. He concludes that Ji-yan's aggressive play has successfully ignited the team's fighting spirit, leading to have Juventus CEO wondering if Ji-yan truly is the team's ace. He clutched his head in a fit of absolute despair and frustration. He shouted that if they were going to give the opponent a solo stage right from the start, he wanted to know what his own team was even supposed to do. Down on the pitch, Ji-yan was aura farming, stood tense and focused as the scoreboard for Juventus Firenze remained deadlocked at 0-0. Only 4 minutes had actually passed in the first half. The air is thick with resentment as an opposing player wonders if his teammate is upset that a mere 16-year-old kid was allowed a shot right from the start. Nearby, a world-class superstar, valued at €117 million, scolds his teammates with a fierce expression, demanding that they concentrate. While the opposing defenders glare at Ji Yan, he finds himself strangely unafraid. To him, these players, despite their incredible market value, look like prisoners he wants to capture. The tension breaks momentarily when Ji Yan's captain approaches, praising his top condition and calling out his name. Ji Yan, slightly embarrassed, apologizes and explains that he simply saw the timing and couldn't help himself. His captain laughingly dismisses the apology, encouraging him to stick to the strategy but to go for it boldly if he sees a chance. As the captain orders everyone to take their positions and watch the opponents closely, Ji Yan feels a sense of warmth. He reflects on how he had attempted a solo play under the pretext of setting the momentum, now fully prepared for the next move. During their soccer match, he reflects on his team's strategy of maintaining a strong defense while looking for quick counterattacks. He acknowledges his specific role is to establish the defensive line before joining the effort to find scoring opportunities. However, the physical intensity of the opposing team proves challenging. As Sanara knocks an opponent down during a play, the bald guy defensively claims he only touched the ball. Our boy internally notes that the opposition's acting skills are as high tier as their professional price tags. Sanara confronts an opposing player as they accuse him of doing that on purpose. The situation escalates until the referee intervenes, warning Sanara to be careful and stating that any further incidents will result in an official warning. Observing his teammates' heated determination, Ji Yan realizes he isn't the only one who wants to win badly that day, finding motivation in their collective competitive spirit. The match reached a fever pitch as the defensive line stood resolute against the opponent's relentless pressure. Ji Yan remarked on how reassuring their wall felt, as their captain encourages his teammates to block another shot. The opponents continued to press forward trying to break through their defensive line. But thanks to their purple uniform, the team felt their desire for victory was stronger than ever, and they stopped all of their advances. On the sidelines, the assistant coach tells Coach Vincenzo that they were performing well today. The coach agreed that their flow was excellent considering the odds, but he warned that they needed to be cautious of variables in such a heated environment. Just as he spoke, a whistle blew for a foul in the danger zone. While the defender protested that he hadn't even touched the opponent's feet and accused the other player of diving, the referee remained firm, ordering him to step back. Ji Yan wondered if their hearts had been too fiery, as they ultimately handed the opposition a critical free kick. In a tense match, two observers in suits whispered that this was a golden opportunity for the opponents who had been struggling against their defense. They noted that the ball was in a spot where a direct shot was possible. The €117 million man stepped up as the kicker, characterized as a true superstar who had seized many opportunities during crises. As he prepared his shot, the defenders urged one another to focus, warning that the ball was going to drop. It was felt that with this one shot, the momentum could reverse instantly. However, to everyone's shock, the superstar's kick went wildly off target. The player cried out in frustration, while Ji Yan wondered how a player of that caliber could mess up such a shot. The young man mused that the player must have been so eager to win that both his heart and head were on fire, adding with a sigh of relief that they had finally secured an attacking chance of their own after a long time. Ji Yan and the rest of the team were maintaining a defensive strategy as the opponent tells his teammates they would just turn the ball back anyway, commanding them to push the line up and move forward. Ji Yan declared with determination that they would not just keep defending. The opponents were in shock as number 20 broke through for a solo break, picking up speed and drawing the defense's attention. He thought to himself that he would pass to Senior Kanayan, who was breaking to the side. However, the play was suddenly cut off, and the realization hit that the opponent was launching a counterattack. The opponent called out that he had the ball and urged everyone to push forward quickly. Ji Yan panicked, admitting to himself that the situation was bad and that he had underestimated the other team far too much. He watched helplessly as a sharp cross was made into their territory, crying out in despair as the ball soared past. Aware that the opposing team fielded a €117 million player renowned for his exceptional heading abilities, the goalkeeper leapt into the air and secured the ball, earning immediate praise from his team for a great save. Without hesitation, he launched the ball back down the field, initiating another sudden counterattack that sparked shock over the match's incredibly fast tempo. Reflecting on the modern football philosophy that offensive build-ups begin with the goalkeeper, Ji Yan brought the long kick under control. He quickly assessed the field, observing that Senior Vlahovic was positioned near the last defender up front, while the opposing defense rushed in from behind to block him. Staying calm under pressure, Ji Yan reminded himself not to rush, deciding to fully secure possession of the ball and wait until the defenders were right upon him before making his next move. Ji Yan realizes he can exploit his opponent's momentum to pivot and deliver a pass to his senior teammate. Suddenly, the referee's whistle blows as Ji Yan is brought down. His concerned teammates rush to his side, asking if he is alright and even suggesting, somewhat aggressively, that they should retaliate against the opposing players. Ji Yan reassures them that he is fine and gently notes that killing the opposition might be a bit excessive. Though in some pain, Ji Yan notes that they have secured a free kick in an advantageous position and, more importantly, forced the opponent to receive a yellow card. Despite the opponent's protest that the foul wasn't serious, the referee remains firm with his warning. Ji Yan calculates that the distance to the goal is roughly 20 meters, with Senior Vlahovi as the designated kicker. It is a distance well worth aiming for a goal. However, Ji Yan pauses as he observes his senior's hesitant expression, noting that for such a good opportunity, his senior does not look particularly confident. He observed that Senior Vlahovi was still signaling to the bench and wondered if he might be injured. He then called Ji Yan over, which Ji Yan nervously questioned. Handing over the ball, Ji Yan blushed as his senior explained that since he couldn't find a proper angle for a left-footed shot, he wanted him to take it instead. In this tense moment, our boy finds himself standing over the ball, inwardly admitting that he has never liked taking free kicks or penalties because of the immense individual responsibility involved. However, facing an opponent like Joven II, he feels a sudden, driving desire to prove himself. As he prepares for the shot passed to him by Vlahovi, he found himself wanting it. But he struggles to maintain his focus, momentarily distracted by thoughts of Jiwoo. Stepping back to survey the field, he notes the positioning of the goal, the keeper, and the wall, realizing the angle is difficult and the wall feels closer than the regulation 9 meters. His concentration is further broken when he notices his uniform is damp. He recalls falling on the grass earlier and realizes with a start that the grass is wet, just as the referee's whistle signals for him to take the shot. In an instant, Ji Yan realized the perfect angle had come to his mind. Keeping his foot flat to release the tension, he struck the ball with downward impact, aiming to send it directly under the jumping defenders. The opposition watched in shock as the ball zipped past them. The goalkeeper cried out in desperation as it found the back of the net, leaving the stadium in stunned silence. While Ji Yan exhaled a calm breath, the onlookers questioned if they had truly just witnessed a ground shot under the wall and demanded to know who that incredible number 20 was. And just like that, Ji Yan scores an incredible goal against Joven II as his teammates swarmed him. Vlahovi ruffles his hair calling him a brat and asking if he truly just scored a goal like that, while the captain shouts that the play was insane. The score now is 0-1 in favor of Firenze. The opposing goalkeeper is left stunned, realizing it wasn't a standard ground shot. The ball hit with no rotation, bounced, and then spun at an incredible speed. He begins to wonder if Ji Yan, a mere 16-year-old, had actually calculated the angle based on the damp state of the grass from the pre-match rain. As the team celebrates, a senior teammate lifts Ji Yan up, playfully scolding him for standing still and urging him to make the fans go even crazier because a goal of that caliber deserved a wild reaction. Amidst the cheering crowd, Ji Yan reflects on how he had been sitting on the bench just moments ago, but realizes with quiet pride that he actually pulled it off. He reflects on his journey, noting that he has finally become a player capable of scoring a goal against the very team that once rejected him, and doing so right in front of their own fans. He contemplates the nature of failure, internalizing the idea that falling down is not the source of shame, but rather the inability to get back up. Rising with renewed determination, he declares that he feels no embarrassment in this moment. His teammates in the crowd erupt in cheers of support. On the opposing side, Patriciu Chielsa and his teammates express confusion and surprise at the skill displayed by number 20, admitting he had never seen a player like him before. As the match resumes, the opposing team's captain urges his squad to hold their line, encouraging them to find an equalizer. However, Firenze remains vigilant. They acknowledge that the minutes immediately following a goal are the most dangerous and feel a collective responsibility to protect their lead. They resolve that failing to defend the goal scored by their youngest member would be truly embarrassing. Bolstered by this shared purpose, Ji Yan senses that his team has grown even stronger since his goal. Against the backdrop of a high-stakes soccer match, the intensity of the game reached a fever pitch. The defense was relentless, with Captain Barashi and Senior Milenzovic delivering crushing blows to keep the opposition at bay. As an opposing player sees an angle for a volley shot, the attack was thwarted by Senior Sanar's selfless, if unconventional, play, as he remarkably blocked the ball with his own face. In the midst of the chaos, Ji Yan found himself rolling on the ground, feeling the weight of the struggle. However, he soon realized he wasn't alone. A senior reached out a hand, asking if he was alright while expressing a fierce protectiveness over his teammate. Grateful for the support, he replied that he was fine, reflecting on how he had finally found mentors to guide him. With his team's unified effort, they successfully maintained their 1-0 lead until the whistle signaled the end of the first half. As Ji Yan's teammate pointed out that the opposing fans were glaring at him really hard, Ji Yan then recognized a familiar-looking hairstyle. A shocked Jerome sees Ji Yan from the stands. Catching his former tormentor's eye, Ji Yan felt a strange sense of satisfaction. He reflected that he, the boy Jerome had once looked down upon, was now playing against the very first team players Jerome worshipped. After assuring his concerned coach that he was feeling fine and agreeing to hurry onto the pitch, Ji Yan mentally asked Jerome how it felt to be the one watching from the sidelines. In a state of visible frustration, Juventus CEO clenches his fists and grits his teeth, internalizing how terrible he feels. His irritation is compounded by the loud chatter coming from the person next to him, whom he compares to a buzzing mosquito. A man in a black suit enthusiastically watches a replay of the match, shouting that the play was definitely spinless and far from a simple ground shot. He praises the player involved as someone who can read everything on the field. His nervous assistant pleads with him to lower his voice, reminding him that VIPs from the opposing team are nearby. The man admits he may have gotten too excited but expresses his delight at witnessing the match. He boasts that the player's weekly salary is only €4,000, calling the deal the wisest purchase of his life. He reminds his assistant of his earlier prediction that the player would become a key asset within a year, to which the assistant tiredly agrees. Finally, they discuss Chilso from the opposing team, confirming that he was originally with them before going out on loan. The director explained that they had included a very low conditional transfer clause in the loan agreement, effectively making it a full transfer. He enthusiastically noted that the Chilso transfer was expected to bring them €40 million. While his assistant found the figure amazing, the director tells him another of his predictions as the players are coming out. The director points on Ji Yan declaring that he'll bring even more money for them. The assistant was aware that Juventus is said to have spent an entire fortune on players they have nurtured, but he doubts if they're really gonna spend €40 million on a 16-year-old player they kicked out. The director was disappointed on his narrow perspective. He explained that the Ji Yan of 1 year from now might not be someone that Italy can contain anymore. The director couldn't help as he imagined the scale of money rolling in will be on a completely different level. The assistant got chills just hearing it, but he admits it's a story for later. But for now, they need to keep a close eye on the second half. He noticed the look in the eyes of the superstar from the opposing team watching Ji Yan seems to have changed a lot. Looks like something's about to go down. As the second half begins, Ji Yan exhales with relief, noting that despite his heavy running earlier, his physical condition is better than expected. While his team leads by 1 goal and maintains a defensive counterattack strategy, the opposing team, Juventus, is pushing forward aggressively and leaving gaps in their backline. Observing the intense pressure his senior teammates face while defending against such a strong opponent, he briefly considers dropping back to help. However, a senior teammate sharply commands him not to come back, asserting that it is the defender's job to protect their lead. He instructs Ji Yan to just focus solely on securing the next goal. Reassured, he reminds himself that his role is as a forward. As his seniors successfully intercept the pass and win the ball, he resolves to leave the defense to them and focus entirely on his own objective. Seizing a sudden counterattack opportunity, he noted that his body seemed to move on its own, perhaps due to his rigorous advanced preparation. Despite being outnumbered by 3 defenders against only 2 attackers, he decided against trying to resolve the situation alone. Instead, he resolved to pass the ball to Vlahovic, who was sprinting up the opposite side. He planned to break through the immediate defender by drawing him out with a reverse motion and then penetrating the front. As the defender was forced to backtrack to block him, Vlahovic set up for a direct shot. Seeing how perfectly his teammate was connecting with the play, Ji Yan realized that while it wasn't a perfect one-on-one with the keeper, he could exploit the moment the defender obscured the goalkeeper's vision. He concluded that if he struck the ball low towards the far post, he could seal the play. A powerful shot was fired toward the goal, but the opposing goalkeeper made a spectacular leaping save. As he secured the ball, he aggressively challenged the shooters, demanding to know where they thought they were going and warning them not to underestimate his team simply because they had conceded 1 goal earlier. On the other side, Ji Yan felt the weight of the missed opportunity. Vlahovic praised his effort, noting how close it was. Ji Yan apologized to his senior for failing to convert such a well-placed setup. His senior quickly dismissed the apology, reassuring him that strikers cannot score every time and acknowledging the keeper's impressive reactions. He encouraged Ji Yan to stay positive and keep shooting, to which Ji Yan enthusiastically agreed. Despite several more threats to the Juventus goal, the opposing keeper continued to make godly saves. Even so, the team remained optimistic, with players shouting encouragement that they were doing well and would simply score the next one if this chance was saved. However, observing that the team had forgotten how problems often arise from the most unexpected places. A high cross into the box led to a head-on collision between Milan and an opposing player. The referee immediately blew his whistle and called a foul on player number 7, who protested the decision. As Milan's teammates rushed over to check on him, they were horrified to see a large gash on his forehead. Despite the visible injury and blood running down his face, Milan nonchalantly insisted that he was fine and that the wound was nothing significant. Ji Yan, frantic and disbelieving, shouted that his head was clearly torn. The captain begged him to stop touching the injury. The referee ordered Milan to leave the field to stop the bleeding before he could return. The medical staff reported to the coach that while Milan's forehead was slightly torn, he was adamant about continuing to play. The coach instructed the staff to stop the bleeding and ensure the dressing was fully secure before allowing him back into the game. The coach watched with growing concern, noting that Milenkovic was currently the core of their defense and that losing him would be a massive blow. As the game resumed under a cloud of anxiety due to the senior's absence, senior Sanara accidentally lost possession on the slippery grass. The opposing team immediately seized the opportunity, shouting that it was their chance to capitalize on the mistake. As the team tried to push forward, a counterattack struck. The captain called that they're going for central cover as he moved to fill the void left by Milan. However, the ball was quickly shifted to the side, where Kisa was seen sprinting down the right wing. He delivered a sharp cross aimed directly at his former team's weakness, just as their number 7 surged into the empty space Milan had vacated. After the opponent scored an equalizing header, tying the game 1-1, a teammate noted the scorer's height and apologized, admitting it was his mistake to concede the goal during Milan's brief absence. Sanara apologized for his mistake. However, a bandaged Milan startled him by taking the blame, stating it was his own fault for being weak and bleeding. Milan then vowed to fully dedicate his body to the remainder of the match, prompting his worried teammates to beg him to take it easy. As the match resumed with an aggressive pace, players called out that the opponents had taken the ball again and urged their team to move up. An opposing player instructed his team to prepare for a swift counterattack. Meanwhile, Ji Yan assessed the situation, concluding that scoring from standard angles would be difficult given the opposing goalkeeper's current form. He realized they need a play to deceive both the opposing goalkeeper and the defense. As the ball is contested, his teammate calls out to Ji Yan, signaling a high-stakes moment. Thinking quickly, Ji Yan reflects that simply stealing the ball and counterattacking isn't enough. He needs a creative movement to break through. Noticing Sanara calling for the ball, he decides to take the risk and try a new tactic. The team initiates pattern 5, throwing a prearranged signal and driving the ball up to mimic a previous counterattack. Ji Yan observes that once he reaches a certain distance, the opposing defense rushes out to block him. By slightly changing his direction at that crucial moment, he introduces a variable that shifts the entire dynamic of the counter. Ji Yan strategically uses the referee as an unexpected additional attacker to bypass his opponents, leaving them startled and confused. He resolves to increase his speed from that moment on, quickly passing the ball to his senior teammate, Boni Ventura, before sprinting toward the right side of the field. As Ventura passes the ball back to him, the defenders are left wondering how far his range of movement truly extends. Realizing the upcoming kick is critical, he focuses all his concentration on the tips of his toes to strike the ball with precision. The resulting lofted ball confuses the opposing goalkeeper, who momentarily struggles to decide if it is a cross or a direct shot. While the ball heads toward Vlahovic, the keeper dismisses the play as a poorly kicked cross, convinced the distance and angle are impossible for a legitimate shot. After some initial chaos on the field, the ball finally found its mark. The team executed their promised play 5, a strategic maneuver designed for a specific finisher. As the ball soared through the air, an opposing defender questioned in disbelief how a pass could be made there and wondered to whom it was intended. From the moment Ji Yan received the ball, their strongest player, senior Milenkovic, had been sprinting with all his might from their own penalty area to reach the scoring position. Milenkovic connected powerfully with the ball, sending it into the net and leaving the goalkeeper helpless. This decisive goal brought the final score to 1-2 in favor Firenze. The team successfully executed a tie-breaking goal, a feat that prompted enthusiastic celebrations from the sideline. The successful play, known as number 5, was a highly coordinated move where the last defender, Milenkovic, dived into a gap created by Ji Yan to finish a play started by Vlahovic. Despite having teammates ready to cover the defensive gap left by Milan, the play was noted for its inherent risks. However, the risk paid off as Tanoir provided excellent cover during the transition. By utilizing their inherent unpredictability, the team managed to completely break through the opponent's defense. Following the score, Vlahovic lauded Ji-yeon's kick as pure art, while Ji-yeon humbly deflected the credit, stating that the success was due to the senior's excellent setup. The senior further explained that the kick reached a precarious height and angle, making it impossible for the opponent to predict. Ji-yeon bashfully thanked him for the compliment. With the momentum on their side, the captain praised the entire team's performance and proposed scoring another goal immediately. He then asked Ji-yeon if he could be trusted to lead the next charge. A flustered Ji-yeon initially asked for clarification before promising to do his absolute best. His response was so enthusiastic that his teammates jokingly asked if he had just guaranteed another goal, leading a panicked Ji-yeon to wonder when he had ever said such a thing. As the game resumed with 15 minutes remaining, Ji-yeon noted that while his team had reclaimed a 1-point lead, they were facing a formidable opponent in Joven 2. He urged his teammates to stay vigilant and maintain a tight formation at the front. However, as he attempted to advance, he was once again interrupted and shoved to the ground, reflecting on how quiet the second half had been until that moment. The referee immediately signaled a foul against player number 30, prompting a heated outburst from a teammate who insulted the opponent and questioned his competence. Amidst the tension, Sanara checked on Ji-yeon, who confirmed he was fine despite the rough play. As the confrontation escalated between the two teams, Ji-yeon considered taking action himself, but the senior player firmly instructed him to stay put, reassuring him that everything was under control. Observing that senior Sanara remained remarkably calm, he told his teammate that he still wanted to make an appeal. When the teammate asked why, Milan stepped in, asking the others if they were actually trying to die and urging them to keep going as they were. A confrontation ensued where one player told another that he understood and ordered him to stop and step back. Suddenly, Senior Tanoura fell to the ground, prompting Ji-yeon to shout his name in concern. While the fallen player cried out about his face, the opposing player protested that it had only been a light touch. Observing the scene, Sanara remarked that the kid's acting was nearly Oscar-worthy. Ultimately, the opposing team's captain was suspended due to accumulated yellow cards. As the referee brandished the red card, the captain cried out in shock. Watching the game continue, Sanara said that time was passing by well, to which Ji-yeon agreed. He noted that the goddess of victory had smiled upon them once more, as the earlier suspension had dropped the opponent to only 10 players on the field. Under pressure to score an equalizer, the opposing team deployed an aggressive tactic, taking long-range shots whenever the defense allowed them space. Ji-yeon watched the play unfold, realizing that the opposition posed a genuine threat. He suddenly worried that if Senior Vlahovic were to transfer to such a powerful team now, his own side might not stand a chance against them. His internal worrying was interrupted when Vlahovic asked what he was thinking about and told him to save the daydreaming for after the match, noting that the final whistle had not yet blown. Ji-yeon quickly apologized, acknowledging that the senior was right and that a one-goal lead could vanish at any moment. As the action resumed, a teammate shouted that a counterattack was starting and warned everyone to watch the center as Kisa took possession of the ball. The defenders react with relief as a cross goes behind them, though some frantically wonder where the opposing player is heading. An overhead kick is suddenly launched, leaving Firenze in disbelief that a player would attempt such a move. As the ball nears the goal, spectators describe it as an insane and perfect Pustas shot. However, a determined Sanara refuses to let it through, shouting that there isn't a chance as he successfully blocks the strike. Amidst the chaos of the cleared ball, the crowd realizes that the possession has fallen to Ji-yeon, player number 20. He calmly observes that as soon as he received the ball his teammate blocked, he could see the gaps in the opposing defense at a single glance. Noting that there were barely 2 minutes left on the clock, he realized a successful attack would guarantee their victory against Joven 2. Driven by this, he surged forward, skillfully weaving the ball past multiple defenders with a sudden burst of speed. In a stunning display of skill, Lee Ji-yeon weaves through the opposing defenders, leaving them trailing in his wake. As he approaches the goal, the keeper braces himself with a look of sheer desperation, but Ji-yeon remains composed, finishing the play with precision. Following the score, his teammates sprint toward him, ecstatically shouting his name. They surround him in a celebratory huddle, exclaiming that he is crazy and shouting that the goal he just scored was completely insane. Surrounded by his teammates, the young player humbly pleaded ignorance as they playfully roughhoused him and asked how much more he planned to improve. Despite complaining to his seniors about the painful head pats, he felt a euphoric urge to fly just as the referee blew the final whistle, sealing their definitive 3-1 victory over Joven 2. While the team erupted in joyous celebration, an older man named Maurizio observed from the sidelines while on a phone call. After reprimanding the listener for not recognizing their CEO's number, Maurizio ordered them to schedule a meeting for the following day. He firmly clarified that they needed to shift their strategy and slightly adjust their winter recruitment targets, clearly keeping an eye on the young player.